Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hello. All right, get your bingo cards out. Get your bingo cards out. We have about 7 minutes until, excuse me, I tried to inhale water this morning, so a little raspy. Get your bingo cards out. We have about 7 minutes until a media teleconference on International Space Station operations. Oh boy, I'm sure this is going to end great. Actually, you know what? I should change the title. NASA ISS Operations Update. I'm going to change the title. It's not just a Starliner. What do you think? Your final say? I say they've figured out the results of their fault tree analysis and are confident that the thruster degradation was because of a controls mechanism. So they've tweaked the controls mechanism, and they're going to bring them home a little ways after Crew 9 after they finish being absolutely sure. If I had to say, they are probably pretty damn confident they've isolated the fault tree correctly. They wouldn't be hosting a press conference if that wasn't the case. But keep in mind, this media teleconference isn't necessarily for Starliner, and that's the reason why I changed the title. It's ISS Operations. Mark Nappy, the guy for the VP of Starliner, Mark isn't there, interestingly enough. So this might have something to do with shifting other operations around. But yeah, guys, I guarantee you it's the fault. I'm telling you, I've been saying this like a broken record pretty much every day. It's they have to figure out a fault tree with that thruster to be absolutely sure. You do not want to roll the dice with that. Hey, Jaeger, you got your worm logo. 60-month resub, 5 years. They should push the ISS into the void so we can find it in a few centuries. I wish we had a magical Star Wars drive to be able to do that. Oh, Force had a 94-month resub in there. Digital Zeros had a 73. Guys, I appreciate the long-term support. I really appreciate it. Possible ISS deorbit update. We already got an update on that about 3 weeks ago, Rem. Will we also get spacewalk suit update though? Yeah, Milan, this most likely when NASA does something like this, something like there's something even remotely related to the hot topic issue, which is Starliner right now. You're just going to get a bunch of questions about that. But I mean, there might be some updates on the spacewalks. NASA's clearly they're clearly moving the schedule around a little bit. Because they moved Crew 9 to the 24th of September. Crew 9 was supposed to launch a little bit earlier than that. I don't remember what the original planned date was, but they did move it back. Oh. Starliner will return to the Earth when SpaceX deorbits the ISS. Man. Hey, good fella, 29 months. Thank you very much. The 18th of September was the original date. So they moved it back a week. '18th of August, they moved it back a month. Now, we can sit here. I could sit here and tell you that, you know, they got to figure out what's wrong with Starliner fault tree analysis, but I'm telling you from a public relations point of view, that not a good look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But I'm not concerned with optics, to be honest. I'm concerned with the engineering. Because, you know, lives are kind of at stake here. So, that's more important to me. Screw me, right? This is Bill Nelson's favorite music. Hey, Renegade, 4-month resub. At this point, don't they have enough information on what the root cause is? Well, Ren, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm really interested in what they have to say here. We'll see what happens. Here. While we're waiting, I spent the entire morning cleaning up a lot of the shop. It doesn't look like it from this view. because you guys couldn't see the mess of wires here, but I have the cameras all set up. Today, after we talk about this press conference and whatnot, we are going, it's the day of working on summer cars. So I have my, illness, yes I did, long story short. So we're going to work on our actual car, and then after that, we're playing summer car. We got summer car. I heard it can't come back uncrewed because they removed the autonomous software. That article was based off of hearsay, BB Green. I know the exact article you're talking about, and it was based on an anonymous source, so I'm sorry, I can't figure anonymity into an analysis. That's not a good idea. That it opens up the door for bias. Potential biases as an analysis. I don't think that's a good idea.
Status update telecom.
Oh, here we go.
Participant lines are in a listen-only mode. During the Q&A session, if you would like to ask a question, you may do so by pressing *1 at any time during the call.
Oh, Rem, NSF is in the queue.
If you object, you may disconnect. Today's conference will begin shortly. Thank you for standing by.
Nice one, bud. I was about to type it out, Element, and I'm not sure why. Ryan Caton. Ryan Caton. I'm sorry, Ryan, I don't know how to say your last name. It did get funky, Juicebot, for sure. Dead air. All right, let's go. I wasn't playing it for what it was worth.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining our call today for a status
morning,
update on the International Space Station and commercial crew programs. I'm Leah Cheshire. We're here at NASA's Johnson Space Center.
What up,
and joining
Leah?
me on the line today are Ken Bowersox, Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate.
Kenny B.
Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. And Dana Weigel, Manager of NASA's International Space Station Program. We're going to give our participants some opportunities to provide opening remarks today before getting into the question and answer portion of our session. We've recently had some technical difficulties on some of our conference calls, so our conference line will be moderated by the call moderator during the Q&A portion today. We already see some of you in the queue, but a reminder, if you have a question, press *1 to raise your hand and press *2 to lower it if you hear your question answered. We're going to get started with those opening remarks, and so I will turn it over to Ken.
Hey, hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. As always, we appreciate your interest and the time that you're spending with us. I know everybody's eager to hear about what's going on orbit. We've got Steve Stitch and Dana Weigel from the ISS program and Commercial Crew Program to help you with any information you might need about what we've got going on in our different program efforts up in low Earth orbit. We like to share information as often as we can. Our tendency is to wait until we've got really clear information to provide you on decisions that we're making. In the current situation we have on orbit, especially with Starliner, that information has been slower to develop. It's kind of interesting. Our decision-making process at NASA can run really fast, or it can take a while. What you find is that the speed of the decision can vary with the clarity of the information you're working with, the amount of uncertainty in the problem, the time that you have available, and the number of options that you have to deal with issues. If you talk Starliner in particular, we're in a kind of a new situation here in that we've got multiple options. We don't just have to bring a crew back on Starliner, for example. We could bring them back on another vehicle. That's something that we're going to have to deal with in the future. We could find ourselves in a situation where we need to bring a Dragon crew or a Soyuz crew back on a Starliner. That's why we want multiple vehicles, is so that we have that option, but it gives us a lot more to talk about in our decision-making process. In the case that we have with the Starliner crew flight test, the option to either bring the crew home on the Starliner or to bring the crew home on another vehicle, we could take either path, and reasonable people could pick either path depending on where their view is on our position in the uncertainty bound that we have for the data that we've got on the thruster system, on the propulsion system. So moving forward, what we're trying to do is reduce that uncertainty, see if we can drive some more consensus amongst our team. At the same time, getting more serious about evaluating our other options. It's been really great to watch our team working, our Boeing team, our NASA team, the way people are speaking up, the way we're hearing different voices, different thoughts on how critical different factors are in the decision. I think it's been very healthy. I have to admit that sometimes when we get disagreement, it's not fun. It can be painful having those discussions, but it's what makes us a good organization, and it's what will get us to a good decision as we approach that point here in the future. And I don't think we're too far away from making that call. We know that at some point we need to bring Butch and Sonny home. While they're up there, we have extra crews, we have extra hands. They can do a lot more work, but they're also using up more consumables, more supplies. So we have to maintain that balance, and at some point we need to bring those folks home and get back to a normal crew size on the ISS. But again, I just want to say how proud I am of our team and the way they have these open discussions, open conversations, and the way we're working through the data gathering and analysis process. Today, Steve will talk to you a little bit more about what we have going on in the commercial crew area, and Dana will share more information about what we've had occurring on the station side and the Cygnus that we just brought aboard the other day. Now I'd like to turn it over to Steve so he can share more details from his point of view. Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Ken, and thanks to all of you for dialing in today and all your interest in the Commercial Crew Program and human spaceflight. I'd like to start off by giving everybody an update on where we are with respect to the analysis, in particular on the thrusters and the flight rationale for the return of Starliner. And then I'll talk a little bit more about the manifest changes we've made and what we've done to give ourselves some flexibility in the near term relative to all the options that we're looking at. So if we start with Starliner, last time we talked a lot about the testing results at White Sands. We had completed the thruster testing, which was essentially two uphill profiles trying to get to the temps that we saw on this particular thruster, and then we really have done 5 downhill profiles with that particular thruster. We were able to replicate degradation in the thruster during that testing, and we saw that continually on the downhill side with the thrust levels degrading over time, which seems to mimic what we're seeing in flight to some extent during those downhill profiles. As we talked about during that testing, we gained insight into what we think one of the contributing factors are for that thrust degradation, and that would be this Teflon seal on the oxidizer line poppet. Now, this poppet's really small. It's about, if you hold up your little pinky finger, it's about the size of that, a little bit smaller even than your pinky finger, so it's a small poppet. But what we saw during that testing is the swelling of that Teflon seal. It kind of extruded a little bit, and what happens with that seal is it blocks the flow into the thruster itself, down into the combustion chamber. So we know that's happening. We know we can get vaporization when it gets hot in that line, bringing propellant into the thruster, and also when that poppet is blocked by the Teflon seal, we see some cavitation. In other words, unsteady flow across that poppet. We have some animation that we hope to be able to release soon to you, so you can see what this is like. Boeing has been doing a lot of work on that animation, and hopefully we can have them share that soon so you can get a better idea of that mechanism as well. We also have this same theory that has some vaporization of the propellant, right, and it drops the thrust. So there's really two key things that we think is happening. One, when the thruster gets really hot, the propellant can vaporize. That's where we saw the really low thrust readings on docking day, and then as the poppet swells, we can get some blockage there based on what we learned at White Sands. What we're trying to do now is sort of understand what all that data means to us from the White Sands testing, and then what it means to the thrusters on orbit. We did do a hot fire while we're docked to the International Space Station on Saturday, July 11th. We wanted to understand the performance of all the thrusters across the vehicle, so we hot fired all 27 thrusters. We did not hot fire one thruster in the bottom doghouse. We call it the B1A3 thruster. That one had really low thrust before during the when we were docking back on July 6th, and so we did not, or June 6th, and we did not hot fire that thruster. The interesting thing when we hot fired the thrusters is all the thrusters now across the whole vehicle are essentially at nominal thrust level. So, for example, the one that we were really saw the most degradation in, T2A2, was at about 80% before the hot fire, and now it's about 98%. So somehow, if the poppet is the theory of what's causing the thrust degradation, the blockage in that ox flow, somehow that piece of Teflon must have contracted and is now not blocking the flow like it was, and so we have a nominal flow essentially into that thruster and nominal thrust. What we're really trying to do now, that gives us a lot of confidence in the thrusters, but we can't, totally prove with certainty what we're seeing on orbit is exactly what's been replicated on the ground. We're trying to understand a little bit more about the conditions that cause the thruster fail-offs. It's not always at the same temperature. It's not always at the same number of pulses, and so we're trying to understand that. We are doing modeling on the ground to try to understand how this Teflon could extrude, what the forces are on that Teflon, and then trying to understand how it could contract how it could contract over time. People really want to understand the physics of what's going on relative to the physics of the Teflon, what's causing it to heat up, what's causing it to contract, and that's really what the team is off trying to understand, and then look ahead toward the downhill phase and the heating on the downhill phase, and seeing if we can model that on the downhill phase and ensure we have good thrusters. Again, as I've talked, we have really good knowledge of what the downhill is, but how does that really help us out? So, in combination with that, we have tried to buy ourselves a little bit of time to work various options for return. And so recently this week at the Program Control Board, just yesterday, we approved moving the Crew 9 mission to no earlier than September 24th. We took that to the Program Control Board, and it was approved, and we immediately put out a blog to make sure that everybody knew that we had made that decision. We appreciate your patience over the last few weeks. It took a little time to work with SpaceX on that movement of that flight and also with the ISS program because it's a very complicated manifest. In addition, we moved the Crew 9 mission off of Pad 39A onto Pad 40 to deconflict with the pad preparations in September for NASA's Europa Clipper mission, which is flying off 39A with an October 10th launch date. So we've been working the certification of Pad 40 for a long time. We've always wanted to have a backup pad for these kinds of scenarios, and so that work has been underway for some time, and we think we can get that certification completed in time for a September 24th launch of Crew 9. We will let SpaceX use our first stage booster. They'll go fly a Starlink flight ahead of our flight to get a little shakedown of that booster. It had some moisture intrusion, and we want to go ahead and get that booster flown. And so there's a win-win there with flying our booster on a Starlink flight before our crewed flight. Essentially what we are doing is we're taking the SpaceX 31 slot that was out there in the manifest, and we'll let Dana talk more about that. As we've said before, our prime option is to return Butch and Sunny on Starliner. However, we have done the requisite planning to make sure we have other options open. And so we have been working with SpaceX to ensure that they're ready to respond on Crew 9 for a contingency of returning Butch and Sunny on Crew 9 if we need that. We have set up the Dragon for Crew 9 to have flexibility to have only 2 passengers fly up on that flight, and then we could return 4 crew members in the February 2025 timeframe, and Butch and Sunny would remain on station and become part of that increment and return home with them on Crew 9. Now, we haven't approved this plan. In other words, we've done all the work to make sure this plan is there. We have the suits identified to fly up on Crew 9. We have the seats set up so that we can fly a multiple complement of people, but we have not turned that on formally as that's the path that we're going to go down. But we wanted to make sure we had all that flexibility in place. We'll fly up the supplies needed on that Crew 9 flight, including any suits needed for Butch and Sunny. We've done previous work with that for other contingencies. And we'll have the right foam inserts to work on all the seats for the various crew members. We've had a lot of discussion and questions about task orders recently, and I would say, we've done a lot of work in Commercial Crew to prepare for multiple contingency options. The first one is, and we want to be open and transparent about those options, the first one is to have an option in Dragon on the cargo pallet to fly 1 crew member, a total of 5 crew members down in a contingency only. And so we had a task order in place to go do that work, and that's out there. And so that work has been completed, and we now have modified the capability to not use a seat liner, but also use the foam. On Crew 9, we now have the capability to fly 2 crew members up and have ballast in the seats for that, and then return a total of 4 crew members with the right seats. We actually put out a task order with SpaceX to do that work, and that task order is out there in place, and SpaceX has completed an initial part of that work, and then there's a final part of the work to configure the vehicle for the 2 crew option and complete training for the crew for that option. And then finally, there's one more task order that we have worked on in the event that we have to undock Starliner first in an uncrewed configuration. We have a task order in place to allow up to 3 crew members on the cargo pallet using a foam configuration in the Crew 8 Dragon. So we've done a lot of contingency work and a lot of contingency planning for a lot of scenarios, but we think now we would have the whole waterfront covered. As I said, we haven't really implemented planning for the mission for these things, but we have all these items in place to keep all the options on the table. I want to clarify a couple things relative to the uncrewed Starliner configuration relative to undock. That Starliner has the capability to undock in an uncrewed configuration. However, the mission data loads for this flight, the flight software we have on board today, are set up for a crewed undock. And what that means is, in close to station for docking and undocking, the failure response matrix in the software downloads to a crew manual capability for any breakouts. In order to do the uncrewed version, we'll have to go in and change these mission data loads and verify those through the Boeing Integrated Hardware Software Test Facility before we go fly that. There would be also additional training that the Boeing Flight Control Team would have to undergo, and some work to go lay out all that work. So the software on Dragon is fine, or on Starliner is fine. It can actually handle the capability to do an uncrewed undock. It's exactly what we did on OFT-2. We just have to go configure some software parameters, not change the software to go do so. I think we've talked about all the scenarios. I want to reiterate we haven't made a decision yet relative to return Butch and Sunny on Starliner or on Dragon on Crew 9. We appreciate your patience. It's been a very complicated time frame. There's been a lot of work going on across all different entities relative to this work. I want to say how proud I am of the NASA, the Boeing, and the SpaceX team for having their head down and doing all the requisite work to make all these options viable for the program. We are in a unique position in Commercial Crew where we have all these options now, and we will use the right option at the right time. And so the decision point is ahead of us, and I will turn it over to Dana Weigel.
All right, thank you, Steve. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us today. You know, as Ken noted, we take the accurate and timely sharing of information very seriously, and so I hope I can share with you the most up-to-date and relevant information on the ISS side related to onboard activities. On board right now we have 6 spacecraft attached to station with the arrival of Northrop Grumman 21 Cygnus mission recently. We have a number of spacecraft arrivals and departures that are upcoming in the next few weeks. We have a departure of the Progress 87P on August 12th. We've got the arrival of the next Progress, which is 89P, on August 17th. Next arrival of the Soyuz 72S will be on September 11th. That'll be carrying NASA astronaut Don Pettit. And then after a handover period, the 71S Soyuz will depart on September 23rd with Tracy Dyson. One of the things in this scenario that Steve laid out for you in terms of vehicle sequencing, given that we have only 2 docking ports on board, and right now we've got Crew 8 vehicle on board and we've got Starliner on board. Before we launch Crew 9, we will need to undock the Starliner first, so that's first in the sequence of events. So after Starliner undocks, we'll launch Crew 9, and as Steve said, that's now moved to late September. Of course, the crew will do a handover, and then Crew 8 would leave about a week later. And around the corner after that, we will launch our SpaceX 31 Dragon cargo resupply mission. I know in previous briefings I've mentioned that it's been helpful to have the extra set of hands on board with Butch and Sunny. They've been continuing to help us out quite a bit with maintenance and getting extra science done on board, which we really appreciate. I do want to highlight a few other special topic, a few other things for you. For Northrop Grumman, for that mission, that carried over 8,200 pounds of critical resupply, spares, crew supplies, and science. So the crew right now is spending their time unloading it. It's pretty busy the first couple days that a vehicle comes up. There's a lot of critical science and research and a lot of things that they need to get to in the first few days, so that's what they're focused on. I do want to commend our Northrop Grumman and our NASA teams for the work they did addressing an engine burn execution issue that was encountered uphill. Shortly after launch, the spacecraft, the Cygnus's onboard limit detection system flagged an out-of-limit calculated parameter, so it takes a number of different inputs. It does a calculation, and that violated a limit, and it did what it was designed to do, and it canceled the burn. The Northrop team took a close look at all of the individual engine parameters and determined that all of the hardware was actually functioning within acceptable limits. That calculation is a little bit more conservative. And so they reworked the far-field rendezvous plan to keep us on time with our planned arrival time. It was pretty impressive to watch them do that. And, of course, that was important to us because there's a lot of science and research that has a limited time frames that it can handle between launch and arrival. So they did a fantastic job recovering and reworking the plan after that burn issue they had. Yesterday's capture of NG-21 was actually the 50th free flyer capture that we've done on board station. Of course, we used the SSRMS or Canadarm2 to do that. That's pretty impressive. The first one was about 15 years ago. It was HTV-1. That was on September 17th, 2009. And I'm kind of tickled by that data point because I was the lead flight director for HTV-1, and I remember sitting on console that day, first time we'd ever tried to capture a free-flying vehicle with a robotic arm, and pretty impressive now to think that we've now done 50 of those. And then, as I mentioned, Progress 89P is coming up, and of course that is loaded with a lot of food, propellant, and supplies for the Expedition 71 crew. I want to give a little bit more detail to what Steve talked about with the task orders, and we understand there's been a lot of confusion. We do a lot of work off and on with SpaceX for any number of different scenarios and contingencies, and so they're not specifically new activities for us, but just to give you a little more detail, the task order that was issued to SpaceX in mid-July was developed to support a contingency return capability for Tracy Dyson, similar to what we did with Frank Rubio. If you recall with Frank Rubio, after we had the Soyuz coolant loop leak, we put in place a capability that allowed for a 5-crew return with the Dragon. When we did that, we used the Soyuz seat liner as the cushion on the Dragon cargo pallet for Frank. And what we realized after that is ideally we wouldn't be taking the Soyuz seat liner and moving it. It is vulnerable to damage when you pull it out and you move it around. And so we worked in a solution that uses a foam, just different foam basically for the cushioning, and didn't require us to move the seat liner. So that gives us a lot more flexibility and doesn't put that Soyuz seat liner at risk. So that's the work that we had SpaceX do in mid-July, and that's actually the generic contingency configuration that we plan to use for all of our Soyuz crew members if we ever encountered a Soyuz vehicle issue and needed to use the Dragon. And then as Steve mentioned, we also increased that number to 7 just so that we have a full range of capabilities for future contingencies. We are really fortunate that we've got evolving capabilities in a framework that allows us to put in place alternate crew contingency options. I think the Soyuz coolant leak taught us quite a bit. You know, we'd always been protecting for anomalies on board station, but you can have any number of an anomaly on a crew vehicle too, whether it's a micrometeoroid strike or anything else. So smart for us to always have backup plans in place. Steve mentioned the specific backup plan for Starliner, and just to give you a few other pieces to that plan, if we did fly up Crew 9 with 2 crew, our plan is to leave Butch and Sunny on board to execute the rest of that expedition. They would return on Crew 9 with the normal crew rotation timing. A couple years ago, we made the decision, knowing that this was a test flight, to make sure that we had the right resources, supplies, and training for the crew, just in case they needed to be on ISS for whatever reason for a longer period of time. So Butch and Sunny are fully trained. They're capable and current with EVA, with robotics, with all the things we need them to do. Of course, as you know, they have both actually done expeditions on board station previously. They've also done EVAs for us. I did pre-position their EVA gear earlier in the year just to have that on board, so they've got suits that fit them, and so no issue or challenge with them performing the increment if we really had to do that. And to reiterate what Steve said, those are backup contingency plans. We have not made any decisions at all in terms of anchoring to a specific plan. I hope that helps fill in some of the blanks and keeps you guys fully informed with our latest. And with that, I will turn it back over to Leah.
Thank you, Ken, Steve, and Dana for all that information. Again, thanks to everyone who's tuned in online. We'll move into the question and answer portion of our conversation today. A reminder, press star 1 to raise your hand and be admitted into the queue, and press star 2 to lower it if you've heard your question answered. And as mentioned earlier, I will be turning over this portion of the call to Holly, our operator online. So, Holly, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Our first caller is Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. You may go ahead. Your line is open.
We go.
Yes, hi. I'm hoping you can hear me. For Steve, Ken, or both, after so many critical problems, how can NASA have any faith in bringing Butch and Sunny home in the Starliner, no matter how many more tests or patches are done?
Yeah, I'll start, Marcia, and then I'll hand it over to Ken. I think if we step back and look at the two big issues we've been working on orbit, really the helium leaks and the thruster issues, I think, the key attribute really to moving forward for the rest of the flight is to understand how those systems are used for the remainder of the flight and what the demand is on both the helium system, which is primarily the deorbit burn, and also the thrusters, which is the deorbit burn. And so we're really trying to understand the usage of the thrusters for the deorbit burn, and then also really delve into the physics of what's happening. I think if we could replicate the physics in some offline testing to understand why this poppet is heating up and extruding, and then why it's contracting, that would give us additional confidence to move forward, to return Butch and Sunny on this vehicle. That's what the team is really striving to do, to try to look at all the data and see if we can get a good physical explanation of what's happening. And I'll see if Ken has anything to add.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit more there, Steve. I think your description was really good. Marcia, we try not to just make decisions based on how we feel about something, right? What we try to do is go in and be data-driven, look very closely at what we've got in the way of data and then and analysis, bring in experts, and try to pin down what our risk is. When we started this mission, it was a test mission. We knew that it potentially had a higher risk than a flight on a vehicle that has more experience, more flights on it, right? So we're at the point now where we see additional risk that's in a fairly broad uncertainty band, depending on how much data and how much understanding you have. You might take a different view of where we are in that risk band. But switching off of our primary path of bringing Butch and Sunny home on Starliner causes us to take additional risk in the rest of our mission profile. And so we have to compare all those risks, and we'll weigh all that as we make our final decision.
Our next caller is Gina Sunseri with ABC News. You may go ahead.
I think this is probably for Dana, but how did Butch and Sunny react to this announcement? Are they excited about potentially 6 more months up there, or however many months for Crew 9?
I would say it wasn't an announcement. So Butch and Sunny are aware that we're always looking at contingency plans. I mean, this is a pretty common thing that we do. We've always got backup plans. Of course, they knew, before they flew that they had been fully trained, on board. The ground team has done a great job talking with Butch and Sunny and keeping them included in all of the discussions. In fact, I'll let Steve share, but he's had some recent board meetings where they participated. Butch and Sunny are ready to support, and they trust the ground teams. They're ready to support whatever we need to do. They're great crew members, great astronauts, great at flying Starliner. So I'd say they're prepared for either path that we go down. And let me hand it to Steve to share a little bit more insight with you in terms of communications with Butch and Sunny.
Yeah, I would say, Gina, we continue daily, weekly to update Butch and Sunny. They will the great news is the station has a lot of capability. They can dial into our meetings. They dialed into our program control board last Tuesday, and we're able to sort of hear all the different various opinions of where we're at and all the data that we've been putting together and all the different risk assessments. So they're getting that data. I think Butch and Sunny are ready to do whatever we need them to do. They could be coming home on Starliner, before September 24th. As Dana said, we haven't made a decision yet, right, of whether we pursue the rest of the mission and complete it nominally, as Ken said, or we have Starliner come home in an uncrewed configuration. So that's a decision ahead of us. Knowing Butch and Sunny, they are professional astronauts and test pilots, and they understand the difficulties of the decisions that we're faced. They have complete confidence in the ground teams, and then they'll do what we need them to do.
Our next caller is Jackie Waddles with CNN. You may go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for hopping on. I think I speak for a lot of us when I say I hope that we can get more frequent updates like this. It's been a couple weeks now since we've had updates on Starliner, and also would really love to be able to hear from your Boeing counterparts in situations like this. So for my question, I just want to follow up on some reporting from my colleague Eric Berger. So it sounded like behind the scenes there was some pretty serious concern about if Starliner has certain thrusters fail during undocking, that it could pose a threat to the ISS or become uncontrolled. Can you tell us if that's true, if that's something that's really being discussed behind the scenes? And if so, how big are those concerns? How widespread are those concerns? Thanks so much.
I'll start at a high level, and then I'll let Steve fill you in. So our strategy, we have fault tolerance for any number of things. So we've got sufficient fault tolerance for undocking, so we're not concerned about the, let's say, immediate proximity around ISS. The other thing that we've done in the past with the vehicle, the attitude that we're in when Starliner undocks is I'll call it a passive release attitude. So even if, for example, the vehicle did nothing and just drifted out, it's on a safe trajectory for ISS. That's not the state the vehicle would be in, but that's an added, let's say, layer of conservatism that is already there. And so I'm not sure what the specific concern is that you're referring to, but there is plenty of fault tolerance. Plus, there is safe, complete drift-out trajectory if none of the thrusters were working at all. So, Steve, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would just say, from a thruster perspective, the biggest demand on the thrusters for the remaining portion of the flight is really the deorbit burn. There'll be a few thruster firings to back away from ISS, and then a burn to basically take it over the top of ISS, and then I would say below ISS, and then moves out in front of ISS. Those firings aren't that stressing on the thrusters. Where we get into the next part of the flight, and again, the heating is not nearly what we saw on the day of rendezvous when the thrusters are firing very rapidly, not only to keep Starliner pointed toward the ISS, but also to fly it up the corridor and into the docking area. But the deorbit burn has a number of firings as the OMAC engines, the orbital maneuvering and thruster control engines, fire for the deorbit burn. 4 of those. The RCS thrusters will fire to hold the orientation of Starliner, to make sure it's pointed in the right direction to get all the thrust you need out of the engines. And that's the next stressing case. So it's really, the real concern is how many thrusters can we have fail off? We've done a lot of analysis that have shown that you can have significant number of the aft thrusters fail. In fact, you could have 4 failures of the aft thrusters, and we would still have great attitude control during the deorbit burn. And then after the deorbit burn, we need to maneuver to an attitude to separate the crew module and the service module. And then for that SEP sequence, the aft thrusters aren't required at all. Just want to clarify one other thing on the software. The software that's used, whether it be crewed or uncrewed, is the same software, the exact same flight software. What would need to be updated is a specific set of mission parameters, we call those mission data loads, to get into the uncrewed configuration. So the software doesn't have to be changed. The trajectory is the same. It really is on the software side. It's just some contingency mission data parameters in the software that if a crew weren't there, the software could then execute the checking and any response needed in close to ISS.
Our next caller is Bill Harwood with CBS News. You may go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is for Steve. Can you clarify what the actual risks are with the return? In other words, what I'm asking is, what's the worst case, given what you know about the health of the OMACs and the past problems with the RCS jets? You just mentioned you could fail off a bunch of them. It sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that as long as the OMACs fire, you're going to come down, and the crew would survive that. They might not land where they wanted to, or is it worse than that? I don't understand. I understand keeping it stable during the burn, but I'm not understanding what the worst case failure here is that you guys are spending all this time trying to protect against.
Yeah, that's a good question, Bill. I think it's really the worst case would be some integrated failure mechanism between the helium leaks and the RCS thrusters. And so for a nominal delivery burn, as I talked about, we fire one OMAC in each of the 4 doghouses, and then the RCS jets are just there to hold the orientation. And essentially, we could lose a number of jets. It's really the multiple failure cases where if you lost if you had a helium leak in a certain doghouse and that took out the OMAC in that doghouse, then you could end up with some cases that aren't as easily controlled, and that's really the more stressing cases that the team is worried about. And then the team also really does want to understand the physics. Our white sands testing shows some degradation in thrust over time, which would be acceptable. The team also wants to understand the worst case ramifications of getting the thruster hot. So far, we have seen on the flights, on multiple occasions, we've got the thrusters very hot, but they also want to make sure there's no particular failure mode if the thruster gets too hot that we haven't seen yet. So I think it's more along the lines of looking at the most extreme cases on the thruster that the team's off looking at.
Our next caller is Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, all. Boeing said last week that data supports flight rationale for using Starliner to take Butch and Sunny back to Earth. I guess, Ken and Steve, just from where you sit, are you personally in agreement with that view from Boeing, or do you prefer one of the contingency plans discussed, or are you still waiting? And just wherever you are on that, could you please explain kind of the magnitude of debate within NASA about using Starliner to return the crew members? Like, how many people, for example, on the program control board are currently opposed to that? Thanks.
Well, why don't I start, Steve, and then you can kind of finish and tell Micah about the PCB. As I mentioned before, I think reasonable people could have different views on which path we should take. I don't think anybody is taking a view that you could prove is wrong or right. What we've got is an uncertainty band, and the Boeing team, because of their experience and their belief in the resilience of their hardware, that would take them to being very confident that the vehicle could bring the crew home, even right now with the uncertainty that we've got. But we've got other folks that are probably a little more conservative. They're worried that we don't know for sure, so they estimate the risk higher, and they would recommend that we avoid coming home because we have another option, right? We could put the crew on a Dragon. So that's part of the discussion that we're having right now. But again, I think both views are reasonable with the uncertainty band that we've got, and so our effort is trying to reduce that uncertainty. Steve, anything you want to throw in there?
No, Ken, I think you said it. I'll throw a couple things in, but you said it really well. It's about the uncertainty in the data. I think Boeing asserted their vehicle was ready to come home on Friday with the blog post they put out. They listed all the testing that we have accomplished jointly between Boeing and NASA in that blog, which was good. We've done a fair amount of testing. I think it depends on your experience base a little bit as to how you view the risk. Boeing is looking at the risk from the thrusters based on what they've observed more in previous flights, all the way back to, if folks remember, in 2019 OFT-1, we failed off 9 thrusters, I think it was, very early in the flight due to a problem getting the OI burn off and had some severe heating, a number of pulses on that flight. I think Boeing looks at the flight performance on this flight, the flight performance on that flight, and the testing at White Sands and draw some conclusions. I think the NASA community in general would like to understand a little bit more of the root cause and the physics. And then what uncertainty is there relative to the root cause and the physics. I think those are the two different views, different opinions. And, we're trying to work to get a solution for both of those.
Our next question comes from Joey Roulette with Reuters. You may go ahead.
Thanks. Just wanted to follow up on Micah and Bill's question for Steve or Ken. Can you kind of quantify the disagreements that the NASA team is voicing during these meetings or the program control board? Like, what number of dissents or disagreements are you having compared to those who are supporting the data, or in otherwise? And then real quick for Steve, who comes off, or for Dana, who comes off of Crew 9 under the contingency plan? Would that be NASA astronauts or the Roscosmos astronaut? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll address the latter question first and then talk about the disagreements a little bit. We're not really ready to share the data on which crew members. I think we'll do that at the appropriate time, should we employ that option. Relative to the disagreements, I don't want to, I think the best way to characterize it is the way I said it, right? People with various levels of experience look at uncertainty differently. And so the real disagreements are how much uncertainty they view in the data and how much risk level they view relative to Starliner. And now we actually, for the first time, I think, ever in human spaceflight, while docked ISS have 2 U.S. vehicles to choose from in some respect, Dragon and Starliner. And so we knew the test flight would be riskier. The Dragon Demo 2 test flight was risky as well when we flew Bob and Doug in May of 2020. Now that we have had the helium leaks on orbit and we've had the thruster fail off, some in the team don't see that level of risk something that we should entertain. And I think that's where we're having the vigorous debates and discussions at the PCB and then at other levels, trying to gather up the rest of the data that maybe will help bring some other piece of data in that helps lower that uncertainty in their characterization of the risk.
Yeah, and just to give you a feel, we don't really count we don't vote, right? We don't go through and do any type of percentage as part of our process. Just one disagreeing voice can be enough, right, to sway the whole team to move a different direction. But I'd say we heard from a lot of folks that had concern, and the decision was not clear. Right, we heard enough voices that the decision was not clear at the program control board.
And our next question comes from Michael Sheets with CNBC. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Given what Ken said at the beginning of the call and the variety of factors at play, I think 1-hour press briefings that don't even happen once a week aren't quite cutting it, especially when the briefings try to cover multiple topics at once. But I'll stick my question to Starliner because that's the one I really want an answer on. Now that Crew 9 has been pushed back a month, what are the timeline constraints on making a decision about Starliner's return? Or in other words, how long do you have to make a decision on Starliner's return, and when do you need to make that decision by?
Yeah, we're in the process of laying that data out right now. I mean, we've authorized Boeing to go lay out the plan, not execute, but lay out the plan for what it would be, what would be required to do the uncrewed undock, and that will get a first look at that schedule probably early next week. Remember that the flight control team for Boeing has trained to do the crewed undock with the crewed parameters in the software. And so we want to go make sure before we execute that we would dust that off. And then again, there's some changes for things that are automated responses with an uncrewed version versus the crew. And so we want to go lay all that work out. When we lay that work out, I think we need to probably decide, likely in the middle of August, one path or the other, to go ahead and meet the launch date for Crew 9 on the 24th. Given what Dana said, we really would like to undock Starliner first to free the port up. And then when we do that, we want to lay in some number of landing opportunities for Starliner. The opportunities are about every 4 days. We have opportunities in September starting on the 2nd and the 6th and about every 4 days. So we want to lay those in as well. So roughly mid-August we need to decide. And we're kind of laying out that path this week.
And our next caller is Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. You may go ahead.
Hi. Thank you so much. This is for Steve or Ken, kind of following up on Michael's question. I'm just curious, what does the next few weeks look like for you? How is this decision going to get made? And who ultimately makes the call about how Starliner will come home?
Yeah, you want me to? You go ahead and explain the process there a little bit, Steve, and then I can weigh in.
Yeah, absolutely, Ken. I would love your thoughts. We need to basically follow up from the program control board we had, where we laid out data, but we didn't necessarily poll in a way that led to a conclusion, I would say. We have new data coming in. I failed to mention we have brought in extra propulsion experts from across NASA, from the Jet Propulsion Lab, from the Glenn Research Center, and from the Goddard Space Flight Center as well, to help. They're meeting here this week to see if there's some data that perhaps we have missed. They're working in concert with our commercial crew prop team and Aerojet Rocketdyne. So once we get all that data together, we'll have to come to the program control board, see if we've closed all the actions as well from the previous program control board, then take that to an agency flight readiness review, make a recommendation to Ken, and then depending on how that meeting goes, there could be another step with Jim Free and ultimately the administrator, and I'll see if you have anything to add, Ken.
No, I think you summarized it really well, Steve. The way it would work is it comes to the flight readiness review. I chair that review. We'll poll everybody, see where we are. I'll state what my position is at that time. If we have dissenting voices out of that meeting, then it can go to the associate administrator, and if there's a desire to go even further, it can go to the administrator. The administrator, though, it's important to understand that the decision-making authority I have is delegated from the administrator. Same thing with the associate administrator, right? The administrator ultimately takes responsibility and has a very important concern and responsibility for the final decision. So he will be involved.
And our next caller is Chris Davenport with the Washington Post. You may go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. Quick, can you certify Starliner if it comes back without crew? Is that theoretically possible? And then just a quick follow-up on Bill Harwood's question about the worst-case scenario. Steve, you were talking about understanding the heat generated by the thrusters and understanding the worst-case scenarios. I just wonder if there's any concerns about the heat inside the doghouse, if that could affect the propellant lines or even ignite the propellant. I think you had said something about concerns about the propellant vaporizing, but I wonder if it gets hot enough, if there could be a more adverse effect. Thank you.
Actually, a decent question.
Yeah, I'll take the first question relative to certification. We're laying out that data right now. If we had an uncrewed undock and brought Starliner back safely, I think we would look at all that data. There are many things that are the same with with or without a crew. We would have to look at the things that are really needed for a crew on board, like how the ecosystem performs with the crew and so forth, and lay that out. Boeing has already moved out on changes to the helium system. We've talked about the seal that is leaking. Remember the P2D2 flange that leaked pre-flight? They've already moved out on a replacement seal. They're already laying in additional testing for the thrusters to make sure that we hit all the corners of the box on the thrusters. They're already looking at various changes to the flight software and the way it flies, such that it doesn't put as much many pulses on the thrusters and cause the additional heating. Relative to the worst case question on igniting the propellants, right now, the propellants are separate from each other, so you would have to get enough heat to actually rupture a line, and so we don't really see that as a concern. What the doghouses are really doing to us is keeping the heat in, and such that sometimes even when we fire an OMAC, we can get heat soaked back over from that OMAC into the RCS thruster. So we don't really see it as a ignition risk or a concern of combustion inside the doghouse. It really is more about will the thrusters fail off during the deorbit burn or some other time.
And our next caller is Kenneth Chang with the New York Times. You may go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is for Steve Stitch. Basically, what changed and when and why? I asked you back on July 10th whether there were any contingency plans for Dragon, and you said, quote, certainly we've dusted off a few of those things to look at relative to Starliner just to be repaired. What you described today goes way beyond that. Was that July answer accurate, or when did you decide to actually get these extended plans started? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go back and look at the timing. We started in early July doing some early planning with SpaceX for some of these contingencies. Then as we got closer and a little bit more data, we started to put a few more things in place on Dragon. We have this contingency option that we've been working a little bit more in the background for a while. In the last few weeks, we have decided to make sure we have that capability there. As our community, I would say, got more and more uncomfortable with the uncertainty in the thrusters, I think that, to me, upped the priority in having this capability in place. And really, what we have done is totally reversible. We can fly Crew 9 as planned, as we've been planning for years with 4 crew members, and we can plan to fly it with 2 crew members. And so as we got further and further into it and heard more from the team and the uncertainty that Ken talked about and I've talked about, we decided to put a little bit more effort on that, on getting the Crew Dragon on Crew 9 configured to support the option. So.
And our next caller is Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. You may go ahead.
Thanks. Steve, did folks get less comfortable with flying Butch and Sunny on Starliner following the discovery of the Teflon seal degradation during the White Sands tests, or what is it that actually had the sort of the public-facing view go from Starline's safe to come home at any time, that there's a landing opportunity, we just want more data, to where we are today with all the contingency plans?
Yeah, those are good questions. I would say that testing at White Sands and the discovery, really, that the poppet Teflon was extruding after the testing was a bit of a surprise to us. And so that I would say upped the level of discomfort and total, not total understanding of the physics and what's happening. I would think that was a key change. And then, you would think that the thrusters recovering would be a positive thing in that, and I think I misspoke earlier. I think I said July 11th, but that thruster test was on the 27th of July, just a few Saturdays ago. They all seem to recover that Saturday, so that has given the team a little bit of, given what we saw at White Sands with the poppet, given that they've recovered, how are those two things congruent with each other, and then how do we understand the total risk level? And that's what we have embarked upon this week with not only our prop experts, with experts from across the agency to make sure we're not missing something.
And our next caller is Eric Berger with ARS Technica. You may go ahead.
Hi, thanks very much. I just want to echo what Jackie said about transparency. SOX, back in your day, there were 2 briefings a day during shuttle missions oftentimes, and it's been almost 2 weeks since we've heard about this stuff. Steve, I would love for you to talk a little bit more about the software configuration that needs to be changed on Starliner to undock autonomously. I've heard this is going to take several weeks to resolve, and so I'd just like to understand sort of why it might take that long if it's a simple change as you described. Also, can you or SOX give an estimate on the likelihood of Dragon versus Starliner return for Butch or Sunny? I know there's uncertainty, but is it like 50-50 at this point in your mind, or are you leaning one way or the other? Thank you.
I'll take the first question, and then we'll let Ken take the second question. So, yeah, we probably don't explain software very well, and I apologize for that. The software changes really are going back to what I would say would be the OFT2 configuration. And if you just think about the Starliner team, they have moved from May of 2022 into flying a crewed mission. They made a shift, modified the software to have all the capabilities that the crew needs. Essentially what we're asking them to do is go back 2 years in time and resurrect the software parameters that are required to be updated to give the automatic responses to breakouts near the ISS should we have a problem in close to ISS, which now the software allows them to do manually. The team is always updating these mission data loads. As the beta angle changes, as different things change, as landing site strategies change, they're always updating these parameters all the way through the flight. So what we really want them to do is, and as Dana mentioned, there's a slight change in the orientation of ISS at undock. So before we employ this methodology of undocking without a crew, we want to make sure we do all their work to make sure it's all tested and correct. We haven't done, I would say, any work since really May of 2022 when we had OFT2 on the uncrewed config. We've had the Boeing and NASA teams focus solely on working toward returning Starliner in a crewed configuration. Before we go execute that, it's just smart and responsible to go take the software and the mission data loads in this configuration, go into the integrated test facility. We call it ASIL, which is where all the flight software resides, all the flight hardware associated with the avionics resides, and then go run it through some test cases just to make sure we haven't missed anything. That's really what we would go do. That's really what would take the time if we were to pivot to an uncrewed undock. That's what we would go spend our time on. And I'll let Ken answer the second question.
Yeah, Eric, thanks for the thoughts on the press conferences. I appreciate that and really appreciate your interest and how hard you're working to get accurate information out there to everybody. To give you a number, it's just really hard right now. I can't give you one. It could change drastically one way or another depending on new data. But I would say that our chances of an uncrewed Starliner return have increased a little bit based on where things have gone over the last week or two, and that's why we're looking more closely at that option to make sure that we can handle it. But again, new data coming in, new analysis, different discussion, we could find ourselves shifting another way.
And our next caller is Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. You may go ahead.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking our questions today. It's a shame that Mark Nappy isn't there. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has a few questions for him. My question is this. Going forward, what is the future of Starliner, and will NASA change some of its recommendations of testing spacecraft before a crew can actually board on there? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the path forward for Starliner is to complete the rest of the test flight to undock. I would like it to undock with the crew, but if we don't end up getting there with the entire community, undock, execute the deorbit burn, return home, and then make the corrections to the problems that we've found. These problems can be fixed. The helium leak, it's maybe changing out the seal that we talked about and looking at that system and changing maybe the way that system's put together. And then the thrusters, doing a little bit more testing at White Sands and then figuring out how to fire them less. So I see a bright future for Starliner. Either way, we really need two crew transportation systems. There could be a day in the future where we're calling upon Starliner to do something for us like this. And it's a great vehicle. It's got great capability. And, Boeing has done a tremendous job working on it in concert with commercial crew. And so I really see that there's a viable path for Starliner either way that we go. In terms of testing vehicles or changing the way the requirement to have this uncrewed test flight and then a crewed test flight, I think so far that's worked well for us. I think the one area that we probably had a miss in is the doghouses and the thermal effect in the doghouses and what effects that caused on the thruster. That it's not easily tested on the ground. It's not easily analyzed. It's not easy to put the whole doghouse and service module in a chamber and fire the thrusters. And so that's probably the one thing that we probably need to think about a little bit more. Is there something that we could do differently there to make sure we didn't have these kinds of problems in flight?
And our next caller is Tim Fernholz with Payload Space. You may go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. Always good to get an opportunity to talk with you folks about this. I just want to make sure for Ken and Steve that I understand the situation. Right now we're hoping to get a root cause for the issues with the propulsion system before a decision is made on which vehicle the astronauts will return on. And we're going to do that by mid-August, and we're going to do that by analyzing the existing data and bringing in new propulsion experts from across NASA. But we don't anticipate any new testing. Is that right? And just a quick second thing, what's the story with the water intrusion on the Falcon 9 for Crew 9? Thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can take the first question. We have brought in extra experts, and we are trying to do some tests on the ground. We've got a couple theories about how to test this Teflon. We don't have a lot of data at high temperatures, and so how it performs at high temperatures and cooler temperatures. So that's something we're off working on. Can we come up with a test to do that? There may be other tests that we determine are necessary in the near term that we may embark upon. And then we're building a model also of the Teflon to see, it's called a finite element model. You break the Teflon up into little pieces, and you expose that model to the thermal and forces that it sees, and then try to understand how that material swells over time when exposed to temperature. So we're doing that work as well. Relative to Falcon 9 first stage water intrusion, there was some moisture that went into the fuel in the LOX tank of that booster when it was transported from McGregor to the Cape. The desiccant system didn't perform the way it was supposed to. That desiccant system is supposed to keep that air dry, and so it didn't perform the way it was supposed to, so we had to dry those tanks out and then replace a few components on the vehicle. And so getting a shakedown flight of that on a Starlink would be helpful for us. That's just kind of a side benefit of moving from August to September.
And our next caller is Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. You may go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking the time. Question to either Steve or Ken. Given what is now known about Starliner and the testing and analysis that is still yet ahead, if there were a contingency scenario where an emergency were to happen on station, does NASA still feel like Starliner is a safe vehicle for Butch and Sunny to return on now if it were needed to be called upon today? And then just a quick second follow-up to Steve. Can you update us on the status of the second stage analysis for the crew flight test, or for the Crew 9 flight? Thanks.
Let's see, relative to the first question on the contingency return capability, we still agree that the right course of action would be to return Butch and Sunny in Starliner. Should there be an emergency at ISS where it's an uninhabitable environment or they need to get off station, Starliner would be their best option, and we still feel confident in that. Relative to the second question, we have been following along with the FAA's investigation on the second stage anomaly on the Merlin vacuum engine, what we call the MVAC engine. Our second stage has been through testing at McGregor with the modifications that we spoke of on the press event. I think that press event was on the 26th, or maybe it was the 19th of July. So it's been through the stage testing at McGregor. We removed that sense line, removed the transducer from the vehicle, tested that vehicle. The testing all went well. SpaceX has flown now, I'm probably losing track, at least 3 or 4 Starlinks, plus the NG-21 flight with the modification. Our team's feeling pretty good about that. We swapped out the turbine housing, and we're working through that swap out, and that's coming to the program control board Thursday, which is tomorrow. So that's the latest status on the second stage on Crew 9.
Yeah, well, this is Ken. It may be confusing folks that we're willing to put the crew on for a contingency return, but still talking about the planned return. And part of that is how we make decisions about risk in contingency situations. It's pretty unlikely to get into one of those contingency situations, number one. And then number two, because of the criticality of those situations, we typically would be willing to accept a little more risk. So that's how you get this apparent difference in what we would be willing to do in the different situations.
Our next caller is Isam Ahmed with AFP. You may go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for doing this. I was just wondering, given the sort of fundamental flaws that have been uncovered in this sort of design process, what does that mean for the future of the certification process? If Butch and Sunny do come home on the Starliner, will it certainly be certified, or could there be a possibility of more work needs to be done? And we can see that Boeing has some blame here, but does NASA also share some blame in failing to oversee them adequately and allowing these design flaws to go unnoticed?
That would be my question. Not phrased like that, but that's my question.
Yeah, obviously the certification process isn't really just about landing, and then if the landing goes well, that vehicle is certified. We have a whole process of certification that we needed to go through relative to the data that's obtained from this flight. We obtain pressure data that's recorded on board. We'll go look at all that data. And then there's a number of changes that Boeing will be rolling in for Starliner 1 that we've talked about. I think we mentioned in the area where the landing loads are the highest, called an airbag backing panel. It's where the airbag's essentially attached to the structure of Starliner. That's going to be modified, and we have to go through certification on that. I think we've talked about the suits and seats are going to have some modifications. Obviously, the flight software has modifications to go to both the forward port and the zenith port, so there's many modifications that have to be certified. The changes to the dog houses relative to helium would undergo certification as well, and that data would be given to NASA along with whatever the changes to the way the vehicle flies to reduce the demand on the thrusters in terms of the heating. Relative to the certification process and how we got here in flight, I think we'll have to go back and look at that. We see things on every flight that are a bit of a struggle for engineers to explain why did we miss that. We had that in Space Shuttle. I remember a flight STS-95 where that many flights into the program, the drag chute door when the engine started at liftoff, the drag chute door fell off, contacted the engine, and then we had to go work in the flight. Was the drag chute safe to deploy, or were we worried about it coming out? So that you could say was a certification miss. Obviously, Orion is dealing with, what they learned on the heat shield from their test flight as well, Artemis 1. It's every test flight, every time we fly, we learn something new. SpaceX, after 300 Falcon 9 flights, found when they made a very simple design change, removed a bracket and changed a transducer on the Starlink flight that had the MBEC anomaly, ended up having a failure of the engine. So I think it's really tough, this business is. I always do a bunch of soul searching afterwards, like what did we miss, and we'll do that, and we'll see if there's anything we can improve in our processes.
Our next caller is Elizabeth Howell with Space.com. You may go ahead.
Thanks, everyone, for your time. This might be for Dana. Can you clarify, if possible, who would be flying on Crew 9 if it was only 2 astronauts? Would it be the pilot and the commander, for example? And I'm also wondering about the implications for future missions. If it was only 2 going up, would that affect the composition for Crew 10, for Crew 11, and the alliances with other space agencies such as Roscosmos? Thanks very much.
All right, let's see. Just to echo what Steve said, we're not ready to share specific crew names for the contingency plan. If we find ourselves in a position where we do make a decision that we're not going to fly Starliner back with Butch and Shunny, we'll share those details at that time. But more generically, sending up to and then having Butch and Sunny stay on board, just to kind of walk through that. So they stay on board and they end up doing the full increment. Crew 8 comes home with a normal Crew 8. And then at that point in time, we're back into our normal rotation plan. So there are no other deltas or changes. It's just a specific change to Crew 9 dropping down to 2 crew.
And our next caller is Jeff Faust with Space News. You may go ahead.
Thank you. And then I'll welcome my colleagues who want this to be the first of a more frequent series of briefings during this dynamic time on station. For Steve, are there particular data sets or analyses that you are counting on to make a decision on whether to have Starliner return with the crew or not? For example, do you need to understand the physics of what's going on in the thruster with the seals expanding and the propellant vaporizing before you would approve having a crew come back on Starliner? Thanks.
Yeah, I think the team would like us to understand that physics a little bit better to try to answer the understanding of this, why this Teflon is swelling, and then why is it likely that it basically restored itself back to a normal configuration such that the flow returns so that we get nominal thrust, which we saw when we did that docked hot fire on the 27th of July. So that's some key data. And then anything that we can do with thruster experts or testing to understand the potential uncertainties and to make sure that there's no way that there's a real serious catastrophic failure mode of the thruster. So far, what we've heard from Aerojet and experts is that's not true, but we're making sure we do our due diligence to understand if there's a potential failure mode that where the thruster could have a leak or something like that. So far, we haven't seen that, but that's really the data that we're taking our time to go through that data.
Our next caller is Marina Koren with The Atlantic. You may go ahead.
Hi, a question for Steve. In your discussions with SpaceX, have you considered organizing an entirely new Dragon flight to bring Butch and Sunny home so that they don't have to remain on station until February 2025? And a quick one for Ken. My colleagues on this call have already said that we would have really liked to hear from someone at Boeing today, but I do want to ask, why isn't Mark or another Boeing representative on the call today? And given the amount of work that you've done with SpaceX to prepare for the contingency plans you're telling us about today, why isn't a SpaceX representative on this call? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll let Ken. Why
don't I do the last one first, Steve, and then you can go, huh?
Sure.
Today we wanted to just kind of give you the NASA team's point of view on all the complicated issues on ISS. We'll have chances to bring Boeing back along with SpaceX in the future as we progress. Today I really wanted those guys to be able to work on the technical issues rather than being here at the press conference, but we'll give them an opportunity in the future. Steve, go ahead.
Yeah. The relative to sending up a new Dragon so that Butch and Sunny didn't have to stay up till February, we really never considered that option from the very beginning. We liked the option of modifying Crew 9 or Crew 8. We looked at both of those and bringing them back either one of those vehicles. We're trying to lay out the rest of our manifest, to make sure we have vehicles available for all the flights. It just didn't make sense to go ahead and accelerate a flight, SpaceX, to return Butch and Sunny earlier.
Our next caller is Clayton Sandell with Scripps News. You may go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. One of my questions just got answered, but I will ask, we haven't heard from Butch or Sunny since July 10th, and I was hoping you might commit to having them participate in another on-orbit press conference as soon as one can be scheduled. Thanks.
Our plan is, once we make the decision, and hopefully, as Steve said, that's mid-August, we're planning onboard station to set up a press conference with Butch and Sunny. So that'll be coming around the corner when we have our decision made.
And our next caller is Stephen Young with Spaceflight Now. You may go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question on the timing and sequencing. You're going to have to depart the Crew 8 Dragon
Not
and
answering
Starliner
NSF's question.
and
They've had two
dock
Spaceflight Now
Crew
questions.
9. How is that all
Ridiculous.
going to work? What is going to be the lifeboat plan for Butch and Sunny if Starliner goes first? And you also did an inspection of Starliner with the robot arm after the hot fire test. I'm wondering why that was performed and what you might have learned during that.
Yeah, I'll take the last question first. We did an inspection. I believe it was on July 30th of the vehicle. We did a standard MMOD survey, lining us up for the next set of undock opportunities. That's good for a number of days. I have to go back and check on how many days that's good for. So it's just an opportunity to take a look at the vehicle and see if there was any MMOD damage at all. Relative to the sequence that we're talking about, so the first event in the sequence is Starliner has to undock first. That would free up the forward port on the space station. Then, right now, that would happen first. And then after that, we will do a port relocation to move. Once we launch Crew 9 we'll launch Crew 9 next. That will be the next launch. We'll dock to the forward port, the forward IDA. After that vehicle docks, then we would have Crew 8 undock and return. And then before the cargo flight, we want to relocate the Crew 9 Dragon from the forward port to the zenith port because the next vehicle, we would like it on the forward port to do some demonstration. And I'll let Dana talk about that.
Let me just add one thing in the sequence. You specifically used the word lifeboat and talking about Starliner going first. So before we would undock Starliner, Steve mentioned previously we were putting in place work for the Dragon crewed vehicle to have up to 7 people. So basically you can do 5, 6, or 7. It covers all different crew configurations. The first step would be if we were doing an uncrewed Starliner undocking, we would first configure the Crew 8 Dragon vehicle to be able to handle the 2 additional crew members. So we would put a contingency configuration in place first to make sure we have a contingency return vehicle ready. Then we would undock Starliner. Then we would launch Crew 9, launch Crew 8, do the handover. Crew 8 will leave. Then, as Steve said, we would relocate Crew 9 to get ready for our cargo mission. So that's how we would handle the lifeboat configuration for the uncrewed undock scenario.
And thanks, Dana. I feel for reporters that have to understand that whole thing, because as we talk it's very complicated. So,
Our next caller is Ryan Caton with NSF. You may go ahead.
Hey, there he is. Hi.
Hi, thanks very much. Very quickly, I will also echo the comments earlier. More frequent conferences and transparency is really, we really desire that. I understand you do not want to name the astronauts right now, but in the event that 2 up, 4 down Crew 9 contingency is activated, do you know when those 2 astronauts which are bumped off Crew 9 would fly? Will 2 astronauts on every future Dragon mission now be bumped 1 flight further down the line, or how's that going to work out? Thanks.
We haven't worked through those specific details. We tend to assign crew in general a couple of years out to get them into training, but in this particular case, we've got crew members who are already proficient and trained, so our flexibility is much higher in this particular case. They're fully qualified to go fly on ISS, do all the ISS work, they're fully qualified for Dragon. So if we found ourselves in that situation, that's something we'd do, is we'd go look at future manifests and just see what makes sense for the overall crew complements going forward.
And our next caller is Anthony Colangelo with Marine Engine Cutoff. You may go ahead.
Main engine.
Hey there, thanks. If the decision were made to send Starliner out uncrewed, is there additional testing that you would do on the way back before reentry, or would you fly it exactly as if the crew was on board for the certification stuff that you talked about earlier? Thanks.
Very good question. The one thing that we're thinking about or talking about what to do with is the additional hot fires once we undock. Should we hot fire all the thrusters again to understand their performance, or there's this one thruster that had severely degraded thrust on docking day, B1A3. Should we hot fire that thruster? That's really the main thing that we've been talking about doing relative to the undock SEP sequence and the deorbit burn.
Our next caller is Manuel Mazzanti with Exploración Espacial. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much,
Space
Manuel Mazzanti,
exploration.
Exploración Espacial.
Right.
A question for Dana, following previous comments. I know that you cannot mention names so far, but in the case that this contingency plan moves forward, launching Crew 9 with 2 members, what would be the rationale? Would it be based on the activities they need to perform, like science-based, prioritizing science, EVA, maintenance, international partners? And a quick second question, have you ever considered modifying Crew 9 in some way that you can return with 6 astronauts, like the original Crew 9 plus Butch and Sunny, given the fact that Crew Dragon could handle 7 astronauts, I guess? Thank you.
All right, I'll take that first one, and then I'll let Steve talk about the second one. There are a lot of things that we take into consideration when you look at crew complements, and in a case like this, specifically looking at Butch and Sunny's training and the rest of the crew complement and what makes sense both for ISS, but also specifically for the Dragon. The Crew 9 crew trained together with 4 crew. Though in this case, we have this contingency. They'd fly up with 2, so we're looking at all of those factors combined to make sure that we make the right decision. And I'll let Steve answer the second one.
Yeah, relative to additional capability beyond the 4 seats we have in Dragon, SpaceX had some of those concepts early on relative to additional astronauts. Right now, the seats have to rotate during entry, so it would be really difficult on the cargo pallet to install more seats. And, of course, then we would have to modify the ecosystem to handle flow to those suits for cooling, and then also for air and then O2. So, we talked about it a little bit over the years, but we really don't have the time to implement such a system. And so we feel like we've gotten the best solution now, which would be to fly 2 up and then 4 back on Crew 9, should we need to employ this option.
And our next caller is Gina Sunseri with ABC News. You may go ahead.
Yes, is this the only major problem you see that causes you to have, with the RCS thrusters, that causes you to have call coming back on Dragon an alternative?
Yeah, really, it's the thrusters and combined with the helium leak. I talked about, if you had a helium leak that was so big that you couldn't, you isolated it and couldn't then repress a doghouse, that would be these two things, the helium leaks and really the thrusters are the two things that working together would give us concern relative to executing the remainder of the nominal mission, bringing Butch and Sonny back on Starliner.
Our next caller is Megan Bartels with Scientific American. You may go ahead.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you hear me okay?
We have you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I just wanted to echo everyone else's calls for having more regular press conferences and also for giving us access to Boeing and SpaceX representatives to talk about these issues. I did want to ask, I'm not sure who this would be, maybe for Dana, but if the Crew 9 contingency plan does fly, you mentioned, or someone mentioned, sending up 2 crew members and having ballast for the other 2 to replace the other 2 crew members. Can you talk about why it would be ballast and not like supplies for the space station, non-consumable material kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a good question. Really, what we're looking to do is replace the weight or the mass of a crew member in that seat, and so we can fly up some supplies, some additional foam in that seat, but there really is a metallic ballast config that SpaceX has built and would fly up in the seat just to make sure the center of gravity is unchanged. All these capsules have a pretty tight center of gravity, and the ballast would have to be flown in the seats on Dragon for that purpose.
And that is all we have time for today. Thank you all again for tuning in, and thank you for your questions. Thank you again to Ken, Steve, and Dana for participating and sharing the latest updates with us. We will continue to provide updates at blogs.nasa.gov/commercialcrew, and that will do it for us today. So thank you all again for joining.
Thanks, everybody.
And this concludes today's conference. Thank you for participating. You may disconnect at this time and have a great rest of your day.
Give me 1 second, dudes. Bite me. Okay. So, NSF got their question in, but it was way at the end. Way at the end. All right. So, the gist of it is that NASA has pursued some ISS contingency operations in the event that they can't isolate the fault tree on Starliner in time with reasonable confidence, with reasonable flight rationale to get the crew home. That's what's going on. They haven't done this. They haven't made a decision on it yet because it's an ongoing investigation. But that's the gist of it, dude. NASA is still worried about the thrusters and the helium leaks on Starliner, but is isolating variables. So what did I think of this? Sounds right to me. What was that about Teflon seal protruding? So there's a poppet on the oxidizer injector on one of the thrusters that they that is eating away, or the NTO is eating away at it because it got too hot. Guys, NTO is nasty stuff. Nitrogen tetroxide. It's nasty stuff. It'll kill you if you touch it. First of all, Second of all, it's sticky. It's kind of sticky. It's a pain in the butt to deal with. It's like moving glue or not glue. That's not the right thing. That's not the right way to say that. It's like I want to say like syrupy, but it's not. It's sticky. It's sticky liquid, like orange juice, like soda that's dried up. You know, if you spill soda on something, it gets sticky. It's like that. It's sticky stuff. Viscous, I guess. Yeah, there you go. They're going to release it and let it burn in the atmosphere because it's too expensive to fix. You wouldn't be making adjustments to your thrusters clap trip on a active mission. That's not a good idea. You could probably make changes to the software controls mechanism, which is what they were talking about. So the NTO, okay, so here's the thing. Something came downstream that unseated that poppet or caused it to something hit it, basically. Something hit that seal coming downstream, or they think a piece of the seal came off. Now, here's the biggest thing, guys, and this is the most important thing to understand here. You can't get your hands on the hardware. That's why this fault tree is taking the longest amount of time. You can't get your hands on this hardware. It's going 17,500 miles an hour up there. There are astronauts near it, but the service module is not designed to be taken apart while you're in flight. That would be like working on a car's engine when it's driving down the highway. There's only so many changes that you can do when the thing is going, right? So that's the first thing to understand. That's why this fault tree is taking so long. So what's happening with that thruster is they're getting seal degradation. The thruster is getting unseated, I think, because something is getting at it, and the NTO, because it's nasty stuff, is degrading the seal a little bit. Now, seal degradation is something that happens. That happens. It happens. That's just the reality of this stuff. Dealing with NTO and MMH is a pain in the butt, but here's the thing. Nitrogen tetroxide and monomethylhydrazine are such a ridiculous chemical that they can just stay liquids even up in the crazy thermal conditions that are encountered on a spacecraft. That's why every spacecraft uses them. Or uses some form of hypergolic thruster. Like the Russians don't use NTO and MMH. They use unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and N2O4, which is it's basically the same thing. Pour some Berryman down the yap. Exactly. There's no intake. Can't do that. So it's not opinion if someone has factual. Okay, so here's my thing. You know, I know this is going to come up with you guys or whatever. Look, I'll be 100% honest with you dudes. I don't mind Eric Berger pushing for more transparency with NASA. That's more opportunity for us to learn. My thing is, his article that he reported about Starliner's contingencies is wrong. It's incorrect. I think that whoever is telling him stuff is a viable source. Whoever he clearly has a contact at Johnson Space Center. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he doesn't. The guy lives in Houston and he always has a source. He knows somebody at the Space Center. But some things to take into account, okay? Like, once again, a lot of the stuff, I'll say it, a lot of the stuff that he reported was correct, but a lot of it wasn't. Whoever he's talking to is clearly high up at NASA, right? At least in Johnson Space Center, right? But if you recall that press interview, Ken Bowersox and Steve Stitch both commented on it that there are some differing opinions about the flight rationale for bringing Starliner home. People have different risk adversity to this mission, to bringing them back. That's fair, but I honestly don't give two flying craps if someone has a dissenting opinion about this. I have always said and will always say that flight-driven data is the most important thing here. Which is why I don't appreciate articles being written with conjecture in it, hearing one side of the argument based, clearly they said that there's kind of, the flight rationale differs amongst the kind of people that are overseeing this mission. And Eric reported one side of that flight rationale is fact. Even if some of that was right, and actually a lot of it was, credit where credit is due, I really honestly don't like that this is being treated like some sporting event. There's lives at stake here. You have to give NASA the benefit of the doubt here that they're not lying and that this isn't some kind of crazy cover-up. If it was some kind of crazy cover-up, why would they have started explaining Dragon contingency procedures, and why would they even be discussing publicly a contingency procedure for the Starliner astronauts to be landing on a Dragon? Why would you even bother if there was some kind of crazy cover-up, right? The insinuation from what Eric does that there is kind of absurd to me. That's ridiculous. Why would they discuss it? Now, I suppose you could make the argument that him saying this stuff prompted this press conference. And once again, I'll say what I said at the beginning of this explanation. I have no problem with him pushing for more transparency. I really don't. I just don't really... I'm not really on board with treating this like it's some kind of SpaceX versus Boeing thing. Ironically, and this is kind of the self-own that I think this is, everybody arguing, even apparently people at NASA arguing for contingency to bring these astronauts down on Dragon, I think is ironically proving why you should push through and get Starliner flying, because you never know if the situation could be reversed here. It's possible. It's possible. I don't think it was a cover-up. I think they're trying to downplay the seriousness of the situation, at least before today. See, here, everyone says this. I don't understand where people are getting this from. Eric Berger says this. All the journalists. I was talking to NSF. Even guys over there believe that. What? Downplaying the seriousness of the situation? What does that mean? I don't understand. What are we talking about here? That the thruster could be a problem? You got to remember, NASA doesn't want to speculate when they don't have a definitive answer. Exactly. I don't think there's any... That's what I mean. Downplaying the seriousness of the situation. NASA's argument I've listened to every press conference, every single one of them, from the Flight Readiness Review all the way to this one regarding Starliner. I've been following its development pretty damn close. Every single one of these conferences, they've said the same thing. You're not going to know. You don't speak definitively on something where you don't have the answer, right? Speculation is awful to incorporate into your analysis. That's what they've always said, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. Getting a source that has some opinions about the Starliner mission and then reporting that speculation before the investigation is done is dangerous. Look at how many people here are pushing for, them to, not fly on Starliner because of the perceived risks. Not even NASA knows the answer to that question, but people are people seem to be very, 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 what's the word? They seem to be very decisive about this. That's very interesting to me, implying that, there's one entity at NASA that knows better than everybody else, better than the people, better than their boss, better than the people that are in the press conferences.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's just, that doesn't make any sense. How is it dangerous? Nobody here is making decisions. Our opinions don't matter. You think, I mean, Eric, that's a fair question, I suppose. Hey, Sneaky. Tier 1, 72 months, 6 years, how time flies. Thank you very much. Do you think that the public pressure could push NASA, the public pressure by all these reporters about this could push NASA into making a bad judgment? I would argue that outside forces and lack of outside forces, the press getting up people's butt, and pressure from entities that aren't engineers and scientists are what caused Challenger in Columbia. This exact thing is what caused that. I think it's a poignant thought. You know,
Discovery, go at throttle
no
up.
fever wasn't induced by engineers in 1986. It was induced by people who weren't engineers that had a say in this
Discovery,
process.
go at throttle up.
Does that make sense? This pressure here to get stuff done could inadvertently push NASA into making a decision that's not influenced by the data. Once again, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really mind Eric reporting what he reports. I really don't. But when people come in here and say, well, Starliner's doing this, well, you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure. And I'm not trying to say that to, because it's me versus him or anything. He's just another reporter, dudes. Like, whatever. But also at the same time, I'm not going to compromise my analysis on the situation just because of supposed hearsay. Now, once again, in this particular scenario, he was correct. He was correct on much of the flight rationale and where NASA was at. But then the guy wrote an article. Hey, somebody gifted this guy, Eric. That's totally fair. Thank you for the response. You can always tag me. I'm always willing to listen to dissenting opinion. But some of the stuff 7 years ago, NASA knew of the issues with hypergolics and PTFE valves. Yeah, Will, no doubt. But that just, personally, I like to think NASA learned some lessons, and the pressure doesn't make a huge difference in real decision making. But it's fair to point out that it's happened in the past. So, Eric, here's how this applies to this the most, dude. Listen, just hear me out here for a second. I'm not trying to start some beef with Eric Berger or whatever. Like, I'm not. It's just sometimes, like, here, let me read your question. I'd like to think that NASA learned some of the lessons and that pressure doesn't make a huge difference in real decision making. But the guy goes and reports that that's what's going on. That's what I've been trying to say. I was reading what you guys are saying. And I'm reading my YouTube chat, and I'm reading what people are saying on NSF. It's the implication here from all three chats. I've been talking with the NSF boys. I have my YouTube chat open. I have the Twitch chat. The implication here is that there's some kind of cover up, or they're lying, or they're downplaying stuff. I don't think that they are. I really don't. I think this is an ongoing analysis. And it's really hard to do analysis on a thruster you can't get your hands on. It's difficult. It does take time. And now some people, I see people write that off as a downplay or some kind of cover. Guys, that's the truth. How are you gonna diagnose what's going on with a thruster? How are you gonna know for sure? That thruster's up there in space right now. It's not like Butch and Sonny can get their hands on it. That's what I mean. NASA will not make a decision on what the press says. They will surely make the right call. But the whole pressure is because NASA is not being transparent enough. I don't see... Liz, once again, what do you mean they're not being transparent enough? What do they want? They want to report to you when they take a dump? You want to know every time Steve Stitch takes a shit? Like, there's no... You have to run these tests, and I feel like they've been very clear about their fault tree analysis and what's going on with the thrusters. Like Eric, thanks for the bits, dude. I appreciate it, buddy. Like, once again, I'm not trying to. I don't understand. Guys, I've been listening to every press conference. They've been very straightforward about these thrusters. What more information do you want? Like, what, Liz, if it's you and you're in the room with with Steve Stitch and the rest of the people that are discussing this, what other information do you want? What more transparency? What's the question you would ask? I'm just genuinely curious. Yeah, Lazarus, see, that I'm cool with. If Eric's play was to put these articles out with some intentional misinformation to get NASA to do more press conferences, okay, fair play. That's fair game. Good call. I actually would applaud that behavior. That's good. Because, yeah, I mean, we should get an update on it, right? But, yeah, I think that's fair. I honestly don't have a problem with that, to be real. You know, he's definitely cranking up the pressure, right? But I want to know what the Starliner safety margin is. What is the current understanding of Starliner safety margin? And they've told you. They're like 95% sure, but it's what I was talking to you about. Flight rationale can change in the event of an emergency. This is the complications about spaceflight. That doesn't do anything to help, and I hope NASA would not care about that. I mean, it's clear that they did, Rocket Guy, which means NASA does listen to the press. And the press do play a component in their optics and analysis. Can you see how that could be dangerous? Put out misinformation. Hey, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, Rem. I'm not trying to start crap here. You know what I mean? Yeah, Dean, like I said, I'm willing to explore all contingency. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, dude. Give me 1 moment, guys. I'm talking to Sawyer. Okay, anyway, sorry about that. Dangerous in this general case, or specifically, what was that in regard to, Phil? Sorry. It sounds to me as if the additional calls for transparency reflect that reporters want to be in the stakeholder meetings and the PBCs. Yep. Yeah, Rem, like, once again, I think Eric's stirring the pot because he wants a story. And hey, yeah, I get it, man. Like, I don't think it's wise to attack the press as a whole, but individuals, sure, why not? I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with people reporting stuff, but you can't claim to be a beacon of, you know, like, okay, I guess here's my biggest thing, dudes. If you want to be a reporter, you want to report about the news, that's fine. I'd like to think that Eric is my counterpart in this regard, and he wants to teach people about spaceflight. With that being said, the continuity of his articles suggests otherwise. You can't have it both ways. You're either an editorial or you're education. What I do here is educational. I don't ever take Boeing or NASA or SpaceX side. I just try to tell you guys what's going on within the best of my ability. I don't cite anonymous sources, and I definitely don't report contingency procedures before NASA would. I don't do that here. Okay, this is a for-profit educational stream, and in order for me to remain that and keep integrity, I have to be unbiased in what I'm reporting. There's not, oh, Boeing's covering it up. Oh man, NASA's lying. Oh my God, can you believe this? You'll never find that crap here. I don't do that, And I honestly don't think you can have it both ways. You can't claim to be an educational entity and then report your op-ed as fact. That's gross. It's disgusting behavior, and it's frankly a slap in the face to everybody that takes this seriously. I think you misspelled up to date in the title, did I? Looks fine to me, unless I forgot how to read, which is possible. I want to point out the fact that dissenting opinions where there is uncertainty are taken seriously, that people are feeling empowered to bring it up, and that these concerns are actually being brought up to change sounds like a major change from the mentality that Destin called them out for in his presentation. I think that's actually a good thing. Aqualex, I'll go back to what I said. Calling for more transparency and to keep us in the loop, I'll never, ever fault anybody for that, ever. Dude, if I could be here at every stakeholder meeting
this is space. I'm in space.
Every single, for Starliner, right? I'd be at every single one of them. There's always an opportunity to learn, and there's always an opportunity to teach, especially when it comes to this stuff. Learning about, I mean, dude, I learned about flight rationale. I knew what flight rationale was, but that Wayne Hale post the other day, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I knew flight rationale, and I knew you had to roll the dice sometimes, and how far are you willing to roll the dice, how much you're willing to gamble. I knew about, fault tree analysis and potential failure mode analysis, stuff like that. I just didn't have a name for it. You know what I mean? These things give you great insight. Like, there's entities out there that give you great insight into this stuff. Pushing for more of it, I'll never fault anybody for doing that. But reporting egregiously wrong stuff as fact, and then maybe that was the catalyst for getting that press conference, in which case that's good, but guys, I could have told you that. I mean, somebody asked me about Starliner running into the ISS 2 days ago, and I told you, no, it's impossible. You can't do that. The undocking procedure is per NASA standards, and Steve Stitch did talk about this. The undocking procedure for any capsule that separates from the space station, okay? The undocking procedure for any capsule that separates from the space station requires it to be in an orbit. That means that even if it broke completely, it would never get near the ISS. It is in a non-resonant eccentric orbit. So there is no possibility of it ever happening. That is true with Dragon. That's true with Soyuz. That's true with Starliner. That was true from the shuttle. That's just ISS mission contingency procedures. Now, with that being said, in Eric's article, I went and read it. I'm not going to do it on stream. I went and read it. He said that the thruster malfunctions could cause a problem and have Starliner potentially crash into the station. Okay, we know that they're having thruster problems, right? We know that they use the thrusters for undocking, obviously. Now, the docking port is spring-loaded, so there is some impulse given on the spacecraft from undoing the hooks. Hey, Bree, give me a second, okay? Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. Perfect. Hi, Titan. This is mine, not yours. Nope, that's not food, pal. Those are screws. Thank you. Yeah. I love you. I love you too. We have a package. It's good. Now, here's the thing. We know that they had we know that they're having problems with one of the thrusters. They're having they're having degraded seals, which does happen with NTO. We said that already. They have degraded seals, right? And these kind of degraded seals, it's happening a lot faster than what they're used to because the propellants are overheating, because the thrusters are overheating, because they didn't get their thermal model right. Now, okay, critical thinking time. You see an article that says that Starliner could crash if the thrusters malfunction. Now, recall NASA saying which thrusters potentially have problems. The specific thrusters that they're having issues with are the OMAC thrusters, the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. Those are the thrusters that are they're more powerful thrusters. So Starliner has two different types of thrusters on it. They have, long story short, big ones and small ones. The big ones, the OMAC thrusters, only face in one direction. They're on the back of the service module. There's 12 of them, 3 sets of 4. They're big thrusters. And then they're supplemented by vernier thrusters. The smaller vernier thrusters are the ones that would be used in an undocking scenario. Okay? Does that make sense? That's fair. You wouldn't use your big boy thrusters. They're not even pointed in the right direction to do it for an undocking procedure. Starliner has to do a retro burn. Actually, it would end up being a relative prograde burn because you're pulling off the front of the ISS. So it's backing up, right? That would require your vernier thrusters. That is not where NASA's thruster problems are coming from. The seal degradation is coming from the orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters. So, okay, devil's advocate here. They have helium leaks on some of the thrusters. They're getting helium leaks on, I think, 5 thruster blocks total. Some of them are OMAC thrusters, some of them aren't. Starliner has 4 sets of backup, let's call them backup thrusters. We'll say they're retro thrusters. There's 4 sets of 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4 on the forward part of the doghouse. I can show you. Let me show you a picture. So see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, actually there are backup thrusters. Excuse me. Those aren't OMAC thrusters, but they are bigger thrusters for doing retro burns. But you have the smaller thrusters here. The point that I'm trying to get at is that you have redundant thrusters. And per NASA's own press conferences where they've been doing the fault tree analysis, they've said that they have enough thrusters to back up from the ISS. And the helium leaks, while bad, are still within margin. Understand? There's no way that Starliner could hit the station. Not a chance. They have quadruple redundant thruster blocks. There's no way all 4 of them are going. And that's even per NASA and Boeing. That's not just Boeing saying, no, our thrusters are good, we swear. First of all, NASA and Boeing are doing the fault tree analysis together because NASA has had their hand up Boeing's tailpipe since the OFT-1 fiasco, right? Does that make sense, dudes? See what I mean? You just do a little bit of thought, like turning it through in your head. There's no way that's truth. And I said that days before this press conference, and Steve Stitch basically said exactly what I said a second ago. There's no possible way. There's no possible way you could hit the station. One, because of the differential eccentricity of the orbit that Starliner gets put in, and it's out of resonance. There's no way it's going to hit the station. It's impossible because of the impulse burn. Now, the second part of this, dudes, to think about is the thrusters that do have seal degradation. That only happens, the seals only degrade more than what they thought under high temp scenarios. So when the thruster's duty cycle is exceeded, basically when it's firing a lot. Do you need to fire a lot to separate from a space station? Do you need to fire your RCS a lot to separate from a space? Any Kerbal players out there? You don't punch the RCS when you undock, right? You just hit it once and the spacecraft just drifts away. They would need an impulse, minimal duty cycle to get the thrusters to separate. See what I'm talking about? There's no way. There's no way that's truth. And I called it out. I called it out then, and I'll call it out now. Now, once again, I don't think that Eric was completely wrong with what he said. The contingency procedures party got exactly right. Sure. Absolutely. Hey, good for you, man. Great inside scoop. But once again, reporting some of these things selectively like that, I'm not too about that life. Could Dragon dock to Starliner and assist it in deorbiting? Then undock and land before entering the atmosphere? Sure, Shadowman. Yeah, of course it could. NASA would have a contingency to do that. Sure, absolutely. But now, Shadowman here, I'm going to play it back to you. I don't think they would. Now, why? Why would they do? Why wouldn't they? Do you think there's a simpler way to solve that problem? Okay, you give the benefit of the doubt here. You got to use some deductive reasoning here, okay? They're talking about, and this is another part that Eric did get right. Good Good job. Credit where credit is due. That they're exploring options and reconfiguring some mission parameters for their guidance system to potentially do the entire deorbit autonomously. So, i.e., bringing Butch and Sunny down on a Dragon capsule, okay? And then let Starliner deorbit uncontrolled. Or not uncontrolled, just letting it go through the deorbit with no people on board, right? That's pretty straightforward stuff. Now, Shadowman, with that being known, once again, NASA was very clear about this. They, especially in today's press conference, that they could bring them home, sure. Or they could bring them home on a Dragon capsule and Starliner could do an autonomous deorbit, right? So NASA's confident that that thing can deorbit it by itself. What they're unsure about is risking thruster blowout when there's people on board. Right? So they're confident that they could deorbit the capsule. So having Dragon undock from the station, Starliner undock from the station, setting a Dragon up, attaching it, and then doing the deorbit burn, that's too complicated. NASA's already confident that they can get the capsule back down. Yeah, sure, no problem. But, once again, that could be done, but it's important to understand how contingencies are thought up. Is that the simplest way to get Starliner back down? No. It's a way to do it, but it's probably not the simplest. See what I mean? That's how NASA thinks. This is the kind of mentality you got to get into. And I'll be honest, I know it seems like NASA obfuscates questions, but if you try to put yourself in their shoes and think about how they assess situations and how they wouldn't speculate unless it's data-driven analysis, because people will twist your words. I mean, they're going to do that anyway, but what NASA's doing with these contingencies makes perfect sense. Aren't Dragon's main thrusters pointed at whatever it's docked to? Yeah. You could use other thrusters to do it, Aqualex. Sure.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, Finn, that's what I mean. The guy likes stirring the pot. I mean, here's the thing, dude. I don't like what he says. Sometimes what he reports pisses me off. But here's the thing, man. I'm not going to say you shouldn't be reporting this, Your right to report whatever you want is much greater than me saying what you can and can't report. I'm not an arbiter of truth. So, but what I try to do is use what's wrongfully reported. And when I say wrongfully reported, I mean incorrect of the facts, not what I think is wrong, right? As a teaching opportunity. Problem is, I just have to do that a lot. You know what I mean? It ends up, it's tough to be able to have to answer that every day. You know what I mean? Not throwing shade, but that article didn't look too out of line as I interpreted it. Yeah, sure, Will. That's fine. Why am I only learning now that JFK and Khrushchev were interested in doing a joint manned moon landing? Did you know about this? Yeah. Yes. JFK, upon getting the effort upon basically understanding the effort of sending people to the moon, said, oh crap. It might be easier to do this with the Soviets rather than try to fight against them. Yeah. Khrushchev told him to pound sand. He didn't think he was serious. Yeah, true story. But what about bananas? Yeah. Is the poppet issue in the doghouse? The helium leaks are happening at Breen. You changed the color on your name and now it's messing with me. The helium leaks are happening at valves in the doghouse, and the thruster overheating is happening also in the doghouses right now. That's where all the thrusters are. Yeah, Gwen, you're absolutely right. Wayne Hale's blog is good. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I learn a lot from there. They call them doghouses and they're misbehaving. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Guess NASA want them to return on Dragon, hence they're slowly introducing the idea of them returning on Dragon. Milan, no, see, that's what I'm talking about, dude. No, that's the wrong way of thinking about this, dude. NASA never ever said that they wouldn't consider a contingency. Their their points of view on contingency procedures really stem from the severity of the problem. This is what I've been trying to say the entire time. Look, I'm trying to say you don't know. You have to conduct that fault tree analysis, and the fault tree analysis takes time. Some people are construing that, some people think that because that fault tree analysis takes time, that they're not willing to admit it. They're not willing to admit it. The reality is, you're not going to know the severity of the problem until you actually prove it out. Which is why NASA has gotten to a certain point in their fault tree analysis where they're willing to look at contingency options. Understand? It's not that they wouldn't consider it in the past. It's just, here's the thing. Say, okay, let's rewind a month ago, all right? Think about this for a contingency. And this is what I mean about NASA not willing to speculate unless they're absolutely sure. Say there's a big problem, right? They say there's a big problem. Our thrusters are screwed. Let's say they listened to what everybody said. They listened to everybody. It was like, oh, there's a problem. They're stranded. They're actually stranded. NASA goes, oh, crap, they are stranded. Let's get a Dragon. Let's get a Dragon. And you start going down that path of looking at contingency procedures. And then in your fault tree analysis, you figure out there's no problem. Which could still be a thing. To be honest, guys, you have to prove it. Proving it takes time. It's not something that you can do in a week. Like I said, you can't get hands on this thruster. It's up in space. You know, and you'd be best to do your fault tree analysis on it while it's still in one piece. The parts of Starliner that are not malfunctioning, but that they're out of family, those parts that aren't working as they intended are parts on the expendable part of the capsule. I've been saying this the entire time. Contingency options make a better headline. Yep. If it bleeds, it leads. Yep. So now say that they figure out that this thruster problem isn't a big deal. Now you've wasted a bunch of people's time. You've wasted a bunch of people's time trying to figure out contingency procedures when you didn't have to. NASA is very methodical in this. And like I said, to suggest that they're not in articles written by journalists just pisses me off. Guys, look, I'm going to be real for a second, okay? I'm going to be real. Be real, son. Be real, son. Look, Steve Stitch oversees the commercial crew program. Steve Stitch was on console when Columbia popped. He was there. He watched it happen. I'm fairly confident that's something that's going to basically permanently scar you for life. Yeah, pretty damn sure. That's the guy running the commercial crew program. And even his predecessor, Kathy Leaders, she was there too. Do you honestly think for a second that he would even think about running cover for Boeing? No, absolutely not. Not a chance. No way. There is no way that's what's going on. And to insinuate otherwise is extraordinarily disrespectful. Like extraordinarily, that's disgusting behavior. That's why I have such a visceral reaction to this. You're not willing to give that guy the benefit of the doubt? Guy that watched seven of his colleagues just burn up in the atmosphere? You think he wouldn't take Starliner reentry contingency procedures seriously to run cover for Boeing? That's bullshit. And anyone that thinks otherwise is off their freaking rocker. And that's EJ being real for the day. But everything he says comes from a reliable source. They're literally working on this. What do you mean, Liam? Guys, he's been correct about this, but it's very clear that he's only hearing one side of the discussion that's happening between NASA regarding what the options are here in fault tree analysis. It's very clear. Steve Stitch himself and Ken Bowersox just said that there is some dissenting opinion, but that dissenting opinion is good. The dissenting opinion about the flight rationale for bringing them home. It's very clear whoever his source is obviously somebody familiar with this issue, but obviously someone that has a dissenting opinion from what Steve Stitch and Ken Bowersox are saying. That's a little bit one-sided, don't you think? I don't, like, once again, dude, I don't have any problems with, you know, oh, his source said this, his source said this. I'm not saying he shouldn't report what he reports. But I think it's very important to understand that the way he writes these articles and the way other journalists, it's not just him, it's everyone. I even saw it from, so I was talking with guys from NSF, I even saw it from them. They're not thinking about this. How they basically are willing to just completely disregard the way NASA solves fault tree analysis and the way they do fault tree analysis for some type of other narrative that they think is going on. Yeah, the sources are good, dude. Sure, absolutely. Great. Good vindication for you. Good job, man. Good job. Your analysis on the subject is gross. And frankly, I think it's ridiculous that you can have such clearly someone that's very familiar with the matter report on this and come to essentially the opposite opinion of what NASA's saying in their press conferences. That's a little strange. Like, once again, Nova, yeah, exactly. That's why I always try to teach you guys about the way NASA thinks about these things. I'm not trying to prove any one narrative or anything. People, I've been accused on Flame Trench multiple times for being a Boeing apologist. I ain't no Boeing apologist. I want to know what's going on. Simple as that. You know, I'm not afraid to sit here and criticize the Starliner program, but if you're going to, the right question to ask, which we still, I mean, actually one person I think asked this question, and it's a good question. Christian Davenport actually asked this. It was his second question out of the one question that he needed to ask. His first question was Bush League. I totally forgot what it was. Christian Davenport from the Washington Post asked, if this behavior happened on a previous flight, why did you launch people on it? That's a great question. That's the question I would ask. OFT-2 had the same problems. They blew out thrusters when they came near the ISS. They exceeded the thruster duty cycle. What did they think? That was just a glitch? That's where my criticism would be. And I think that's the right criticism there, within the confines of how NASA thinks about this stuff. Well, it can be an RCS thruster issue, but a different one. Rocket Guy, I'm pretty sure they were having seal degradation problems on OFT-2. This is the exact problem that they had. Pretty sure. Claiming that Starliner could hit the ISS is a stretch. There would need to be a malfunction or a software glitch. What are the odds of those happening again? First off, there's no odds here, all right? You don't use odds. That's not how space flight risk is managed. It's only data. It's only data and testing. To test as much as you possibly can, and then validate that test with flight data. They had thrusters fall off, but I don't think they released enough information to show that it was the same one. I think it's similar behavior, Aqualex, to be 100% honest with you. Rocket Guy pointed out, and William Foss over there in YouTube chat, NASA's known about seal degradation from high heat scenarios on these thrusters, which are all shuttle derived. They knew about this. That's where I'd be willing to push Boeing on. That's what I'd be willing to. Your thermal models were off. Your thermal models were off for OFT-2. Why was the decision given to keep going with this if you knew these thermal models were off? What was the flight rationale behind that? That's my question. I'm not sitting here and running cover for Boeing. I want to understand the engineering before I make a judgment. But do we know that? Because if so, then Starliner should have fixed this issue before reflight. So unless NASA was just negligent and Boeing kept things hidden and whatnot, I would expect it's a different issue, I would hope. Well, that's why I'd ask the question, Rocket Guy. I think that's a pertinent question to ask. They removed some insulation after the previous flight. They must have had enough flight rationale to make NASA happy with that. They were wrong. In which case, Wisp, I would say that, look, man, it's a test flight. Now is the time you want to find these problems, if you're going to have problems at all. I would contend to say that how Dragon did it, and once again, I'm trying to be straightforward about this. DM2, there was some risk. Obviously, Steve Stitch talked about it, but the risk mainly was because there's no other way to get back down. However, SpaceX did learn some things from DM2, no doubt. You're always going to learn new things every time you fly. That's the beauty of this business. That's parroting what Steve Stitch said completely, right? However, a test flight should be as close to what was encountered during DM2 as possible. DM2 was playing with house money the entire time. It was one of the best test flights we've ever flown. I was going to say maybe Artemis 1 was better, but the Orion heat shield kind of begs to differ. Which they're almost done fixing. They've been doing a fault tree analysis on Orion heat shield degradation being outside of what their projected model was for about a year now. These fault tree analysis take time, and that's not even when a mission's going, right? If that's the case, then I mean, now is the time to find these problems. I would say that NASA being insistent on doing this fault tree analysis now is going to make Starliner safer in the future. I mean, Hellfish, Rocket Guy's right. We don't know that that's the same issue for sure. We don't know it for sure. They didn't tell us. Which, once again, like I said, you want to make the argument that NASA needs to be and Boeing need to be more transparent about this. That's fair. That's completely fair. But I would contend to say, just to, matter-of-factly, that, well, if you wanted NASA levels of transparency, you probably should have NASA have more in-house stuff so they can be transparent about it. I mean, I would say that's part and parcel with commercial programs, guys. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to speak bad about commercial. I think it's part and parcel. A lot of the Starliner capsule is black box. We don't know how it works. A lot of SpaceX's stuff is black box. We don't know how it works. I guarantee you SpaceX has had issues in the past that we never heard about because they have no obligation to be transparent about what they do. Neither does Boeing, to be honest with you. You want more transparency, fund more NASA missions. This isn't JPL. It's not Orion. It's not SLS. You could make the argument that taxpayer dollars are paying for this. Sure, absolutely. But with a commercial space program, there's no precedent for being transparent about anything because we're in uncharted territory. Should there be? Yeah, absolutely. See what I mean, dudes? Like, you're calling for more transparency, I understand, but there's a corporation. They don't have to tell you nothing. There's no obligation to. See what I mean? That's the reality of the situation, and I think that's the root cause of all this entire fiasco, to be honest with you. We never would have heard a thing about the Dragon capsule popping if the employee hadn't if the employees held completely to SpaceX policy. Bingo. We never would have known that C209 popped. I think it was C209. The DM1 capsule. It'd be nice if there was. And I think, Aqualex, I think that's, I was kind of talking myself through it there with that explanation, but I think that's the root cause of this entire thing. Do you guys think that's a fair analysis on the situation? The video of it popping was insane. Yeah, RJ. You know why it popped? Nitrogen tetroxide. Thruster problems. NTO is sticky stuff, man. It's bad. It's tough to deal with, but The simplicity of a thruster system, like a hypergolic thruster system on orbit, despite NTO and MMH being tough to handle, is the simplest and the most robust way of doing it. That's why everybody does it that way. Why so long between the press conferences? They stated that the shuttle did them more often. Shuttle was a NASA program. I don't think they used this big a thrusters, Deadbringer, by L3 Harris on satellites. I don't think they used not this big a thrusters. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Deadbringer, you're saying aren't these thrusters the same thrusters that you would find on a commercial satellite bus that L3 Harris Aerojet Rocketdyne would do? Yeah, absolutely. But satellites do have RCS, but if I had to guess, these thrusters are being used as your main propulsion system, like the OMAC thrusters are. And if that's the case, yeah, I would think that's a fair question. That would be a fair question to ask. But I honestly think these thrusters are probably a little bit different in how they're designed. They're probably part of the same family of thrusters that you'd put on a satellite. But the important thing to understand is that, you know, just like a main propulsion system, like an RS-68 isn't human rated, right? Because of the hydrolox cloud the hydrolox fireball that happens every time you start up an RS-68, right? That motor doesn't carry a human rating certification, right? The shuttle engine does because it was designed that way from the ground up, the RS-25, right? I'm willing to bet there's probably a human rated version of these thrusters, and it's the human rating version, whatever those requirements might be, that is causing the problem. That's a guess. I don't know for sure. Satellite operators are under no obligation to announce thruster failures. That's what I mean, dudes. You know, they brought up the point. There were shuttle press conferences on the daily. It's a NASA mission. It's a wholly NASA mission. Corporations are not beholden to transparency. In fact, I would argue in this day and age that they don't have to. There's no obligation to do that. They don't have to. They don't have to tell you dick. Maybe we should have thought about this. Just saying. Commercial Crew is a NASA program, right? I think they have pretty good oversight, at least they would hope. Sure, Cryo Nickel, but they don't have to be as transparent as they are on SLS or Orion. They don't have to be. I mean, you clearly see Mark Nappy didn't show up today. Right? So, apparently small flight delay. Please remain seated. Why didn't he show up? Doesn't need an explanation. That's what I mean. I think that is the root of what I'm getting annoyed about, right? I'm trying to work with the information given, you know? Guys like Eric Berger want more information and they want to push for more transparency. That's fair. I think that's fair, but I think the thing that everybody's dancing around, guys, is that there's no obligation to be transparent about these missions with corporations. I think that's the truth. The last statement was that they were 100% confident in Starliner. It would be a bit awkward to show up and disagree with the NASA people. Their last statement, which part, Phil? Was that at the end of this press conference? Sorry, I was doing a lot of talking. The journalist questions I was kind of in and out for. SpaceX could theoretically launch Polaris Dawn and not tell the public at all. They launched Inspiration 4 and then there was no on-orbit coverage from it. Just saying. On their blog post. Oh, can you link me, Phil? catching with an 83 month. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let me take a look. All us YouTube videos, hit the thumb. You can hit whatever you want. I don't care. This was from August 2nd. Do they say they're 100% confident here? And we'll hope NASA contracts require NASA levels of transparency going forward. Another reason why NASA should have the same capabilities as commercial corporations are not held to the same standards as NASA. They don't have to tell us everything. Look, I never said that what I think about long-term sustainability in our space program was going to be inexpensive. It's going to be expensive. But here we are. They don't, but they sure as hell carefully worded everything to give that impression. I mean, shouldn't the FAA or some other governing body require such transparency analysis like they do in other industries? Well, that's the gray area, Huzzah, isn't it? I think that's what's getting me the most. It's not necessarily Eric, even though sometimes he says stuff and I'm like, okay. I think that you know what? I'm kind of shifting my perspective a little bit here based off of what you guys are talking about, you know. Like I said, I'm not infallible. I can be wrong about things. In fact, most of the time I am. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not. But here's the thing. Like, I think that's what's getting me here. And I think that's the biggest problem. I mean, personally, no, that's thin. That's thin. Saying that's where my issue lies in lack of transparency is kind of stupid. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I really think they've been pretty straightforward about this. Like, you know, they didn't have a press conference from day to day. Should they have more? Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to make. But a lot of the information given, guys, I've been able to predict a lot of different things based off of the information given. I don't have no damn source at Johnson Space Center, okay? I'm able to predict accurately. Well, you know, like I said, sometimes I'm wrong. I get it. And I tell you when I am. Like, I'm skin off my nose, right? I really want to get it right all the time. But I've been able to pretty much predict accurately, like Starliner hitting the ISS. I knew that was crap right off the bat. Based off of the information that's given and based off of understanding how past missions to the ISS works. You know, and I think it would probably be a good idea to understand how ISS operations work when, you know, you're writing articles about ISS operations. Just putting it out there. Oh, RJ, that's the other thing. I talked with Chris about asking questions with an NSF tag. Honestly, with spaceflight falling under the FAA, I'm surprised the FAA isn't requiring the same level of transparency here as commercial spaceflight, especially with the higher energies involved. Well, how the FAA regulates spacecraft launches is still in its infancy, Octalex. Sure. In the future, yeah. Yeah, I actually talked with Crispy about that. That's what we were saying. Give me 1 second. I'm reading the NSF thread. My little space journalist is growing up. Shut up. BJ had to ask questions in these conferences. Would he use his real name? Yeah, I might have to do that, dude, if it's in an official capacity. If you ask questions for NSF, you have to do it in the voice of Walter Cronkite. Do you think Space Corporation's right to retain information is tied to ITAR and/or trade secrets that they want to protect? I think it's more about corporate intellectual property, and there is a Venn diagram, Rem, where intellectual property, when it comes to aerospace and ITAR, do overlap. Sure, but it, like I said, big freaking gray area. Personally, with this being NASA run, I would be hesitant to bring in another government agency, especially one that doesn't know the system at all. Given the timing of the NSF question, what would you have asked? My question would have been what Christian Davenport asked. That question would not have changed based off of the information given from this press conference, dude. It basically would have been, well, okay, you're having deviance in your thermal model. That's all fine and dandy, but were these similar problems encountered on OFT2? And if they were, why are we flying crew on this? You know, what's going on there? Yeah, that's it. That's what I would, yeah. That's always been my question, Huzzah. That's been my question since the last press conference from 2 weeks ago. That's what I would have asked them. What? Well, your thermal model is different. Why is what's the rate of deviation here? That was my first question, to be honest with you. Actually, you know what? I take that back. It would have changed the, no, it wouldn't have changed. Whoa. Why are you running into thermal deviation rates at this particular point in your mission? I think a British guy asked the question you like. I don't remember his name though. That's Ryan Catton. Ryan Caton is his name. He's from NSF, Cryo. I know him. I was talking with him in the back channel before he asked the question. Yeah, why now is your thermal model not updated and validated with this third flight? The data should have been used to update the thermal model and verify updated thermal model on the ground to match. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's my big question. And no one asks it. Is today's conversation about something Eric said again? I mean, yeah, but, you know, look, man, a lot of the sources he reported was pretty right. It was pretty right. I mean, but then again, I've always said that there's no way we can know for sure unless NASA confirms it. Like, that was my big thing with what he reported, guys, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, most of it was right, some of it was very wrong. And the parts that were very wrong, I could have told you they were very wrong even before NASA does it. But then again, I'm not NASA, you know what I mean? He was right about two things and very wrong about one thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. So 66% is failing where I come from. Yeah. Like, Rocky Guy, dude, here's what I keep toying with in my head, man. The way he reports stuff just bothers the crap out of me, but should I let that affect my judgment? I don't know. Aqualex, it's impossible. It's impossible. Their thrusters aren't going to fail right off the bat. By their own admittance, their thrusters are failing in high duty cycle scenarios. Undocking in RPOD is not a high duty cycle scenario. Actually, specifically undocking. It's not going to take a lot of impulse to push that into an orbit where it won't get near the ISS ever again. Maybe a meter a second at best. 66% for a journalist is pretty good. Yeah, Julie, but here's the thing. The stuff that I've been able to reasonably extrapolate without sources is also very correct. Like, I think that's something to take into account. But I don't know. You know, I don't think it's healthy turning this into, you know, us versus them. That's infighting. I've said that getting at each other's throats is not a good idea. So, you know what? I'm gonna stop doing it. Tip my cap. You got some stuff right. Good job. You know, and like I said, his push for this is probably the reason why. Him reporting this stuff is probably the reason why they did this press conference on a random Wednesday to be 100% real. So, you know, that's good. I was referring to the stuck on failure that happened with the Agena docking. Oh, yeah. The lightning, yeah, ridiculous. I meant it more as a joke on how bad and biased journalism is today. I think, yes, it's totally fair because we can never know what 66% of what he reports is correct. Totally fine only to take what he says at face value. I mean, that's always been my thing, dude. I never said he was wrong in what he reported. I mean, except for the undocking thing. The only reason I said that was wrong is because I was confident. You know? And it seems like his other things about contingency procedures were right. And I had dismissed that previously because there were other contingency procedures for Soyuz because of the leak, right? Soyuz had a coolant leak a little while back, so NASA was exploring contingency procedures. I think the press completely confused those two things. We knew about the contingency procedure for Soyuz, but this press conference is what brought up the Starliner contingencies as well. That is something that I learned today, that there were contingencies for Starliner as well, which he did report. And I had said that was wrong previously, and that's incorrect. It's hard to keep track of all these contracts, guys, but I'm trying. I asked her in the conference, got busy with work, and just come back. So asking again, let's say they do say screw Starliner and they go with Dragon. How will they do suits and chairs? They talked about using modified seats and stuff. Goalie, they talked about that. They're exploring a contingency procedure for that as well. What's that, Phil? Yeah, Rem, that's all I'm doing. But see, like I said, sometimes I get a little passionate about it. What's this thread about? This last week, going out on a limb with Starliner reports has been stressful. I have good sources, but when there's no official confirmation, you really want to be right about things. I try very hard to do so. Okay. Anyway, I want to share a bit of what it's like to report uncomfortable truths in the spaceflight community. There's a private Discord filled with SLS stands who are haters. These are not regular haters, but super haters. Every time I reported SLS delays, they would lose their minds. I was wrong. You're making stuff up. When they don't realize is that I've had access to this Discord for years. In any case, here's some screenshots when I reported 2 days ago that NASA was delaying Crew 9 to September 24th. And that was due in part to a need to update Starliner software to allow this. Ooh. Ooh. See, dudes, look. Okay. You know what I realized today? And I fell for this a couple of times over the years. Dude, look, I personally think some of the things that Eric reports are a little sensationalist. I've never said he shouldn't report them, ever. You know, I try to call it out when I think it's wrong. Sometimes I'm wrong about him being wrong. Sometimes I'm right about him being wrong. Right? Here's the thing. See this whole thing right here? I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to be a part of this at all. This is. I don't want to be a part of any of this. This right here is. Nah. I'm here for technical analysis. I'm not playing these games, man. Let's read on. I'm curious. So the superhero theory is that my source was being given invalid information about Starliner software from someone in NASA in an attempt to smoke out said source, which is hilarious and preposterous. Yeah, see, I never said anything like that. I just said there's no way to validate what you said because it's an anonymous source, that's always been what I've been saying, right? Which is hilarious and preposterous. This group also thinks I was fired from the Houston Chronicle for reporting negatively on NASA. That is also completely untrue. For the record, my sole motivation is to try and get the story right. And I get information out that I think is credible where there's a lack of public information. I share what I believe to be true. If I'm biased, and I definitely am, hey, there you go. You admitted it. All right, cool, sweet. It is toward government and commercial actors who are working to advance the frontier of robotic and human exploration. I'm biased against those who have different intentions.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See that right there? That's why I don't. Right there is why I don't include his articles and analysis. That last part, it's pretty telling. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with admitting your biases, Solaire. I'm horribly biased towards spaceflight. I want NASA's budget to double tomorrow, and I want SpaceX to take us to Mars. I want all of it, right? I've never been obtuse about that, ever. All my opinions about spaceflight are formulated off of that bias. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like they're not. They absolutely are. I like space. I don't know if you guys knew, right? Like, I will always argue in favor of more, of more spaceflight. I just, look, man, here's the thing. To try and sit here and insinuate that some have nefarious purposes in the space program or that some are doing it for profit, well, here's the deal. You don't get into space flight for profitability. You don't. If you want profitability, go do something else. It's very hard to get an ROI on any aerospace program. Ask anyone that works in the industry, dude. You don't get into this for some nefarious purpose. Right? That's ridiculous. Like, Starlink could be potentially profitable, Captain, but if you're looking at your total cost involved for Falcon 9, there's no way. It's going to take decades for Starlink to even get any return on investment. Dude, maybe not decades. That's probably not the right way to say that. The point is that the reason why Starlink is such a profitable venture is because of Falcon 9's high partial reuse, right? Dude, it took billions of dollars to get Falcon 9 to that point. Billions. Not to mention the billions of dollars involved with building out all the infrastructure, redoing pads. What about where they manufacture the Starlink satellites? Setting up that factory. That's billions of dollars in investment. Starlink is I'd say a viable avenue of making a return on investment like that. But you got to remember, that's a great point. But the other thing to take into account is that in regards to this, we're talking about human space flight. I guess that's the context for why I said what I said a second ago. We're talking about Starliner and Dragon. No one gets into human space flight to make money right now. Maybe in the future. I mean, you needn't go no further than Blue Origin to see how the state of commercial tourism is for space flight. A lot of the New Shepard flights, they not pay people, but they give people a ride. Like William Shatner didn't pay for a ticket, but it's good optics to have him fly on it, don't you think? Neither did Strahan. I'm pretty sure none of those guys paid the price to fly on New Shepard. Starlink does make money, absolutely, City Robo, but there was a lot of money in investment to get to that point. All right. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Polaris is targeting August 26th for launch. Sweet. Certain Pineapple reposted this. What's that, Panta? Yeah, Will, it takes some time. There's a lot of money that needed to be spent before you could even A, launch your Starlink satellites, and B, get to profitability. The cost incurred on developing Falcon 9 and all of its reusable stuff and the constant rapid iteration over a decade, it's going to take some time for Starlink to get a return on investment. You know what I mean? With that being said, once again, no one gets into commercial spaceflight for like easy profitability. Every avenue, even Starlink, every avenue requires a tremendous investment. You don't get into this industry to make money. I mean, you kind of do, but obviously because it's a commercial venture, right? But the point is that everybody that's working on this stuff, I don't really think they have an axe to grind. I really don't. I've heard nothing to suggest that there is possible stuff in spacecraft engineering, which is what we're talking about, right? To suggest otherwise. Now, if you wanted to say that there's political infighting in NASA, oh yeah. Oh, yep. I mean, clearly we just saw it. Eric's sources are clearly one side of the argument that's advocating for contingency procedures other than Starliner coming back down with people on it. You heard one side of the argument there. Sure, there's clearly infighting at NASA. Now, whether that's politically motivated or not, don't know. I mean, I'm willing to guess, after what I saw with the Viper mission, that probably is. One Shot Will said in an interview yesterday, I think, that they have invested over $10 billion on Starlink. It's going to take some time to recoup that, Phil. It's going to take some time to recoup that investment. I'm sorry, are you suggesting that Boeing built Starliner out of altruism or something? No. No, 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 no. I mean, yeah, it kind of seemed like that. Sorry, I'm trying to talk this through, dude. No, they obviously didn't build it out of altruism. You do get in to make money. I could have chosen my words better. You're right. What I'm saying is that to sit here and think that people that are engineering this spacecraft have different intentions than, like, what are these different intentions? All right, I suppose that would be probably important. I gotta get better at choosing my words, man. Now that more people listen, I gotta be more careful. Yeah, Eric, long story short, I have a much bigger audience nowadays because of doing stuff with NSF. Has kind of gotten my name out there, which is a great thing. But I got to be better with my analysis, dude. I got to be more careful with my words. You don't get in for quick money. Yeah, Broken. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. You don't get in this to make a quick buck, right? I get it. Corporations are very profit, or not very, they're hell-bent on the slightest margin of profit, short-term profit gain. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there isn't some crony crap going on there, right? Obviously. I just think if you want to make a quick buck, building a human-rated spacecraft is probably not a good way to do that. So, like, that's what I mean. What does Eric mean by those different intentions? Like, dude, you don't get into building spacecraft for NASA because you want to make bajillions of dollars. You know what I mean? Like, you don't do that. Now, if that different intention is maintaining the status quo and retaining industrial and technical knowledge for your company, yeah, I can see that. Sure, absolutely. Status quo stuff, yeah, absolutely. I can understand that. I think that's fair. It might be a patient endeavor, but excuse me, all of SpaceX screams return on investment. Yeah, but Martin, I think, and this is what I mean about being careful with my words. I'm going to be careful. I'm going to be more careful with my words from now on. I've decided. Barking up Eric's tree or barking up anybody's tree is probably not the way forward now that I have a bigger audience, so I'm going to stop doing that. I decided after this whole thing that I'm probably not going to do it again. Not bark up Eric's tree. Just explain, stick to the technicals and go from there, right? Here's the thing, and I think this is an important thing to establish for the context of this conversation, right? SpaceX is an anomaly in the commercial spaceflight business. They're an anomaly. Every other company that's tried to do what SpaceX has done has failed, miserably failed. Conestoga, if you want to look before that, Beale Aerospace. Look, even Blue is having a problem with this. Look at how long it's taken for them to get to this point. This is a hard business, dude. You don't get in this business to make a quick buck. Now, with that being said, I think because Elon has a freaking hard-on for getting to Mars, and him cracking the whip as much as he does is the reason why SpaceX has gotten to the point that they've gotten to where you could get a return on investment. It's not just sinking money into this stuff. It's the leadership and accountability, right? And he runs a tight ship over there. That's no secret. But I think that is an anomaly in the space program, even nowadays. Look, we have all these commercial companies, dude. All these commercial companies. How many of them have reused a rocket other than SpaceX? Falcon 9's been landing for almost 10 years now. SpaceX is even close to achieving a return on investment because they're always hungry. They're always hungry, they're always pushing, and they run an extremely tight ship. You know what I mean? I think that's an anomaly in this emerging commercial spaceflight industry. Not to say that other companies aren't getting there, right? But I will say every other company that's tried to push for a profitable commercial avenue for commercial spaceflight, like I said, has failed miserably. Blue have used returned vehicles. Yes, Sam. Sure. They've been able to achieve what SpaceX has been able to achieve on a much smaller scale. That's important to take into account there, right? I think it was projected that SpaceX will be like 42 billion in the hole with Starlink. IMO, it's a huge difference with public versus private. Boeing is run by middle managers now because that's what the shareholders demand. It's even more milk out of their cow. Eric, here's the thing. I can't say whether you're wrong or right. I don't know. I think that argument could certainly be made about Boeing commercial airliners. Oh, yeah. You want to sit here and make that argument? Yeah. They screwed up. They screwed up bad. How do you frick? Dude, you know what pisses me off the most about that? The 737, statistically, is one of the safest airliners ever. Ever. Period. Full stop. Just look at it empirically. But you wouldn't think that from public perception nowadays. What pisses me off with Boeing, and the reason why I think they screwed up, is because they tarnished the reputation of an amazing airplane. That pisses me off. I don't like that. And that's because of what you're saying. Oh, yeah. Too many cooks in the kitchen, man. Let the engineers do their thing. If you let the engineers do their thing, like what SpaceX does, then you get results. Because like I said, you don't get into this business for short-term profitability. Every time someone has tried to achieve short-term profitability in the aerospace industry, albeit spacecraft, airliners, whatever, they fail miserably. Because at the end of the day, it takes time to beat physics. You know what I mean? I mean, you're not going to beat physics wholly, but it takes time to work with physics, we'll say. They ruined the 737. The 737 is the safest aircraft ever made, and they ruined it permanently. It sucks. It sucks. And I think if people want to be pissed about that, yeah. I mean, I'm pissed that they killed people. I'm pissed that they didn't cover up killing people, but they downplayed it, sure. But once again, that's with Boeing commercial airplanes. Boeing commercial spacecraft is a different company. Are they beholden to shareholders? Absolutely. Sure. However, I really don't think that dude, like, here's the thing. That kind of mentality is going to get people. That's not the wisest way to run your business. It's a different company, dude. And I know people are going to say, well, the management structure will carry over. Cybertruck has a recall. Teslas have recalls all the time. Does that mean Falcon 9 is a piece of junk? Because they're all under the same umbrella. No. I just don't. I think it's. If you don't think that Tesla affects SpaceX and vice versa in some way, shape, or form, but are very quick to say that, well, because Boeing commercial airlines has problems, Boeing commercial spacecraft is going to have problems too. I got a bridge to sell you, man. It can't be okay with one and not okay with the other. You know what I mean? You know, unless you can comment to the intricacies of management structures between BCA and BCS, like I can't factor that into analysis because it's not, you don't know that that's what's going on, which goes back to what I was saying. Like, I don't know the answer to that question, man. Bait used to be believable. Yeah, serious. Rule 11, right? If you're gonna troll, at least be good at it. The thing that really gets me is that they tried to blame their pilots' airlines when they knew damn well what happened. Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm still here. Good man. Also piss off, but good man. Polaris pick. Sorry, I was scrolling up in the chat. Dr. Bruno, what's TB saying? Oh, nice. Lines of Centaur 5s. Cool. Polaris Dawn pictures. Excellent. I'm here for the puns. Oh, God, you're in the wrong place for that. Look at me, I'm your new module now. With that being said, the Starliner memes are kind of funny. They do make me laugh, Shaw. Following since August 6, 2019. I've wasted 5 years of your life here. Was it a waste, though? If they have to abandon Starliner, is it a killing blow? No. No, not at all. Yeah, the RCS works with the flight control, City Robo. Think about how tricked that actually is for 1972. Or even 1981. Yeah. The shuttle's computer was no joke, dude. For the time. I mean, it's a pocket calculator by today's standards, right? But yeah, the shuttle during descent, yeah, the controls gradually switch over. Yeah, they gradually switch over based off of inputted flight data. Yeah, pretty crazy, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Great stream, by the way. I appreciate your commentary and passion. Well, Eric, I always welcome dissenting opinion, man. Dude, I'm very passionate about this stuff, and sometimes when I don't like what people say, I try to rationalize that. I just didn't like what they say as some kind of fact. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend. Like, the way Eric reports sometimes just pushes my buttons, and I don't like it. But, yeah, I mean, I'd rather him report stuff. I'm not going to say, you can't report on this. You know what I mean? Like, that's stupid. And honestly, I think this is a, you know, I think that it's easy for me to be like, oh, you know, I said he was wrong and he's not. No. I never said his sources were wrong. I said we couldn't prove if they were, you know? I think that's fair, right? Like, I'm not saying he was incorrect. I just, even on Flame Trench, I said with Chris B that there's just no way to figure that source into my analysis of what's going on here. And I think that figuring in sources when they haven't been confirmed is not a good way to be educational about this stuff, you know? But I'm honestly going to try as hard as I can to not let him piss me off. You know what I mean? Like, I get what he's trying to do. I get it. I get it. But I think, you know, so you're going to back off. I'd love to see a lessons learned document from NASA implementing the Commercial Crew Program, for sure. In your opinion, who has done the best job in making strides toward the commercial aspect of spaceflight besides SpaceX? Like, what other companies are promising to you? See, Axel, that's what I mean. It's really, the obvious answer is SpaceX. Who else? Rocket Lab makes a pretty good argument. Not for human spaceflight, though. Not yet, at least. I mean, maybe they will someday. Yeah, Alex, yeah, Trevor. Trevor's a smart kid, man. But yeah, he's a little young. I mean, that's fine, dude. Like, kid has passion for space, and I can't fault for that, you know? And he hasn't watched Spaceballs. He's young. He's a kid, guys. The kid's smart. He'll figure it out. Trevor is not an idiot. He's a very, very smart kid. Actually, for his age, that kid is insanely smart. Like, there's no way I was that smart when I was his age. I was an idiot. I still am an idiot. You know what I mean? How old is Trevor? He's still in college, Dean. He's like 19, 20, 21. That's just a baby nowadays, man. Loves Taylor Swift, though. Never. You know? And I don't mean it was just a baby in any, like, way to downplay it. I like Trevor. I think his analysis is great. And you know what I really like from him? He has the stones to hold people's feet to the fire. When I gave an explanation, I'm on Flame Trench about delays in missions. He called me out on it because I forgot. I forgot the reason why DM2 was delayed, and I remembered that it was a technical reason. That was wrong. I wasn't purposely trying to obfuscate that. And he said, no, that's not the reason. I was like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, my bad. You know, like he's not afraid to call people out, and I think, you know, that's a rare quality from somebody that's that age. You know what I mean? Controversial take. Spaceballs is Mel Brooks' worst movie. I like Spaceballs the best, but I'm not going to sit here and say like Blazing Saddles is hilarious, man. It's a great flick. By the way, you asked earlier who else managed to reuse a rocket. Rockwell. Yeah. In a commercial endeavor, Aqualex was the context of that, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, like I said, Poison. Trevor's wicked smart, dude. He's a very smart kid. And from what I can tell, his points of view on spaceflight are very consistent. He's consistent across the board. Like, he doesn't like in-house NASA stuff. He's very much a big advocate for the commercial sector, which is fair. But he also, when we were talking in Flame Trench, he was also very, very adamant about Starliner succeeding because of his advocacy for the commercial spaceflight industry. And that's very consistent, because genuinely, you know, people get wrapped up and they hate certain entities. It's just they hate anything that isn't SpaceX, right? Like, that seems to be the case. But Trevor showed consistency in what he thinks is the way forward, and I very much appreciate that. I actually, those are the kind of people I want to have conversations with, man. You know, he's a good kid, really good dude. So let's say I call you Ed every day. Will I get your respect? You can't have a good debate excessively. Here's the thing. Everybody's like, oh, we need dissenting opinions. You got to listen to dissenting opinions. You can't be in an echo chamber. That's right. I would always want people to disagree with me, to be honest with you. My conclusions are my conclusions, but I've changed my mind about things in the past. It's like the industry changes all the time. You know, like, it's, but you can't have a really good debate with somebody who has a dissenting opinion if they're not willing to argue in good faith. He doesn't know about prefamulated amulite? Like, I'd say it's a bit biased where he thinks that SpaceX should have a controlling stake in everything. Yeah, Blackness, I understand exactly. I think that's my big thing with that. The guy is blatantly in favor of SpaceX, and anybody that's not SpaceX, he thinks has different intentions, per his own words. Like it's right there on the screen. I don't understand what that means. You know what I mean? Like, there seems to be preconceived notions here that people have different intentions. And if he thinks that people are acting in bad faith, is that because of a confirmational bias here? Like, I'm wondering who he like. If I could ask Eric a question right now, I'd be like, I understand. You know, you want everybody to be acting in good faith. I get it, but who do you think has different intentions here, and why? May I get a brief overview of what's going on? NASA had a press update today about Starliner or ISS operations. Basically, what NASA said today is that they're exploring contingency options. They're not going to do anything yet. They haven't made a decision. They're exploring contingency options about whether Butch and Sonny should fly back on a Starliner, or whether they might need to fly back on a Dragon capsule eventually, and Starliner would do an autonomous reentry. They are looking at different contingency procedures for this, including switching around ISS crew manifests, switching around some resupply missions, making sure the seats in Dragon can fit Butch and Sonny. Suits, etc., etc. It was an update on NASA basically confirming that they're looking at contingency procedures. That's all. Yeah, Humble, what we're really discussing here is, Eric Berger at Ars Technica reported that some of these contingency procedures are a thing, and he said it was an anonymous source, and NASA basically confirmed everything that he was saying was right. Yeah, that's all. What I'm talking about in terms of like biases and different intentions and stuff is, I mean, I never said Eric was wrong. Right? I never said he was wrong. I said there's no way to verify this information, so why would I include it in my analysis? People listen to me. I got to be careful about that, and it seems like a bunch of people said he was completely wrong and said he's an idiot, etc., etc., and he has a lot of haters. I mean, I think perhaps you might be looking into why you have haters, to be honest. People don't just hate you for no reason. Just saying. And then he posted a whole thread of calling people out by name, of people that said, frick you, I'm right, my sources are good, I wouldn't report it. I'm trying to be... He basically says he's... Here, just read. So the superhater theory is that my source was given invalid information about Starliner software from someone in NASA in an attempt to smoke out said source, which is hilarious and preposterous. This group thinks that I was fired from the Houston Chronicle for reporting negatively on NASA. That is also completely untrue. And for the record, my sole motivation is to try and get the story right and get information out that I think is credible. When there is lack of public information, I share what I believe to be true. If I'm biased, and I definitely am, It is towards government and commercial actors who are working to advance the frontier of robotic and human exploration. I am biased against those who have different intentions. Who is this responding to? A bunch of people in an SLS Discord that really don't like him. They make my disdain for that guy look timid. So he basically he's trying to take a huge victory lap, etc., etc. And don't get me wrong, he said his sources were right, and I don't really mind him pushing NASA for more transparency. We discussed that. Humble, another thing that I was kind of thinking that I kind of came to this realization while I was explaining things is that there's no precedent for transparency in the commercial industry. They don't have to tell us dick. They definitely don't have the transparency that SLS does. Or Orion, for that matter. You know? I think that's just kind of a poignant thought. Berger's delivery usually comes across as the Jerry Springer of space news. That's his problem. He tends to go for sensationalism rather than facts. Yeah, Pete, I'd say if I had a bone to pick, that would probably be it. I mean, Pete, on the other hand, though, and this is just me being 100% transparent and honest with you guys, I want to make sure I don't let my disdain I don't want the stream to be just an analysis on hating Eric Berger. You know what I mean? I don't hate the guy. I really don't. You know, that SLS Discord apparently, like, he had death threats or something, right? Like, that's totally out of line. Those people are awful people that would wish something like that on someone. I hate the revisionism in that statement after he puts stuff up to make people sympathetic to him. Where was the support he was talking about for NASA during SLS development? That's what I mean, dude. Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. Like, I don't have any problem with people reporting an anonymous source, but don't get upset when I say I can't figure that into analysis. You know what I mean? Why would you do that? That's not what spaceflight is about. Hey, Zonko, speaking totally out of line. Hello, I'm here. Well, dang, don't be so disruptive. But see, Rocket Guy, here's the thing, man, and this is kind of the realization that I came to, another thing that I kind of came to in this whole space news segment here. We don't have to like it when people sensationalized journalism, but I mean, it's pretty clear that he's not going to change. That's what makes him money. He's not going to change. Why? I mean, so what do we do about this? You know, like, I'm not doing nothing about it. I'm just going to keep reporting the news. You know, my thing with him as always is that he reports the sensationalist stuff, and then I have to come in here and talk about it because people ask me questions about it. It happens every day. It used to happen once a week and it bothered me. It happens every day now. It's just... It's not like it's just limited to space news. It's 95% of the way that with all news. I guess I have a problem, Pete, with that type of sensationalism going into the spaceflight industry, dude. It's... You know, we get enough of that during the day. Do you have to do that here? It gives you work to do. Yeah, Mike, that's a good point. Do you think you talking about his articles might be why you hear it more? RJ, I have not willingly shared an Ars Technica article on this stream in at least 5 years. Yeah. I don't show his articles here. I don't even mention his name during Space News. I only mention his name when someone asks. The reason why I do that is to prove the hypothesis I have that I have to do the dirty work in explaining what's going on. I remember I got pissed at Eric in 2019 for saying something about SLS that was completely ridiculous. And I vowed to never share any of his articles ever again. You can look at any space news. Actually, I think I've done it once. I did it once where I wanted to read his article because somebody said something so preposterous I actually didn't believe he wrote it. And then we went and checked the article and he wrote it. Maybe it's a good thing. Space is being so commoditized that we are subject to lower standards. Pete, it goes back to what I was thinking, dude. This all goes back to a theory that I have. My theory is that our incessant hard-on for commercializing everything that has to do with spaceflight is not going to end well.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Poison gifted us up to warp space. Thank you, buddy. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think that's very sustainable in the long run. I think we've found case scenarios where an emerging commercial low Earth orbit market is very profitable and a very quick way to see short-term gains in our scientific understanding and a foothold in the stars. No doubt. Sure. But the Apollo program was also a short-term gain. Yep. We made tremendous strides in the 60s in spaceflight. We went from being able to launch a basketball into space to being able to land a 25-ton lander on the moon with people on board in the span of 10 years. Was that sustainable? Why would the commercial market be any different? Ben Bova wrote a great series called the Grand Tour series that looks at the future we are heading for. Now, if people want to sit here and make the argument that in the commercial program it's way more sustainable because you have competition, sure. Except that everybody's arguing for only one spacecraft right now. We're looking at market consolidation before the industry can even grow. Why would we do that? Obama privatized space. I think that was a good thing. No, he didn't. He wanted you to believe that, Stingray, but he didn't. The Commercial Crew Program and Commercial Orbital Transport Services comes from the Constellation Program. It was actually the previous administration that did that. Look up the CCT CAP, the Commercial Crew Transport Capabilities Program. It's the predecessor to Commercial Crew and the predecessor to Commercial Resupply. It set up the framework for that in 2004. See what I'm talking about? Now, he did champion commercial spaceflight. Sure, absolutely. He was a big advocate for it. That's something that I don't really agree with. Because I don't think that having an all-privatized space program is a good idea. I don't think that's smart. See what I'm saying, dude? The Commercial Crew Transportation Capabilities Program was a part of the Constellation Program. And they wanted to get rid of the ISS and hand it over to commercial entities in the late 20-teens so NASA could use all of their funding to focus on going to the moon and back to Mars. You want to try to convince people about the necessity of NASA, you could post it how the USPS has prevented the same slow backsliding cost cutting in their industry. We see most other places establishing a minimum standard. Yeah, well, I'm not going to sit here and say the framework for the USPS shouldn't be studied or taken into account. But, I mean, that's a delivery service, dude. Now, do I think you're right in saying that NASA needs some framework to make sure that someone doesn't try to pull the rug out from everybody and insist on commercial? And might that be a way to prevent the errant, basically pawning off of all of our national space program to commercial entities? Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if the USPS is the exact thing that we're looking for, but yeah, for sure. Because at the end of the day, NASA isn't a transport service. taxpayers, though, that you are uncommon, and once everything is commercialized, things will fall apart like a house of cards. Yeah, guys, NASA is the backbone for the entire commercial industry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't say that it isn't. Have we gotten to the point where spaceflight needs an equivalent of the FAA? Yeah, Uncommoner, we hit that point in 2018. Space Policy Directive 3. The FAA actually oversees launches, dude. And they're overseeing commercial spaceport certification for the first all-up commercial spaceport. You may have heard of it. It's Starbase, dude. Yep. They're certifying Starbase with a framework that's based off of certifying a commercial airport. Yeah. It's actually that's a big change in policy that happened in 2018. I tried to talk a lot about it, but I was afraid of the political repercussions because the Orange Man signed that into law. So I didn't really talk about it too much. I tried to mention it as best as I could. What is the best way for a normie to get live satellite image, say soil moisture? You check NASA databases. There's really not a way to get that like right off the bat. That's not readily available. I spent a good portion of the last 2 years working on the SDI project with the FAA. It's already here. Yep, exactly. We're already at that point. GOES satellites, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess the GOES satellites would probably do it, but I don't know if they have particularly what Eck was asking for. I stand informed, thanks. The chill that has fallen on all forms of discussion saddens me. Yeah, Uncommoner, I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm just trying to tell people what's going on and try to be a teacher as best as I can. But like I said, guys, I ain't perfect, man. Some things are going to piss me off. And I let you guys know when it's pissing me off. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I'm trying, man. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I'm trying. You're talking about nice. It's not good. All right. I just like to play around with satellite imagery. I mean, Google Earth would be a good place to start, but I'm pretty sure that's not exactly what you're looking for. You're awesome, sir. I've learned more from you about this field than I thought possible. Thinking Starbase, it looks like they're going to slap around 14.1 again. Slap.
Discovery, go at throttle.
And Commoner 4-month resub. Thanks for the sub, dude. What's on schedule? Wrenching, actually. The rest of the day is going to be summer car. Plural. Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk more about that in a second. But anyway, guys, I'm just gonna cap this here because yeah, we gotta get to wrenching. It's 4 o'clock already. I had a feeling this discussion would go this long, this morning. I think, plus you're cranky. Well, I'm always cranky when it comes to space flight, man. I'm always cranky, dude. I just, who has bad intentions? Can you prove that? That's a boogeyman. That's a boogeyman to reinforce confirmational bias. Let's be real. Come on. What's that bias based off of? I don't know. I have a personal theory about it, but I'm not airing out that stuff on the internet anymore. I'm not doing this. I'm not playing this game. You know what I mean? I'm just not doing it. Guys, I think that because we have more people in here and I'm getting my name out there, that I got to be more careful. So that doesn't mean that I'm not going to have candid discussions. I guess you got to be more careful about losing my cool. I think to kind of tie this all back together, I don't want to play this game anymore. I don't want to play the is Eric Berger wrong or not game, dude. I just don't want to. I'm gonna try as hard as I can to not let him push my buttons, dude. In other good news, the iRock Racing Series is back. All right, man. There we go. Oh, yeah, Thor. I got your link. Yeah. There's also some awesome pictures from New Glenn testing, guys. You might appreciate that. And some good news. NASA tells me they've received more than a dozen expressions of interest in Viper from industry and international partners by August 1st and are preparing to issue a formal request for information. Oh, thank God. Sweet. Indeed, they announced that last week. Intuitive Machines wants it, Astrobotics, and of course others. Awesome. NASA says Viper needs 100 million in testing, but let's be real. They can likely be less than 20 million for commercial. What's the summary? NASA's looking at contingency procedures for Starliner in the event that their fault tree analysis proves that they can't get them back on the capsule. They're looking at contingencies that include bringing the vehicle down on Dragon and Soyuz. Bringing the people down on Dragon and Soyuz, excuse me. You're my primary source for space news, and NSF is secondary. I've sat through enough press briefings now to realize journalists either don't know what's going on or do and are trying to sensationalize things for clicks. Sanku, that's it, man. That's it, dude. It just... I don't like it. What am I going to do about it? You know what I mean? Like I said, dude, I've heard enough of these people ask questions to know who's being deliberately obtuse because they have an axe to grind. Like, it's really easy to spot. It's really easy to spot that behavior, and I really don't like it, and I have a very big disdain for it. I try to give you guys the news as best as I can. I do elaborate on stuff, I give my opinions on things, but I tell you when I'm doing it. Marcus is good people, Wrecker. I know Marcus. He's a good dude. Polaris Dawn is scheduled for the 26th, yeah. And then I think we'll cap up this space news with some awesome New Glenn testing. Here, check this out. Journalist here. The issue is that people are not aware about space being assigned to space press. People not aware about space being assigned to space press events. Joe, that's my thing, dude. Okay, I understand if you're a journalist at an organization, you're covering the space program. I get it. That's fair. And not knowing a lot. With that being said, Joe, there have been people that have been covering space flight here for years. 5 years plus. There are certain individuals, including Eric, that have been covering this for a long time. They don't really seem preoccupied with trying to even learn anything about it, but trying to, not leaking stuff, but citing anonymous sources, right? And then it's like they cover it like a sporting event. like there's no respect for the craft. That's what pisses me off. There's not even a respect for the craft in stuff that people have biases towards. Like SpaceX is the golden boy. Let's not lie to ourselves here. They're the golden boy. Obviously, you know why? Because they're doing stuff. All right, that makes sense. Right? The questions that they even ask them are not they're not hard hitting. They very much scream, I am just here so I don't get fined. How do the astronauts feel about this mission? You know what I mean? I don't see any effort from a lot of people who've been doing this for a while to learn this stuff. Thanks for the deep dive. Oh, thank you, son. Like, you'd think that, Joe, and this is why I do business with NSF. This is why I work with them. Because you have people like Alex, and you have people like Trevor, and you have people like Adrian. Those three right there, they are hell-bent on learning everything they can. That's the kind of people I want to be around, you know? Those three, I mean, they, like I said, they're hell-bent on this stuff. Good for them. That's why I like working with them. That's why even if I don't agree with some of the things that they say, like, I'll give you an example. Like you see this on Flame Trends. Trevor doesn't think that public space programs are a good idea. I still respect it because they want to learn the craft. They have respect for the craft. You know what I mean? That's how journalists get clicks, though, right? Since space is a fairly niche subject, the general population interested, get the general population interested, they have to be sensational. I feel like it's an unavoidable evil when something gains popularity. Kenny, I think that's a good point. However, if you took the time to understand the craft and understand how NASA goes about thinking about things and how SpaceX engineers this stuff, there's no sensationalism needed. I have never sensationalized anything that I report here on this stream, and I've been in business for a decade. Ever. NSF arguably has done the same thing NSF's been doing the same thing for 20 years. That's a pretty damn profitable venture, don't you think? Go look at the views. Go look at the sub count, their subscriber count on YouTube. That don't lie. Numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? You can do this without doing that. I love watching the pain in Alex's face when he gets rocket callouts 1 second off from when it's supposed to happen. Not really, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Blackness, that's always a thing, you know. Dude, that is the bane of calling freaking rocket launches. That's something that people, like, you guys wouldn't think about. Sometimes when I'm sitting there, right, and like we're covering a Starlink launch, and I'm like, okay, they should have main engine cutoff at 2 minute 30 seconds because every other Starlink launch before this has had MECO at 2 minute 30 seconds, and then SpaceX chooses to try a new trajectory, and there's main engine cutoff at 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and you're like, motherfucker, oh, stop it! You're like, 2 minute 20, you're like, okay, 10 seconds, we should have main engine cutoff. 15 seconds later, and then you look like an idiot. It's so damn frustrating, dude. Dude, they do it all the time. Why do you think I know that they're trying new trajectories with Falcon 9? That's how I've been able to do it. I watch every single one of them, even if we don't watch it on stream. It's so freaking annoying, dude. Oh, shoot. Dude, that is the bane of my freaking existence. Oh, God. I can empathize with Alex big time. That's why you should start saying MECO coming up soon. Yeah, so you do that, and then you get a message later about how you have no idea what you're talking about because you don't know the exact time when the main engine's cut off. It's a lose-lose scenario, man. Oh, God. This is a hard job, man. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You got to learn a lot of stuff. But, yeah. EJ, you have the same laugh as your brother. Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Woody? Yeah, so you do that, and then you get a message later about how you have no idea what you're talking about because you don't know the exact time when the main engine's cut off. It's a lose-lose scenario, man. Oh, Zai, you have no idea, dude. There's 1,000 little quirks like that, man. Yeah. You guys wouldn't know because you're not on this side of the camera, right? Oh, dude, there's tons of stuff like that. I don't ever bring it up, dude, because it's not worth it. The second I bring it up, right, the people are going to be like, stop complaining. You play video games all day. And, dude, I'm not going to say that there isn't some truth to that. You know? Yeah. Anyway, here, check this out. Look at that. This is a new Glen Interstage. They're testing out their actuators. I'm late joining. Lego, NASA, Artemis, SLS are on the shelves. I can't wait to put mine next to the Saturn V. There you go, Cricket Tube. So Blue Origin released this, right? Gridless fins. Yeah. And then Dave Limp is the new CEO. And then check this out. Oh, that's sick. Yes, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. And that's kind of been my modus operandi, dude, for a long time. My modus operandi is that I don't know better than NASA. I don't. You don't. Not anybody. No one does. And the fact that there's people out there that claim that they do is hilarious to me. You don't know better. I don't know better. Nobody does. I always that is my, thing one for analyzing these press conferences. I don't know better. And I formulated opinion on things based off of what I'm hearing. That's why I don't like asking questions either, because I need time to kind of process what the data that's conveyed in these press conferences. Don't be humble. Dude, I don't, man. I play KSP all day. I ain't no engineer. But I'd like to think that I got a decent grasp on how you'd go about assessing fault tree analysis and stuff, but you don't see me making my own spaceship now, do you? And until I do, I don't think it's fair for me to rule on somebody else's spacecraft design that it's a bad design. You don't know that for sure. Wasn't there some talk about using HTP for the RCS on that thing? I think they're using hydrogen peroxide, but I'm not sure. Talk is cheap. Where's your hardware? Bingo. And until I break into the spacecraft building industry, I'm going to always judge that the people talking know more than me about this. Because, they do. Just saying. Just putting it out there. At the Amazon building, people don't know what it is. Golly, that's a water tower. Pretty sure. This could possibly be a hydrogen peroxide thruster. Unfortunately, both types of thruster outputs will look very similar, but here's Starship versus an H2O2 thruster. Yeah. Interesting. All right, dudes. All right, it's a little past 4. That's going to do it for the Starliner update. If you want more space news will be starting again at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. The rest of the stream is going to be my summer car, but with an asterisk to that. What we're going to do for the mid-hour segment today is actually work on our summer project car, which is that white thing that's in pieces. We're going to actually work on that today. We'll do a wrenching stream here. And then after that, we'll work on our fake summer project car. and we're going to play some My Summer Car for after hours today. So, yeah, buckle up, literally, because cars, get it? So, yeah, I'm going to title this stream, Wrenching on My Summer Car. And then we'll just change the title later to My Summer Car. I think I'll keep us in the science and technology category, and then we'll go from there. So the rest of the stream is summer car stuff. Wrench day. Wrench day. Yeah. So I figure it'd be a good day because it's cool in the garage because it's been raining like crazy here because the remnants of the hurricane. You ready for the global gym hurricanes? Anyway, yeah, I will be back momentarily. I actually have to go down to the house real quick and get I got new lapel mics, so we're gonna be having some fun with that today. Yeah, working on a Huracan. No, it's a 91 Camaro. It's like the exact opposite of that. Nito, what'd you get? They're Cove microphones, I think. I have to go get them. They were on a recommendation from Das, and let's be real. Any AV recommendations from him, yeah. I don't even question it. Yeah, okay. Yep. 92 was the last year for that body style. Yep. All right, I will be back momentarily. All right. You enjoy this nice, easy listening? Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Oh, I thought that was the end of the song. Give me 1 second. Okay, I had the mics in the shop, and that's where we're going to go out to now. So enjoy the car wrenching. Stand by for acquisition of signal from the garage, as expected. Can you hear me? Yeah? Good? No? Yes? Maybe? Am I coming through on one channel? Am I looking at this right? Yes, but you're quiet. Okay, give me 1 second. Now there's constant static, isn't there? That's weird. Okay. Is that better? Is that working? Sorry, I didn't think the mics would be difficult to set up, but there's something not configured correctly in the GoStream duet. That's messing that all up. Now, in terms of sound, here I can... Give me one moment. I can turn myself up locally on the mic here. Boosting. Testing. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. That's better. Sorry for blowing everybody's ears out. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I have it on a separated circuit, so there shouldn't be any grounding feedback, but clearly there's grounding feedback. Apologies in advance, or in retrospect. I don't know, man. You know what I'm trying to say. Little distortion, turn it down a bit. Okay. Testing. Testing right there. Right there. How's that? Apologies in retrograde. Yep. So is Venus. Perfect. Let's frickin' get her done. So yeah, I got these Rode Wireless Go 2s. They're not bad. Is there a delay? Are we looking at an audio delay? Hold on. There we go. Yeah, there's no wires with these or anything, guys. They just kind of sit there, which is pretty sweet. Clap test. No audio delay. Good, 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 good. All right, cool. Good sync. All right, here. You know what? I'm going to get this off my collar real quick. Give me 1 second. Let's just clip it on. I'd prefer it clip it on my shirt right there. Okay, we're synced. All right. Yeah. It didn't like running the Rode didn't like running through the duet. So I do have all the cameras set up. And I do have a second microphone here. You know what? It would probably be a good idea to put this on charge right now. What is the car? This is a 91 Camaro. 91 Camaro RS. It's a Chevrolet. It's the only Chevy that I've worked on in this garage thus far. Yeah, I'm going to put the other microphone on charge here so we can, so if this one runs out, we're good to go. Now, fellas, I got a question. Am I coming through in mono or in stereo? Because on OBS, it says I'm coming through on the left channel only, which is weird. Are you able to boost the input volume at all? Yes. You sound like 10%. Okay. There we go. I'm boosting it a little bit more. Yeah, you're hearing it in stereo. That's weird. It's showing up as one audio channel in OBS, and I'm not 100% sure why it's doing that. I don't remember JSpeed. Whatever. As long as it's playing through both ears, I'm good. That's about as much as I'm going to boost this microphone. I'm not going to go any more with this. Because, yeah, I already blew your ears out once today. I don't want to do it again. Yeah, it's probably mono to both channels. That's my guess. Oh, Geek, there's another mic. You know what that means? This is mono over 2 channel. You could probably go stereo with 2 microphones if I had to guess. I would check the manual, but the manual is all pictures. It's all pictures. Oh. Yeah, you can get it. You can get this. It's in the last picture. Here, let me show you. Look. I have all the other cameras set up. Look, see the last picture? You can cycle through the base station. You can hold both buttons down on the base station for 3 seconds and it'll put it through a stereo. It sounds good. I like the sound of Camaro engines. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's good for a Chevy. For a Chevy. Well, Geek, we're here. Let's play with the microphones. I mean, I already wasted everybody's time by blowing their ears out. So let's see if we can just do this. Test. Oh wow. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Now it's playing. Now it's outputting in stereo, which is interesting. Did that make any difference, guys? Do you hear any difference? Doesn't sound any different. Yeah, okay. But I can put the mics in binaural mode, which is actually super cool. You could switch back and forth. Clarity, yes. Volume, no. All right, cool. All right, so what do we have to do with this thing? Well, there's a lot of different things. Let me give you guys an update. So the motor mount's in, the cross member's in. That's all good to go. I'll get in with another camera and I'll show you guys that in a second. Yeah, what we basically got to do is we have to go through everything on the suspension in this thing is kind of mocked up right now. We have to go through and we have to tighten down a lot of bolts. But before I do that, I'm having some problems with the strut bar, which is this thingamajigger right here. I can flip it and show you. It's this thing right here. This is a strut bar that's basically supposed to triangulate your front suspension to the structural bulkhead on your car, called the firewall. This thing is there to kind of keep everything nice and true, right? This is fouling on my suspension adjustment plate. I'll get in with another camera and I'll show you guys up close in a second. But yeah, that's That is something we got to figure out. It might involve modifying the mount plate. And if it involves modifying the mount plate, well, there's no point in buttoning up any of the suspension now, is there? That's where I'm at right now. So in terms of this car, let me tell you. Me and a buddy, a viewer on the stream, Ernok, we towed this car from his house in San Diego all the way to Boston in a cross-country road trip. We streamed the whole thing. The streaming setup and the cameras that you're seeing right now are the cameras that we use to mount on a car. We bought a 87 F350 dually, and we rented a trailer, and we towed this thing entirely across the country. The reason why is because here at my garage, we have, I had about $5,000 worth of QA1 suspension for this thing. To basically take the suspension from this 33-year-old car and upgrade it to basically modern suspension. I'll show you more on that in a second. He said moron. Nice. So, that's not supposed to be there. So, yeah, what we started doing, and we did the back end on stream, is we upgraded the entire rear end suspension, and then we started working on the front suspension, and yeah, started noticing some things. We had a little bit of a problem trying to get the motor mounts figured out, but I've since solved that problem. I'll show you how in a moment. And yeah, it's basically been me piecing this whole thing back together since. Freaking Chevy. Have I worked on a Camaro before? No, I have not. Yeah, Kurt, this isn't my car. This is my buddy's. My buddy Ernok. Yeah, this is his car, and I'm doing the work on it because it's cool. So, what are we working on today? We got to figure out this thing with the strut bar, what we're going to do with that, and I'm actually kind of curious to hear some people's opinions on it. I think I know what I want to do, but, you know, whatever. Put it out on the internet. It's good because, like I said, I've never worked on a Chevy before, like literally any Chevy. I usually work on Fords. Not saying it's good or bad. It's just this is the first time doing this. There might be some Camaro guru out there that's like, no, don't do that. You know, so you know, it's good to show your work, right? But yeah, we got to do that, and then I need to. If you notice, there's this part is not there. This is where the headlights go. I needed to replace that because I did talk with Ernok about this last night. I'm fairly confident that this car has been in an accident. Like, I'm pretty sure it got hit right here. Because when we went and took this car apart, all of the hardware over here, any of the hardware that associated with attaching to the quarter panel was either missing or the wrong hardware. So, you know, I thought maybe somebody's just been monkeying around with this. And then I started noticing things like how there's tech screws, self-tappers holding the wheel well padding in place. Tech screws are a screw with a drill bit at the end, right there. No car uses these from the factory that I know of, at least from this era. I mean, there might be one, I don't know. So there's tech screws holding this whole thing together. All of the bolts that hold this quarter panel together have been jimmied with. I know because if it hadn't, they attach the bolts here, right, and then they paint them from the factory. Over there, those bolts on the other side that hold the quarter panel in, those bolts are all painted. Somebody has monkeyed around with them, but every bolt over here has been unscrewed, which means this quarter panel has been off the car. And then I started noticing the most glaring issue. Here, come here, I'll show you. So I have the front bumper for the car right here. Take a look. So on this side of the bumper, there's 2 tabs. See them right here? There's 2 tabs. Those tabs feed into the quarter panel. There should be slots in the quarter panel. Now let me go over here like this. I'm just going to grab more slack here. If you look, see the slots in the panel? Camaros that have the body kit on them have those slots right there. See them? When I took the car apart, I didn't pay it much mind. I was like, why aren't those there? That must be some weird thing. I don't know too much about it. But if you go over here, and you look at this, there is no slot. They're not there. They're gone. So this panel is not factory. They didn't come like that from the factory. I know because if we go and look at the factory body kit that came with this car, somebody cut the tabs off. See? Somebody cut those tabs. You could see where they were. They were there. And this is a factory piece. Somebody cut them off. So, either that or they got ripped off when this car was hit, which kind of looks like it. But yeah, there were those little tabs. They were there. They're not there anymore. So that tells me that this quarter panel came off of a car that didn't have a kit on it. So what's a Camaro? What's a third-gen Camaro that didn't have the RS or the IROC body kits on it? A Berlinetta. Or a V6. It could be a V6. Could be a Berlinetta. But I'm pretty sure that's a Berlinetta quarter panel. The Berlinetta was the economy version of the third-gen Camaro, because back in the day, they made sporty cars, but they made sporty cars that were fuel efficient, right? So a Berlinetta would have came with an Iron Duke 4-banger in it. The same engine that's in a U.S. mail van. Mail vans aren't really known for their horsepower. So, because of that, yeah, I had to, well, right here. So, the reason what kind of sent me on this, like, oh, that can't be the factory Camaro panel. It can't be the one it came with from the factory. All that. The biggest tip-off was the headlight lamp. There's a headlight lamp housing that goes right here. It's actually on the ground right there. See it? It's the white one. And there are bolts that pick up on the quarter panel. Here and here. It picks up on those two. Not that one. This one. Not here or here so much. But right here. See those? It picks up on that. There should be, now this is the replacement, there should be 2 bolts going through that are captured on this, in the plastic there. They were cast into this plastic, right? See the 2 threads that go through? Those 2 threads should be lining up with those 2 holes. Now, let's look at the factory one that I saw on here when I found it. Yeah. Yeah. See what I'm talking about? This was damaged in a collision. See what I mean? This all was broken off. I thought somebody just cut it off, but now I'm looking at it. This is like a recycled plastic, fiberglass, epoxy, resin thingamajigger. This has been sheared off. That's absolutely shearing from a collision. This car was hit. This car was hit right here. Pretty much right there like that. It hit the front quarter, or it was hit this way, and the quarter panel got bashed in, and it cracked that right off. Or it hit someone. Yeah, normally when that happens, you find damage up here. I think this car got T-boned. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Or it crashed or something. And I talked to Ernock about it. He said the car's a salvage title, so yeah, that proves that. How's the frame, though? Yeah, I checked. The frame's still true. It's true where it needs to be, Tessa. Let's put it to you like that. It's true where it needs to be true. So where the cross member is and stuff, I measured it. When I put in the cross member, I made sure to put the cross member in perfectly square to the frame rails. However, I noticed that it's right here, this part, so you can see the unibody frame rail, right? It goes right through here, and it goes right up and connects into the bumper right there. This is out that way just a little bit. It's that way. Just this part right here. It's out that way, once again indicating that she got hit right here. There was a collision somewhere in this area. It's somewhere over here. This car got into an accident. The frame rail, the front of the frame rail goes this way. It goes out that way, just a little bit. All the parts where the frame is structural or integral to the suspension of the car, it's fine. It's true. So, yeah, a little bit of an update on this thing. Not ideal, but as long as the suspension component parts are okay, we're not, I mean, this ain't no factory restoration. This car isn't going to the Concorde, the Elegance, you know what I mean? It's not going to Pebble Beach, so not a problem. Annoying, but not a problem. Yeah, Stingray, that's the other thing. Dude, the suspension kit that I'm putting in this is fully adjustable. Camber caster toe, damper. The only thing that isn't adjustable is the spring. Well, you could make the argument that the spring rate is adjustable too, because I could set the ride height from the spring, but that's not exactly the same thing. So the only thing that's static is the spring. Everything is adjustable. If camber caster and toe are adjustable, you can align that right out. You can align any potential bends. Now, why do they do that? Well, why would they do that? Why would they be okay with making something that's bent from the factory? Well, one, Chevy. No, Chevy, it's not that. It's the manufacturing process. Sometimes you're going to... The tolerances at the end of the day for cars, it's not spacecraft, dudes. It's not spacecraft. It doesn't have to be that right. So what they do is they make adjustable pieces so you can adjust any potential weird stuff with the frame during the manufacturing process. You could adjust that right out with the suspension, car will ride great. That's all. It happens. You get some slight changes in tolerance through different cars at the factory. Fun fact, if you own a car from the 50s and the 60s, a car that was hand welded together and not welded on with a machine or something, yeah, it was welded by a person. Sometimes it's completely wrong. That's why some old cars seem to rust more than other cars. Maybe a guy was building a car at the end of the day on a Friday at the end of his shift and said, screw this, I want to go home. It's totally true. That stuff can happen. Anyway, I'm going to put that camera down there for a second. I actually need to pull up the YouTube chat. I forgot. Got to pull up the YouTube chat. Give me 1 second. I haven't had it open. Sorry, YouTubers. Hope you guys are enjoying the automotive stuff. So, yeah, the headlight bezel is definitely, that was definitely hit in a collision and somebody just didn't button it up. That and there's this buckle piece right here that holds the front of the quarter panel to the core support. That screw was never there. So somebody haphazardly kind of put this thing back together. That's something we're not going to do this time around. But anyway. Yeah, I'm thinking between the bumper and the front wheel. It was somewhere, as far as I can tell, guys, it was somewhere right here. Somewhere in this area here. Yeah, maybe like right here. But there should be, I mean, guys, we should be able to see it. If there's something weird with this, we should be able to tell. There should be ripples in the metal. You can't miss it. It's like if you have a soda can and you crush a soda can and you try to bend it back into normal, even if you had a way to get it perfectly cylindric again, there's still gonna be ripples in the metal. There's gonna be dimples. You'll be able to see them. Now, with that being said, I don't really see anything here like that. I'm looking around. Let me look. See if we can see any ripples in the metal. No, everything looks copacetic. That might be a byproduct from the metal stamping that stamped that quarter panel out. Does the other side have it? Yes. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, I can't reach because the AC compressor's there. All right, cool. That's supposed to be there. There's a huge crease in the metal right there. Oops. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting it. I'm fixing it. I see it. Come on, little Fayu. Come back. There we go. Yeah, there's a crease in the metal right there, but that's from the stamping process. So I'm pretty sure we're all right. Hey! Hey! Get back here. What the frick? Dang it. Don't tell me my power cord's going for this thing. It's always something. Crap, that was the camera I was going to use today. Don't tell me you're out of batteries. Come on. No. Oh boy. It's going to be that kind of stream. All right. Okay. It's cool today, Tessa. It's not really warm. Oh boy, more troubleshooting. That's what I wanted to do today. All right, let's go. Frayed USB cable, guys. Forgive me. I should have charged the camera. Yeah, it's just an old USB cable, dudes. Which kind of sucks. Which means I have limited range with this now. But yeah, it's this cable. Didn't like that cable. Yeah, Tessa, something like that. You need to make better connectors for the camera umbilical. And you need to make better comments in my chat. What are you doing in my chat? What are you doing in my thread? The hood is on the roof. It makes it look odd. I had to take it off because we had to do some work underneath this car, and that work, JWA, required me to pick the engine up. That's why I took the front bumper and everything off because, yeah, I had to pull the engine up because we redid the suspension completely underneath this thing. You can't hear me. Oh. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. I'll see if I have another USB extension cable here, guys. Let me see if I have one in my bag of tricks. I don't think I do. No. Balls. Balls. Crap. All right, well, we're just going to have to roll with it. Anyway, where are you going to put the turbo? Well, after we get that 305 out of here, we'll probably do that. But we got to do work with this. Here. All right, I'm going to try to bring you guys over here as best as I can, I guess. Hang on a minute. Oh, dude, hold up. My other USB cable. Yes, the good one. Yes. Yeah. This one will work. Hold up. Give it a second. Give it a second. I have a different USB cable that we can use. All right. I have an idea for the 305, a bar stool. Yeah. So when this 305 is out of there, then we'll think about it. That's really up to Ernock. That's not up to me. But what I was thinking is I'll work on putting this all back together, or at least get some of the headlight stuff figured out. Yeah, I might have to paint some more things. 305 is a boat anchor. Yeah. Apparently, per the previous owner, this motor had some work done to it. I don't know what that means. Also, I'm going to take my Artemis hat off because I don't want to wreck it. So, enjoy the hair or lack thereof. Burp. It's a iron block, iron heads, iron everything, piece of crap. Tessa, you remember that episode of Top Gear where Jeremy has a Camaro and he is astonished that somehow they got a V8 to make like 170 horsepower? That he's talking about a 305. Means nothing if he didn't describe what was done. Yeah, that's a previous owner. So I don't believe any of that crap. This thing still has the smog pump on it. You don't do work. You don't build the engine and put the damn smog pump back on, unless you're in California. And the guy that Ernock bought this from was not in California. Let me put it to you like that. Not trying to stir things up or anything, but should I be taking the Starliner news article saying they will be stuck in space until 2025, or is this more fear-mongering? Gujar, one of the contingency procedures that NASA has come up with, just in case they can't come back on Starliner, is to have Butch and Sonny basically do a regular ISS stay. Yeah, that's one of their contingencies. Operative word, contingency. They're still trying to make sure that they have their best odds with Starliner, but NASA has come up with some alternative plans just in case. They're just hedging their bets, that's all. They could, it's a possible outcome, but they're not stranded. Like, yeah, they're not. They're not. That's a weird way of saying that. That's like saying, dude, here's the thing. That's like saying if you're waiting for the bus, you're stranded at a bus stop because your car doesn't work. No, you're just waiting for the bus. You're not stranded. You're just waiting for the freaking bus. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't pay it too much mind, actually. I'm going to hold on to this. You're not stranded if you're waiting for a train. You know why? Because you're waiting for a train. Stranded implies you have no avenue of transportation. They're just trying to get clicks. Yep, everyone is, dude. They're all contingency procedures, dude. It all really depends on what happens with Starliner. Now, once again, I'm not going to sit here and say that Boeing didn't completely screw up by not having a proper validated thermal model through OFT 1.2 and CFT 1. But their thrusters are overheating. That's the long story. I don't know how you can fly 2 missions prior into space. One of them had the thrusters just shooting off in all directions because of another problem, and not have an updated thermal model, especially, like I said, especially after OFT1. I don't understand how that can happen. If I have any criticisms, it's that. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting conundrum. Certainly an interesting conundrum. If you're waiting on British Rail, you're most definitely stranded. Well, fortunately, Starliner's an American capsule, not a British one. Because, you know, there's a joke, right? There's a joke. Relax. Okay, so I'm going to bring you guys down in here, and I'll show you the work that I've been doing. I did charge up the lights today, so they should be nice and bright. These lights are actually super cool. Thank you, All Systems, for handing these over. All right, come on down here. All right, I'm going to take you guys off of the tripod. And I'm going to move the headlight bezels out of the way. All right. Take a look. What do you think? Pretty good, huh? We have been completely modernizing the suspension for this thing. We've switched to coilover rather than a there's a shock there before, and then there's a huge spring pocket right there where there was a gigantic freaking coil spring. Cool thing is this upgraded suspension has the provisions for that too if we wanted to run a coil spring with upgraded control arms. I got new tie rods, new tie rod adjuster, new cross member, upgraded sway bar. This thing up here is called a Wonder Bar. See the TDS thing? It is kind of fouling on the sway bar, but I'm trying to figure that one out. We'll get to it. I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I don't think the sway bar will foul on this cross member here when the suspension is compressed. So yeah. The Wonder Bar is actually how I figured out that this part of the frame is towed that way a little bit, because the Wonder Bar didn't fit. I filed it down a little bit and tried my best to get the frame true. It's pretty close. I'd say we're less than 1/8 of an inch off. But yeah, we have a structural cross member here that ties the kind of the front of the suspension together, and it picks up on the sway bar mounts. It's called a Wonder Bar. That's what this thing is. This is the sway bar right here. This thing kind of ties together the control rods, or the control arms right here, so the body doesn't roll independently of the suspension. Yeah, it keeps everything nice and straight. We have upgraded control arms. I have a coilover strut installed. This is like more modern than what would be on this. We do have the mounts all figured out. Here, hold on one second. I'm stuck. The mounts are figured out. Turns out that the small block Chevy mounts, just by sheer chance, pick up on 2 of the bolts. With the LS mounts, if you see the bolt here, let me try to see if we can put this on the balancer or something. If you guys can, here, let me switch it to pointy. See, it's bolted up, and she's fine. That's the factory stuff that bolted to the LS cross member. The motor is in the same spot that it was, which is actually super cool. Yeah, both sides. Everything else is in. The thing about all this is because here, let me show you. Let me get up top real quick. Oh God. Okay. The thing about this is that I'll show you. So here, take a look. Up here is the adjuster plates. This is how you set camber on the suspension. Now, what's camber? So see how there's a slot going this way? Camber is what sets the angle of the tire relative to like the front profile of the car. So if you wanted to run more camber, you'd tilt your tire in. Changing this slot right here is going to camber the tires in or camber them out. Now simultaneously, if you look at that bracket underneath there, there's a slot that goes this way. That one is setting what's called caster. Caster is the angle at which the suspension moves at relative to the ground, okay? So if you wanted to run more caster with your car, you'd slot the plate this way, you'd slot it that way, and your whole suspension would be tilted more towards the ground. Why do you run a lot of caster? Well, you'd run caster, it kind of depends. It depends on really what you're doing. You'd want to run a lot of caster in like an off-road application, but I mean, you can do it in certain road applications too. If you know, there is already a little bit of caster to this geometry, just kind of from the factory, but it is adjustable. You can slide it back and forth. See, we have slide plates. So that's what these two plates are. And then obviously on the camber adjustment plate on the top, we have a nice, this was actually some really nice welding. You have your cup to receive the top of the spring in the suspension right here. None of this is set. It's all just loosey-goosey. See how I can just move it back and forth like that. The reason why none of it is set and the reason why the spring isn't even really mounted is because of this. So this is the strut bar. This is a structural piece just like the Wonder Bar down there that connects the two frame rails together. This structural piece holds the top of the suspension towers together, and it triangulates it on the firewall, which is a structural piece of the car. There's basically a big metal wall right there. It's called the firewall because if this catches on fire, the fire doesn't go where the people are, but it's used on cars. Every car has a firewall. Heck, even Teslas have firewalls. You got to shield yourself from the motors and the battery and stuff. Come on back now, camera. All right, so this triangulates the firewall to the strut towers. It's called the strut bar. But if you look, I got a little bit of a problem here. It's fouling on the adjuster plate. So we're going to have to, I might need to take this off, and we might need to find another way to hold this all together. I think if I can get this thing to live right around here, if I can get it to live right around, well, right basically on the edge of the top of the strut tower right here, that should give us enough meat to not screw with any of the adjustment slots. And I should just be able to cut that right out. But we also got to, that is a project to get that done right. I don't want to be careful with that. I think today I'm going to work more on getting the suspension back. So anyway, I was talking about camber. Camber is the angle of the tire relative to like the front profile. So if you were running more camber, your tire would be angled in more. You'd want to run more camber if you're going around corners. The reason why is because if your tire is like this, if it's tilted inwards, right, and you drive around a corner, the momentum of the car is going to load up this suspension, and it's going to push the tire out, and more of the tire tread will be touching the ground. So a lot of camber can get you better handling in certain situations. In this case, the factory, the QA1 stuff suggested for like road driving, it suggested 1 degree. So camber is measured in degrees. Obviously, 0 degrees is the tire perfectly parallel to the ground. And the factory suggested 1 degree. So that would be, if this is 0, it would be tilted in 1. They suggested -1. You can camber out too. I'm not sure what that would be good for, but you can do it. But yeah. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Here, I'm going to rehook up this camera to the tripod, and I'll talk to you guys for a second. So the other thing that you can adjust with this suspension is toe. Now, toe on a car is the amount of, toe is also measured in an angle. Well, it's actually not measured really at an angle. It's measured in inches. Basically, if the tires on the car are like this, the toe is how much the front tires are tilted inward, like that. So if camber is this way, right, toe would be that way. Now, why do you have more toe? More toe gives you more stability going down the road, but you don't want your tires being like this trying to go down the road like that. You want them just slightly in, just a little bit. It goes good. You can do toe in degrees. I'm pretty sure how they measure toe. How I've learned to do it is inches. You measure the difference in inches between the treads between tread points on the front of the tire and on the back of the tires, and whatever that inch difference is your toe. You can adjust the toe with those new tie rods that we bought. So yeah, and then on top of all that, in our coilover, we have fully adjustable suspension. So we have adjustable camber, we have adjustable caster, we have adjustable toe, we have adjustable damper, which adjusts the shock. You would use that depending on what type, like if you were racing, depending on the surface of the track and bumpiness of the track, you'd want more or less damper. The only thing we can't adjust is our spring rate. We have a static spring rate. I think those springs are like 250. They say 250 on it. I'd assume that correlates somewhat to spring rate, but I'm not sure what unit of measurement that correlates to. Yeah, we'll see. Does toe matter with how wide the tires are? I mean, it's really more about the tire fitting in there. If you run too much toe, the front of the tire is going to hit something. But, yeah. Zen's here. Let me get a tire, and I'll put a tire here, and I'll show you the different axes. Give me 1 second. Oh, nice. I've been looking for this light. Hell yeah. I was wondering where the other one went. I'm going to plug you in. We're going to charge your batteries up. Not you, chat. I'm talking to my lights, okay? I'm talking to my lights, chat. Here, let me get the front tires. I'll show you. Archer, I was just talking to my gun, all right? Okay, so check this out. I haven't cleaned the rim or anything, so it's kind of dirty. So, front tires here, right? So, camber would be this. How far the tire is tilted in. The reason why, like I said, is because when the car goes around a corner, it has momentum that's going to push out. Your car's gonna want to roll, right? And it's a rock. When it rolls, right? If you have a car that's, rolled to the left like 5 degrees, and you're running 5 degrees of camber, that means your tire is going to be straight up on the ground when you're going around a corner. Different types of camber are, like on a race car, for instance, you'd adjust camber depending on the type of corners that the track has for certain scenarios, right? The factory is calling for like 1 degree, which is like maybe that much. It's not a lot. So that's camber. Camber is the degree measurement of the tire this way. Toe is a measurement of the static point of this wheel. So basically when the steering wheel is straight, the angle of the tire going in like this. So once again, these wheels do steer, and you do use the steering linkage to adjust your toe on a car like this, right? But this is taking into account that the wheel is perfectly straight and the car is going straight down the road. Toe in would be this. So the other tire, if you towed in, you'd want to tow in 2 tires. So the other tire would be doing that too. Toe in is for stability, basically. If the tires are both pushing in on themselves, it's kind of more stable going down the road. Yeah, I mean, you'd use more toe in on a track, like on a racetrack that had tighter corners. For this, because it has a lot to do with like steering geometry, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's the idea. Toe out would be this way. So you have camber, right, toe, and then caster is the angle of the suspension relative to the ground. That's also measured in degrees. So if we're looking at the car from the side, again, like this, see the strut, there's a strut there, right? If the strut's straight up like this, you have 0 caster. If the strut is angled back like this, and it's, if you were looking at, say this is 90 degrees to the ground, if it was 70 degrees to the ground, that'd be 20 degrees of caster. Somebody said it in chat, and it reminded me of it. It's used for a smoother ride. You can run more caster and it'll be smoother over the bumps. But that, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons why you do that. Most cars have a non-adjustable caster. Every car has adjustable toe because the wheels need to steer. They're already designed to go on this to turn because they're the front wheels. Some cars have adjustable camber. Interestingly enough, the Camaro from the factory had an adjustable caster, which is weird. This Camaro from the factory has adjustable caster. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, there you go. Just putting the wheel back. These tires are in pretty decent condition. Is tow out useful for anything in particular? You know what? I don't know. I can't think of a real application where you'd want tow out. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I know there's a reason for it because tow out is a thing. But I don't know. Yeah, too much tow causes a lot of wear on your tires. Absolutely. You can always tell, fellas, if somebody is not running, if somebody's running the wrong amount of tow, like if the car was aligned and someone's running too much tow or too much caster, the tread wear. On a tire, across the entire tread, if you're looking at it from the front, you know, the treads would be right here. It should be nice and even. But if you're running camber, if you're running too much camber, the inner side of the tire, the one that's touching the ground more, is going to wear unevenly to the side that isn't because your tire's tilted, right? It's tilted inward. Yeah, you can always tell who has a bad alignment and a bad adjustment because the tread pattern on their tires is non-uniform. The tire tread should wear evenly. If it wears out on one side, well, A, that's super freaking dangerous, and B, yeah, your camber was not set correctly. What's the purpose of 40-degree camber? I don't know, man. Dude, I don't know about you. Ernock's car is a little beat up. It looks kind of ratty, but that's just because it's old. I don't really get the reason why somebody would want to intentionally make their car look like the suspension is broken, but hey, whatever. The stance, dude. That's what you want to do. Sure, why not? If that's what you want. The car is your canvas or something. I don't know. What year is this car, Jay? Well, it's a 91 Camaro. Now Ackerman, Kingpin, and Instant Center. You should squat it. No. Why not? Reduced grip? People run a lot of camber because it looks cool, because, you know, just lowering your car is cooler or something. I don't know, low and slow, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't understand that, but hey, whatever, dude. That's what people like doing. It is what it is. Yeah, that's right, NASCAR, Sun Temple. That would be a good example of tow out. If you're going around to oval the entire time, sometimes you would run uneven tow. One tire would be towed out and the other one would be towed in because you're going around an oval. And you'd set caster and camber accordingly to that too because you're only taking left turns, right? Circle track cars have weird suspension adjustments for this exact reason. That's actually a good point. I don't know, man. Like, if you want to stanch your car, that's what you want to. I'm not judging. I don't care. I don't care. I don't bother doing that. I don't really understand why you'd want to do that. Like, the second you go over a speed bump, you're going to bottom your car out and break it. But hey, you look cool. Don't judge people's taste except the Carolina squat. They should be shunned and disowned. Yep. All right, dudes. So I want to try to at least get our headlights all back together today. I have a new hardware kit for the front of this, and that's going to involve transferring parts from one of these things to the other. So yeah, let's get to it. Okay, so where am I at? Headlight buckets on this thing look fine. I did paint the headlight bezels. Right? The headlight bezels. See? They look pretty good. They came out okay. They look good from the front. I didn't go too hard and heavy on sanding this. The reason why is I didn't want to scratch it up because it's very thin. All this is a retainer plate that holds the headlight bulb in position because the headlights are sealed beam like this. So this thing would sit in a headlight bucket, and this thing is the retainer plate that holds it to the front of the car. See, that's what I mean. It looks fine. It looks fine that way. Looks good. So the headlight buckets are kind of another story. They're fine. They just also probably need to be painted. I did put these things in a little bit of rust remover, and yeah, it did get a lot of the rust off, but it didn't get all of it because I think that's old paint and stuff. It clearly like melted some of the paint off because the paint was adhering to rust, which means somebody painted this in the past when it was rusty. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, here. These are just one set. I'll show you what these look like when I pulled them out. Somebody went over this and painted it when it was rebuilding. Yeah, see, look.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See how there's just a little bit of shiny gloss paint right there? That's what I mean. Somebody painted over the rust. But that's okay. These are in good condition. They're fine. Hey, Schmoog, 113 months. Hey, man, your Datsun looks weird. It's fine. It's fine. Are you planning to keep the sealed beams or switch to LED? Not my decision. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. Ask her or not. So, I tried to put those through some rust remover, but I think I'll clean those up and paint it, and then just paint over these the way that they are. Yeah. Either that or I could take a wire wheel to these things, but I'm kind of worried about doing that because these things are it's thin metal for what it is, you know. So probably just going to take these to my paint booth in front of the garage and paint them. I got to scrape off all the crappy paint from that thing, from the bezels that I did put in there because the paint on there is not adhering to anything anymore. But yeah. Did he end up giving you this car? No, this is his car. Yeah, this is very much his, dude. I have enough stuff for now. Are you just the wrench? I'm trying to figure the dynamic. I'm working on the car. Yeah, I am just the wrench here. This is Ernok's car. He'll drive it back to California, and maybe we'll stream doing that. Who knows? Okay. I'm going to give these things a coat of paint here real quick, and yeah, we'll work on getting all the crap off the other ones so we can start painting those. All right, let's get to work. Whoa, whoa. Guys, I'm painting over here because it's close to the garage door and I can open it to get good ventilation. I'm just going to open it a little bit so we get a good vent. It's polite. It's right. It's the Mr. McSneezy Deluxe. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna rebuild these over here fast. You know, we're rebuilding it. It looks great. Oh yeah. Oh man, this rebuild. I'm grinding it all down. I'm grinding the paint right off. It looks amazing. It's like, you know, real moment. Oh, these look fantastic. It's, you know, like, you know, I sanded all the paint off just now and you know, we're rebuilding it. Yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. I'm surprised the garage does not have an exhaust fan. Yeah, I couldn't afford that. I spent all the money on the garage. The door is a pretty good exhaust too. All right, now these other ones. Oof. Yeah, I gotta scrape the paint off this bad boy. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. These things are, you gotta scrape the paint off. Do I have a wire wheel or a gasket scraper or something? Oh, yeah, there we go. That's gonna make a huge mess. Next big purchase, a sandblaster? Yeah, maybe. Be a pretty decent investment, dude. All right. Come on down here, guys. We got to clean these things off. Let me just make sure this shot is framed okay. Are we good? Yeah, here we go. All right, cool. So, lovely. Yeah, these were painted a bunch of times. Yeah, see, there's all different colors underneath here. I'm going to vacuum all this stuff up. That's why I'm doing it on the drop cloth. Now, the interesting thing here is that these ones have definitely been repainted. Like you can see that there's multiple layers of paint here. The interesting thing is that the ones that I just spray painted, they have, I mean, they were painted a little bit on the outside. The tabs were different colors. They were black. But that's because somebody repainted the headlight bezels a long time ago. But it doesn't look like they repainted the buckets. You know, so who knows? Maybe these ones were repainted because they were on the other side. Yeah, we want to make sure we get all this loose crap off of here like that. We want to get all of it off because when we go to paint this thing, if we paint it and some of it's on there, it's just going to flake off later. Probably when the car is going down the road and this thing's vibrating all over the place. This thing is in pretty good condition though, but you can definitely see that there was rust underneath that paint. See the color right here, right there. See how it's brown-ish. But yeah, flanking a sandblaster would be pretty useful here. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot of it. What I'm going to do is, give me one sec. Oh, nice. I need my paper towels. I got to go get my tool. Kip, man, that ain't a tool. That's a damn brick. If you need stuff sandblasted, ship it to you. All right. I got to go get my tool. Where did I put my paper towels? Geek, where'd you put the paper towels, man? Dang, everybody in my shop moving everything around. Yep, those are gone. I don't know where they were. I had a roll here a second ago. They were there this morning. What did I do with them? I have no idea where my damn paper towel... Ah, I found them. They were on my desk. They were on my desk. Nice. Okay, give me that. And then I need my wasp repellent over here. It's next to the 10 mil. Yeah. Yep. All right. We might not need that. So I got degreaser, and then we got some brake clean. Brake clean's good stuff, because you can use it to do this. Watch, ready? It's good at getting gunk off of metal surfaces. We'll get as much of that damn loose paint off there as it needs. Yeah, see? Somebody repainted these. See the white? They're supposed to be black. So, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe they should be. I don't remember. This was clearly repainted, though. You can see there's two different colors right there on the edge. See what I mean, mate? Yeah, it's definitely good. It's getting there. Let's just see if we can Scrub just a little bit more of this off there. So yeah, I'm getting all the paint as best as I can off this without a sandblaster. I don't really want to hit it with a crazy wire brush though, dudes. Even though that probably is what I'm going to end up doing. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's no good. I want to get some sandpaper. I should probably get some sandpaper just to finish it off. Yeah, I saw it, Forge, yeah. Your whistling is confusing the dog, okay. Industrial strength paint stripper. I don't have that with me, so we'll find other ways. Yeah, Forge, I know. He called out a bunch of people in Discord. Now, Forge, I'll be honest with you, man. If people are going to wish death upon his family, they can piss right the hell off. Look, man, we like space. Not to the point where you're gonna wish violence against somebody. That's absurd. Where's my sandpaper? Have you seen my sandpaper? I have paint thinner up here. That actually might work a little bit. I just need sandpaper though. Not looking for paint thinner right now. Ha. 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 Just put sand on some paper. Oh, okay. Where's my palm sander? Should be here. Oh, no, I found something that we can use. Hold on. Yeah, baby. Scotch-Brite. I got an SOS pad. That'll do it. Okay. This is usually used, I mean, Hellfish, you said oven cleaner. This is what this is used for. It's used for cleaning pots and pans, steel wool pads. Let's add some brake clean into the mix. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that works. That works real good. That works excellent. I'll show you in a second. I will show you the results momentarily. Not bad. All right. This one's good. I'm going to hit it with some degreaser. try to get all the crap off. I mean, the brake clean should have cleaned that surface pretty good, but we'll degrease it, get all the crap out of there. Yeah, not bad, dudes. Not bad at all. This thing came out pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. We got a good enough surface to give this thing a quick respray. I just, once again, you got to get all the crap off of it. If you don't, yeah, that's going to show up. And not that anybody's going to see this, but, I mean, you guys are, so. I want to make sure it's done. The right way, done decent enough. The right way to do it would be to sandblast it. And, yeah, I suppose getting a sandblasting pit might not be the worst idea. Nice. Cool. That one's ready to go. Let's get the other one. Now, the other one I put this in Evaporust, and the other one I had in this way, so the back of it is all grimy and gross. But that just shows if this thing was submerged and it did get, I mean, I don't think it would permeate through the paint. Kind of defeats the point of the paint, but clearly. Here, you know what? Let's use this. It got the rust off, but I think the thing is that rust was underneath the paint. There is white paint under there. See that? Definitely there. I need a sandblasting pit, don't I? All right, let's just... Just going to degrease this and we'll paint it. Like I said, this isn't like a finished thing. I just want these things to be nice and sealed up, and I noticed there was some rust on them, so I dipped them in the spots, like I said, that were rusty. All right. I don't know, man. Maybe we should hit these things with paint stripper. You know, like both of them are halfway. Dude, the paint was so rough on these things, I thought it was just rusty. That's why I dipped them right in there, and I was like, oh crap, they're actually painted. Whoops. What do you guys think? I'm going to go over there. I think you should come visit and bring Bluefist with you. Yeah. Should probably do this right. I'll just go get some aircraft remover, spray these things down. But like, see, that's the thing, dude. I don't... The headlight stuff is just reassembling everything. I don't want to do the sway bar stuff unless I have time. Like a lot of time. And we do want to play Summer Car sooner rather than later. You know, and I'm not saying like we don't do it, but that's going to take time, and we need to make sure we do that right. Lowe's has the cheapest price on media blasting. Yep. I have paint thinner here. That might do it. Yeah. It's not the right tool for the job, man. Do I have anything else here that can do something like this? I have aircraft remover, but it's all clogged up. The can's clogged, which is annoying. I don't have a compressor that I can use to blast. I have a compressor. It's probably not adequate. How do the other ones look? Yeah, not bad. See, that's the thing. Without these things being in good condition, it's going to be it might be a second, like before we can go and put the headlight bezel back together. Yeah, I think going and getting some paint stripper will probably do this right, so you know we can give them a proper paint job. I really don't want to do this half-assed, you know, especially since it's not mine. You know, if it was mine, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, let's throw them back in. Actually, you know what? Let's be real. No, I wouldn't. Don't be lazy. Let's roll with this stuff. So I'm trying to think what else we could do. Like, this is going to take some time to get this all right. What else can we do? There's also the replacement bumper. Ernok, dude, you out there? The more I think about this, dude, the more I think fixing the factory bumper as best we can and then putting that back on might be our best bet. The replacement bumper is okay, but I've noticed that it's not the factory bumper. I'll show you what I mean. Here, it's not bad. It's just this thing is missing a glaring amount of stuff. Like, that's the best way I can describe this. So this thing is nice. It's good. It has all those, you have tabs. There's no holes drilled in this. You got to drill all the holes. That's okay. Shouldn't be an issue. Like, you drill holes on this flange, you drill a couple of holes there, a couple of holes there, you know. But this thing is missing a ton of stuff, and I'm not 100% sure why it's this way. But let me show you what I mean. So, like, look down here. See how there's nothing down here? There's just a lip, right? And that's fine. Once again, it's up to you. We'll put whatever you want on there, right? There's just a lip over the edge down the bottom of that bumper. Now, take everything that I just showed you, right? Think about it, and now look at this thing. This thing doesn't have any of these tabs. We got to transfer it. But I don't know how we're going to transfer this because this is part of the bumper. You know what I mean? I suppose that's one kit, but now these tabs right here aren't there. You know what I'm saying? None of that's there. I'm not 100% sure why it doesn't have that. But that bumper, put it on, sure. It's going to be doing this when it goes down the road because it's not bolted together on the bottom. You don't have the provisions for it. And it's entirely possible that I could be missing something, but I don't know. I mean, on the whole, this bumper isn't too bad. I mean, yeah, it's messed up around the bumpers and stuff, but I'll be honest with you, with what you want to do with this car, that bumper over there is just going to get messed up too. So I don't know, man. It's up to you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I don't. Here, you know what? Let me get it. Let me compare them. I need to look at them next to each other. Stay. Don't move. And, you know, maybe this bumper, because it's made out of fiberglass, is way stronger, so it doesn't need as much provisions or something. I don't know. Stay. Don't you dare. Here, let me show you what I mean. Come here. So, like, see, it has all these mounts and all these provisions that thing just doesn't have. So how is this bumper going to be held in? Like, all this stuff isn't there. And I guess I have to drill new holes for the headlight bezels, for your fog lights or your running lights, because I honestly have no idea how that's going to work. They do have those nice screens in front of your intakes. There's two of them there. And there, you see what I'm talking about, man? Like, we're missing some parts. And maybe this comes off, I don't know. It doesn't look like it does. I don't know, man. It's up to you. But yeah, I'm noticing that they're like it's missing some pieces. See Geek's note. The fiberglass is stiffer, so it doesn't need as much support. The OG is polyurethane. It's flexible and wobbly. Yeah, okay. Drilling all the holes for this is going to suck. I don't know how we're going to get the headlight bezels to work in there. They're drilling holes in that fiberglass is like right here, the headlight. Why am I going slow? You gonna stay this time? You sure? Yeah, so I mean, yeah, Geek, I can drill the holes. That's not a big deal. In Ernock too. I can drill these holes, but getting the headlight bezels to sit in there and drill the flanges right, like, yeah, maybe it won't be that big of a deal. I don't know, man. I mean, Ernock, what's the good word, man? What do you want to do with this? You want me to just dump the poly one like before, knowing what we know? Or do you want to, I don't know. What do you want to do? What do you want to do, huh? What do you want to do? Do the fiberglass one. I was afraid you're going to say that. All right. Okay. I got to transfer parts from this one. We got to transfer the headlights and a bunch of other stuff, so. Do you want me to paint this? You want to paint it? Polyurethane repair is a pain in the butt. Yep, okay. Yeah, drilling these holes is too. feel bad, but I think that's the better option. It's your car, man. Okay, I got to think about how I want to do this then. Anyway, let me check on the headlight adjuster parts. I got a package in today during Space News. Ah, there we go. There's my headlight adjusters. Sweet. I'll show you guys this in a second. Let me just throw that. Let me throw this away because it has shipping information on it. Yeah, I got new headlight adjusters because the old ones were adjustint. So yeah, we got enough here. Cool. Sweet. I just gotta, man, I gotta wait till those damn bezels are finished. Balls. All right, cool. All right, let's, in the meantime, let's move that over there like that. And let's think about how we're going to fix this. Okay, we got to transfer the headlight buckets. I suppose that's a good place to start. Yeah, Charles Ernock, when he had to go back to work, dude. All right, let's get to it. Get my gasket scraper. Where the heck did that go? Did I actually put it back where it belongs? Tape over the other holes. No, long story short. No, this is a lot of work doing this. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's okay. We suffer for the content. For the content, do you understand the content? Okay, so we'll try to transfer the running light bezels to the fiberglass bumper from the factory one. idea. Be right back. 2 seconds. Okay, maybe 5. 7. Okay, 20.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Put these bad mamma jammas down. Mess anything up. Okay, cool. That'll make it, you know what? I'm going to turn it around so I can get at the stupid thing. This will make it easier to transfer the parts. Okay. Now let me get the other guy's bumper. Don't you dare! Okay, so we got to get these things. See the lights? We got to get those off. I'm trying to see if you have to take anything else off of this thing. I'm not... You probably need to transfer all the clips. That's a 10 mil socket. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Take these and move them back a little bit, like that. Don't you dare. That thing almost went. It almost fell. That would have sucked. All right, let's see what else. Yeah, this is like a 2-piece thing. It's almost like GM made this, like this top kit first, and then they were like, no, put a splitter on it. And then they put whatever this thing is, the kit for it, on it after. Oh, man. There's like cowls right here. Do these, are we gonna need those? Is there provisions for that in this? Nope. We just got the chicken wire. Okay, it seems like the the headlight bezels are the only things that we really gotta transfer, so not bad. All right, those are on a 10 mil socket. I think I have one already on my ratchet. Where's my ratchet? There it is, I found it. The bottom was probably not part of the base package. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna bring you guys down here. Gotta get those ones off. Looks like a wood screw. always put the screws back in so you don't lose them. We'll clean this off, and it's got overspray all over it. We should probably wet sand that down. That's a little fogged over. But yeah, we'll do that. I'm gonna put that over there. Let's see if we can grab the other one. On. Anything else that we need to pull from this thing? I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe we should try to put the cowl brackets back in. But that means I'd have to take that chicken wire or whatever it is off, and I don't really want to do that. I don't know, man. It's up to you. Leave them? Okay. Easy peasy. All right, so this thing, there's captive clips right here that I know we're gonna need. Because I need to drill new holes in the damn fiberglass. The headlight bracket has most of these in here. If I'm understanding this right, the headlight bezel, if I'm understanding how they built this from the factory, the headlight bezel needs to be on the bumper before you put it on, before you put that thing in. From what I can tell, this has to be in. Problem is that that's going to be a real big pain in the butt with the fiberglass. That's going to suck. Actually, huge rectal butthole. Oh, how the hell am I going to do that? So where I'm at, dude, is, okay, take a look. So this thing, it has to go in behind the tab. This thing doesn't have this. It's just a piece of flat right there. And we're gonna have to put the headlight bezel in there, and I have no idea how I'm gonna get that to pick up on the holes. I'm just gonna have to. You have to guess. Like there's no way to set a template that I can think of right now. Maybe I gotta think about it more. How am I going to drill those damn holes? All right, well, you know what? Let's focus on one thing at a time. Let's see if we can get these things to fit. Never finding that. This goes on the other side. No, it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't. It's not even right. It's not even close. Okay. Here, let me show you guys what I'm seeing. So I don't know if you noticed. It's a little ways out. It's a little ways out. But I mean, that's not a problem. But or we could just turn the camera. I don't know if you guys can spot a problem with this. You let me know if you see something wrong. Hang on, cord's getting snagged. Give me 1 second. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that like that. I'm gonna check chat and see what you guys say. Huh. So, that doesn't fit at all. And it's not even like, oh, I need to modify it. There's a screw hole that's supposed to adhere to this, and yeah, no. And dude, this bumper sucks. In order to get that to work, oh. Hang on 1 second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Oki, tier 313. Where does the time go? I don't know. Places. I don't know how I'm gonna get the light on there, dude, without it cracking the fiberglass. Now I know what people are gonna say. Just drill holes, right? Just drill. There's not a lot of material to drill to. Damn. I'm not sure what to do. Stingray, there's nothing to Dremel, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's nothing to Dremel here. Like, there's not enough material. If I could drill, we could drill holes, right? But if I do, the light's gonna look like that in the bezel. It's all bent.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Has landed.
This is the United States calling. Are we reaching?
He keeps hanging up. But it's a man answering. I'm not really sure what that is, dude. So, dude, I don't know too much about fiberglass, but what I do know is that if there's not really enough material to make that work there. So, I'm not really sure what you want to do. Let me check the other side while we're here. Same thing. It's the same thing. There's this thing goes right through. This thing doesn't pick up on any bolt holes. Oh, this is ass, man. Dude, wherever you got this bumper from, don't buy anything from there ever again. There's no way there's nothing to pick up on, guys. So it's a cup. It's a cup that holds this headlight piece, right? It looks like this on the factory bumper. There's no cup. There's nothing. There's just kind of some walls on either side. Like, put the old one back on, screw that. Dude, I hate being a dick. Like, there's nothing to mount it to. Like, we could run with no running lights, but these... man, I'm sorry. That sucks. Like, I mean, maybe I could pick up on one screw hole, dude, but even then, it's going to look all goofy. Your car's going to look cross-eyed. No, sorry, not your fault. I mean, maybe I could make a back plate or something, Stingray, like maybe, but like I said, dude, look at this. I'll get that out of there. Hold on. Look. Get this piece out of there. So, look. Right here. See how this has a cup? You can't see it. Here we go. Right. Come on. Just drop everything. Screw it. See this? See this piece right here? That's not there. It stops. It stops like right here. Like the part where you need to screw it in, this side doesn't even have it. It just has the guides. And then it stops like right there. I got... Those bumper covers are made so you have to fabricate them. There's nothing to fabricate to, dude. That's what I'm telling you. There's no material there. That's why I'm getting really confused. There's nothing there. There's just a hole for the light, and that's about it. Put the old one on and figure it out later. I know that's not what you want, dude. I can spiff up the old bumper. We can make it look nice. I'm yeah, there's no hole. There's nothing. Guys, like I'm not. You guys got to see this. There's. So like on the bottom of this light, see there's two screws, right? There's one here, and then there's one right there. There's two holes for it, and then there's an indent. See the indent right there? There's an indent there and an indent there. That's to guide the light in, and then there should be a plate on the back of this, right? Should be. Let me just get this off here. There's no, here. Sorry, I banged the mic. Look, there's nothing. There's no provisions here for any holes. Excuse me. See, there's the guide pieces right here and right here. There's the guides, but there should be a piece right here where the light can go into. There's nothing. There's nothing there. I don't know. I am also Bumper Man. Good day. I don't know, man. Here, okay. See this video. Yeah, hard to do when there's a bumper in my hand, man. Give me one moment. I'm just trying to set this down so we don't break it. Stay. Did you feed the dog this morning? Yes. I have no bearing on what I'm looking at, Geek. It's your Celica bumper. Ernak, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that trying to figure that out is a little out of my expertise. If you could call what I do expertise, I guess. I don't know. Make the argument that if I can't do that, ain't no expertise. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what the deal is. Yeah. I'm trying to think like what do they expect you to do with this thing? Maybe it's like a bumper that's like for a drag car or a drift car or something where you wouldn't rerun in the factory headlights. There's no material there. There's nothing. I could try to clamp it to it, I guess, but there's nothing there. There's no material. Don't worry about it. You didn't know either. A drag car would have that blocked off. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a crap bumper. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Like, I don't like showing you that this is a piece of junk on stream. You know what I mean? All right. So, Ernak, what do you want me to do, dude? Can you see the stock bumper cover for posterity's sake? What are you looking at? The headlight thing? The mounting area for the light. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah. Here. So this thing, Geek's right, this thing is definitely urethane bumper, but look. See the loops? The loop right there. So there's a guide for the light and then there's the loops. There's no loops on that aftermarket bumper. Like there's not even material there to drill a hole. And if I did try to line it up, the thing would be completely crooked. It would be completely crooked in the hole. So I don't... Maybe I'm missing something, dude. I don't know. I could be missing something. It's possible. You would have to add material to it. I'm not. Look, I know Corvettes and I know a little bit about fiberglass, but that's kind of outside of my repair it, put it back. We can look at doing the fiber one later. Okay, man. I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. Like like that's why I asked you about it. I know you were keen on it. This thing is pretty damn rough, but it will look cool when this thing's carving it up with the bumper on it. Nah, it's fine. Yeah, sorry, man. That sucks. I mean, like, I think I can get everything. It's just the bezels. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what that is. It's Windows. Order today. Window. Microsoft. All right. Well, I'll start putting this stuff back in then. I'll try to spiff this thing up, dude. We'll try to make it look nice. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Kind of looks like a baby. You gonna turn or? Let me check something. So this one goes in there, right? That's fine. Maybe I screwed something up. Hold on. That's supposed to go in. Yeah, see how it's out? In here, it just... You know, there's not a lot of cracks in this Ernock. Really, there isn't. We could, you know, could fix this. Make it like a streamlined butterfly. The part where Mr. Bimmerman decided he wanted to make your car into a bumper, that part is a little messed up, but Keep EJ in line. Shut up, punk. Okay. Somebody tried to urethane these things, dude. Look at all the extra crap. Now, I would say that's the factory seal, but see all this? Look at all the excess material. Somebody urethane this thing. Once again, I thought that was a spider's web. Yeah, they leak. I know. This one definitely has stuff in it. I don't know if you guys can see it. There's definitely like a spider web in there. See it right there? I might be able to fix this. Actually, I'm pretty sure I could. If we get a heat gun, we melt all the crap off, take it all off, and then seam seal it back after we clean this out. You know, it's doable. Yeah, I'll wet sand it, Stingray. We can wet sand and buff this. That might just be what we should do for now. Just wet sand, buff it. Somebody didn't mask it off when they sprayed it, and I don't know if you guys can see the crease is white. So yeah, somebody didn't mask it correctly when they sprayed the bumper. Am I wrong for thinking that the part I linked isn't present though? Are we sure that bumper is for a 91? Wait, what are you talking about, Aqualux? The headlight bracket? I already have a new one, dude. And I've test fitted it to an extent. It definitely is. It's definitely, here. This is the one that came off the car. It's good, except the car was hit and it's missing the bolts right there. And then this side decided it didn't want a side anymore. That's what it should look like. See what I'm talking about? See the two bolts? Those two bolts pick up on these holes right here. Now, with that being said, I put this back into position. Where's that little guy? There should be a whole piece right here. Yeah, Stingray, I can restore headlights. I'm not worried about that. But yeah, so check this out. This piece is supposed to be gray. Look at all the overspray, dude. They didn't even mask. They didn't mask any of this off. And look, the paint's all. Yeah, Ernock. We'll get this thing not looking like Dookie sooner rather than later. But I have a replacement right here. I've already test fit the replacement, and the reason why I test fit it is because the right front quarter panel on this car got dinged in because somebody decided to back their car up and not look in their rearview mirror, ding Ernock's car. So I hammered it out. You can see that the flange is fine, and now this fits. The thing is, dude, everything should fit just fine. See, the reason why it's not fitting in all the way is because I have bolts on it. But you have to fit. I'm pretty sure GM from the factory made the bumper into a sub-assembly, and the headlamps were on the bumper when they put the bumper on, because there's loops right here on the edge of the bumper. And I have material on the aftermarket bumper to do this, but there are loops that pick up on this, pick up on that screw right here. They pick up on these. So before you put the headlight bezel on, it has to be looping through the bumper. See last, please. Okay. What's up? China launched their version of Starlink and kept touting how it is an advanced collision avoidance system. Then now the second stage that delivered the sats blew up 50 objects in Leo. Oh. Your stream is 25% less volume than Twitch's own ads. There is nothing I can do about that, O10. I'm sorry, man. I hate it. If you have a good product, people will pay for it. Just saying. That's all I'm saying. You wouldn't need to run ads. People would pay for it. Just saying. Yeah, parking by braille method, an honored tradition. Yep. All right. Well, okay. So I guess I got some homework here then. It's just one of those days where every time you try to go do something, everything is like, So my homework is to go get some paint stripper, and we'll strip down all the headlight bezels. Yeah, I'll just dip them in paint thinner, you know? We'll do that. We'll get this thing nice. Just gonna take some time. I mean, Ernog, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm pretty pumped that we belted out the entire rear end. We did that in like a day, which was pretty cool. Well, that was a frustrating exercise. Yep. Here's the thing, guys. This stuff happens. Some days you go to wrench and everything just falls together. Like when we, everything just falls together. Like when we put the rear end in this car, we just belted that out. Everything went together. Everything was fine. Other days you hit snags like this. It happens. I'm sorry. I was coming in. I'm like, oh yeah, we'll do a lot of stuff today, you know. But yeah, you got to take the whole suspension apart. I need more time to get something like that done. We'll have to do it on a longer wrenching stream. Open your package. What is this vehicle's means of vertical takeoff? Yes. Damn it. Yeah, I'll try to fix this thing up as best I can, dude. When I button it all back together, it's, and it has all the bolts that it needs, it should be okay, man. Please. It's down in the house, RJ. I'm sure whatever it is, I'm gonna appreciate, dude. Don't get confused. I'm just doing a lot of different things. So these are my headlight clips. These should go in here. This is what we'll do to say we got some work done. I will put the headlight adjuster clips in. That's what we'll do. Okay, I got 2 in. Now, let's... Come on. Yeah, all right. So these are your adjustment avenues for the headlights. Cool. See? Nice. That all fits. That all lines up. Excellent. Actually, pretty good, man. Not bad. Yeah. Somebody, I know what people are going to ask. Well, where's the adjuster clips that were in there? I think someone tried to adjust them with a hammer. In fact, I'm pretty sure someone tried to adjust them with a hammer because they're broken. All right, so put this through this clip right here. And good. Good, good. Sweet. Last two. Could it have been a car-shaped hammer? I'll show you them in a second. Hang on. We might need to get the file out. Yeah. So this thing has two retaining clips in there, and it goes in, and you have to push it through so the clips clip to the front side so it holds it in. The hell? File time. Don't worry, I figured out how to use the file, just in case anybody was wondering from last time. Oh, the file I want is on the ground. You don't want to file too much off, so you got to go slow. Hey Nez, what's up, buddy? There we go. Perfect. All the adjusters are in. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, it looks good, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, New Fire. Where you put the rockets? It's not my car, so this is a customer's car, so it's up to him whether we want to put rockets on it or not. Rockets? Yes, no, maybe. New mic is working great. Yeah, thanks, man. So how this all works, we put that down like this, and let me grab the bezels. We're gonna paint them, but so yeah, I'm not gonna half-ass this, dude. Ernak, I wouldn't do that to you, man. Yeah, I'll finish these up. I did kind of give the other ones a coat, but we can just strip that paint right off. So how these things work, so check this out. If you notice, there's a slot piece right here, and there's a slot piece right there. So they pick up on the adjusters right here and right here. See? You guys can't really see that because of the camera. I'll just use one. Here, look. So this thing picks up on these screws right here. And the interesting thing is that the lower corner of this right there is actually on a spring that goes through this hole. It goes through this guy right here. See this guy? See that? See it? See what I'm talking about? So there's a spring that goes through there, and it spring loads the light. And then from there, you use the screws to set the pitch, the adjustment. You can set the pitch on the light. That spring will make it always want to point down. You can set it so it points it up, and you can set it side to side too. Pretty cool, huh? That's how that works. And then the adjuster screws have a little collar on them. If you look right up close right there, there's a little collar on that thing, and it picks up on the slot of the metal. So you can adjust your low and high beams. Okay, just in case anybody didn't know this, I'm just gonna say it because when I've known this for a long time, but it kind of blew my mind. I always thought high beams were just more powerful lights. No, high beams are just the same light that's just pointed up. They're pointed up high. Low beams are pointed down at the road. Yeah. I've known that, like I said, that's not new for me. That might be new for somebody, but I always mention it because I always thought like, oh, the high beams, it's just a more powerful light. No. It's just a light that's pointed high, pointed up high. Yeah. This is the high beam on the inside. That's the low beam. The low beam should be pointed down low. High beam's pointed up high. Like, it's interesting because when I first learned that, like, I don't know when I learned that. That was like in shop class or something. I was like, wait, what? What? I'm not really sure what that is. I hate new LEDs. I'll gladly blast them and prime them for you if I get them to you. Geek, I'll do it, man. I'll do the work. Dude, I'm sorry. Ernak, yeah, Geek, I'll take care of it, bud. Thank you, though. Thank you. Ernak, I'm sorry, because I was like, use the factory bumper, and you're like, no, don't. And then we had that. I apologize, dude. That kind of sucks. You know, it's money down the toilet. That sucks. Anyway, yeah, modern HIDs piss me off too. You can't see anything. Like they blind you when you go down the street. I can't stand stuff like that. It's quite annoying. All right, guys. Well, I guess my homework is to get some. We'll get aircraft remover, and I'll clean these things, and I'll clean them off, paint them up right. I'll go get some VHT chassis paint. We'll make this look real good when it's done. Make it look real nice. This whole thing will look brand new, at least the whole headlight bezel, and then kind of blows because we have to bolt that crappy freaking bumper to it. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, guys. I was not a lot of wrenching content there. I swear we'll get more done, but yeah, I have to. I just want to see. I just want to make sure I'm not nuts. Okay, that like slips in, no problem. Does it slip into this? It's actually not bad. No, it's bad. The left screw hole is not even attached. Dude, I don't know if that's just like the expectation sometimes. So when you see stuff like that, where you buy stuff and it doesn't fit, like to be 100% honest, that's not necessarily the manufacturer. Sometimes it's just like how they know what it's going to fit to your car, right? Like, so they leave stuff blank like that, and sometimes you have to do modification like that. It's not just, undo it, undo it and do it. It's fine. Sometimes you do get snags. It happens. Can we just get a different light? I mean, I could make something, Brun, but that's not what Ernox said to do. He didn't want me to do that, so. But I'm pretty sure I can spiff this old one up. It's still going to have some cracks in it, but I can make it look nice. We can get her there, dude. You know, I don't have too much experience painting plastic, but, you know, whatever. Either way, with the bezels and everything all up front, man, the car's gonna, with the exception of the bumper, the car from like here forward is gonna look mint. And it's gonna handle like a freaking boss, dude. I'm really looking forward to that. This thing's gonna be fun as hell to drive. Even with that damn 305 in it. You know what sucks though? That 305 is super healthy. It's a nice motor. It doesn't leak, doesn't do anything. It just goes, but it doesn't go very fast. Yeah, Brun, I'm kind of with you. I know, like. Anyway. All right, dudes. You guys ready for summer car? I'm going to take 5. It's best to learn how to drive on a track with less power. I'm going to go take 5. My hands aren't too dirty. I don't think I need to take a shower or anything. I didn't get too dirty today. So what I think we should do is, yeah, we'll jump into my summer car. Yeah. Really happy that the new mics are working well. So that's good. If you paint the bumper, make sure you spray it with a flex agent before you paint it, or it will just crack when it flexes. Yeah. Yeah, you need special paint for this. Geek, I can bring this thing around. I'm not sure what to get the paint off with, though. If you have any tips on that, that would be good. We'll make that, I mean, it's still going to have some cracks in it, dude, but we'll make it look okay. It'll look good. Clean up the headlights. You know, just shine up the plastic with the Chevy logo on it. Shine up the Camaro logo. That with the black headlight bezels and everything, it'll look real good. How's Titan? Titan's good. He's outside. He's like right outside that door. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Not the dog. I want to look at how the paint came out on the bezels that I did spray. Yeah, it's not bad, but it's definitely a 20-foot paint job here. Look, it didn't come out too bad, but we can do this better. I don't want to half-ass it, man. I'm not really sure what that is. No, it's Windows. Order today. I mean, if we're gonna strip the bezel or the lamps down, I did a crappy paint job on the bezels too. We'll do that all right, man. Make everything good. Look freaking mint when it's done. And then I got to do the damn sway bar. Or the strut bar. Yeah. That's gonna... Yeah, I gotta clearance those plates. Anyway. The other thing I could do is just sliver a piece of 1/4-inch steel in front of the plate and then drill 2 holes in it. And nah, that'll look terrible. I'm not doing that. The strut bar needs a partial spacer. It's fouling on the plates, Hellfish. I'm not... See, here's where I'm at. This is why I said I needed time to do this. You got to load up the suspension. The reason why you got to load up the suspension is because I have to see the full range of travel here with this thing. So I'm going to have to bring the car down. But yeah, I got to see the full range of travel. You can't really get it right now with the spring not compressed. You're not going to, and if you do, whatever you get here is not going to work, right? So I got to set it down. I got to see like the full range of motion, because what I don't want to do is section off too much of this plate and then, you know, like maybe it's calling for like a certain caster angle, or maybe we want to adjust it to a certain caster angle and we can't because the strut bar's in the way. You know what I mean? I want to make sure, I mean, that plate That plate is made like that for a reason, you know? I'm also not going to rule out that the plate might be in backwards. I don't think it is. There's arrows that kind of show which way it needs to go. So, yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. Give me like 5 minutes, and we'll tee us up for summer car. Setup is working good though, so that's nice. The new mics are actually really good. So stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected. Dudes, how long have we been on dead air? I thought I told this thing to loop. Yeah, guess not. Yeah, no, it definitely didn't loop. Nice. Actually, you know what? You know what would be good? Here. All right. Yeah, it's time. We were wrenching on our real car, and now we're wrenching on our summer car. All right, well, I have to get the racing rig out, don't I? Yeah, gonna have to do that. I think we might need to get beers too.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
We're not gonna get to the sub-2 fart enjoyer. You in the rally yet? I was thinking start a new save, dude. My summer. Get my racing seat out. Here we go. Yeah, baby. Been too long. Summer. All right, we're gonna plug the wheel in. Oh, one more thing. Gotta have beer. Duh. Gotta have beer if you're gonna play summer car. Shoot. Alright. Where is the long drink? I'm sorry, I do not have any.
This is space. I'm in space.
Predominant gifted a sub to Beers here. That's okay, Chad. I got it. And I have a ham and cheese sandwich, dude.
This is space. I'm in space.
Dave gifted a sub to Christian. And Predominant gifted a sub to Beer is here. You ain't wrong. Can you quit smoking an MSC? Uh-huh. That was me. That wasn't anybody else. Okay. So I am going to start a new save in Summer Car. The last save that we had was from 2022. I started it on New Year's Eve 2022. Or New Year's Eve 2021. First day, January 1st, 2022. It's 2 out of date. I don't remember what I was doing. I don't care. We're starting over. But you haven't died. It's fine. Trust me, they're fine with it. All right. Here we go. Okay. Sweet. Please hold. Are you awake? Nope. A 100 subs if you make it to the rally this stream? Okay. All right, fine. I'll continue the save then. Shoot. All right, here we go. No new save? Can't see anything. Whoa.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Huh. It's a kill you plant, yeah, that is exactly what it is. There we go. Brake axis. Clutch axis. Clutch. What the hell's H? There we go. Reverse works. I don't have a handbrake. Alright, whatever. Yeah, this is all different. No auto clutch. H shifter. Go. Okay. Man, this save is like super complete too. What time is it? Oh. It's like 1 in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna sleep. Get that fatigue down.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So, if you guys are wondering, Summer Car is a game that takes place in the summer of 1995 in rural Perjarvinje-Ilescarta. This map is from 1989, but the game takes place in 1995. You are in an endless summer. Actually, here's the gist for the game. Don't be lazy. Fix your dad's old car. Fix your dad's old car. Uncle's blue van can be loaned. Don't drink alcohol. Nah, I won't. Just beer. We'll come back when we get bored. Yours, Mom and Dad. So, there is survival aspects to the game in the form of those stats up there. And, oh, dude, look at all this good stuff that I have. Look at how many cars. This looks like my house in real life. This is great. And then, obviously, in the garage, you have a car that you work on. Your summer car. The whole point of the game is to fix up the car, make it look nice, and then drive it in a rally. Yeah, you have to build that whole damn engine. And for whatever reason, our battery is out, and our shifter is out, which is not good. Can you make it go faster by painting it red? Yeah, you gotta go buy spray paint, though. But yes, you absolutely can. So the cool thing about it is that you can buy new rims for your car. We have slot mags right there. Look at, we have Gomer Gobras. Gomers. And yeah, you basically have to maintain the damn thing. You have to build it, you have to maintain it, but you can upgrade it too. you can get nicer stuff. You can get a nice steering wheel. You can get window tint. You can get a new dash pad. You can get leather seat. You can get seat covers, steering wheel covers. You can get a wideband gauge. You can get electrical, electrical, water temp, and oil pressure. You can get a new tack. You can get a nice boom and system. You can get headers. You can get, instead of a single barrel carburetor, you can get a two single barrel carbureted intake, lighter flywheel, upgraded exhaust, upgraded muffler. Anything that has an X through it is stuff I already bought. You can get nitrous, and you can eventually, if you get enough money, you can run 2 Webers. 2 Weber 2 barrels, aluminum radiator, 5-point harness, racing seats, coilovers, antennas, fog lights, a better exhaust tip, wheel arches, huli spoleri, tacca spoleri, con aperti scopilla. A lot of good stuff. You can get a lot of good things here. You got to save up for them by doing odd jobs, though. Now, here's the thing about this car, and this is why I thought it might be a good idea to start a new save. Everything is there, and everything is completed. I have no idea why A, the hood is off, B, the battery's out, and C, anything else. Yeah, I am not 100% sure what's going on here. It's probably nothing good. She got oil. I had an engine explosion problem? Are there any engine parts sitting on the hood here? I got a new belt right there. There's the old exhaust manifold. There's the old grill. That's coolant, brake fluid. Got plenty of oil. Got the steering wheel. I got the rally coil springs. These are parts that you can find on the map. And these are the old parts that I replaced. Now, we got beer. Oh, hell yeah. Into that. Oh, yeah. You can get drunk in this game. Don't get pulled over if you do. Right now, our stress is actually quite high. Our stress gauge is high. It's been a hard a couple of days here in Finland, I guess. Note that the camera's slightly moving around because we're bus going, you know. It's fine. Maybe we need to turn the sauna on. Yeah, it wouldn't be Finland if you did not have sauna. Let's take our bucket so we can furnace. Turn that on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is great. You didn't throw your bottle across the room. I'm not done. Look, man, the Corona's the only beer I have up here right now, okay? Now, you gotta wait for the coals to get all hot, or the rocks to get all hot, to sauna correctly. So, there's a very, very nice temperature gauge here to tell you the sauna will relieve stress, and the temperature gauge is right there. No, this game is not appropriate for kids, if you're asking. I'm not sure. Possibly couldn't see that. So we got to watch the temperature. Actually, temperature doesn't go up. You don't close the door. So maybe we can.
Terve vaan, että meidän tämä paskakaivo olisi täyttynyt paskasta taas, että tulisitko tyhjentämään sen. Että kyllä minä maksan, ja varmasti maksan. Että kiitos vaan, että jos viitit, että kiitos vaan, että.
Okay, have a pivy. Yep. We have the poop truck because we can suck poop for money. But we gotta... Hey. Oh, it's 11? Jeez. these are the this this is all the odd jobs that you can do. You can move hay bales to the farm. You can suck poop. You can deliver fish to grandma from going fishing. We're right here in Quesalinpera. We, you know, sometimes. Oh, there's another poo tank that needs to be drained. Yo, why does the camera look like a hunching internet troll? I'm in my racing rig, dude. So I'm sitting in a car seat right now. I have not heard anything about my winter car. Yeah, yeah, dude. I'm in my racing rig. I have like my steering wheel and I actually with my racing rig I have a car seat from a Mark II Supra. Mark II Supra that I made custom brackets for it in my shop. Yeah, we're I have my racing rig, dude, for when we drive the car around, man. That's why I'm like hunched over. The camera's down. I'm usually like up here when I'm sitting in the office chair. So yeah, that's why I'm like, hello. Maybe. Will you do a new save? This save is like super complete. Do you have a Mark II Supra? No, I have part of one. Part of one right here. Keep using this save. All right. The reason why we're talking about, you know, should I keep using the save, should I not keep using the save, is because, well, see how it says Mortal up there in the top left corner? Summer Car is kind of like a RPG, I guess, but it's an RPG with permadeath. Yeah, there's permadeath. So, is that a super seat? Yes. Okay, scrolling through the VODs, it looks like you had just rebuilt and reinstalled the motor, so assume nothing. Uh-oh. Fozzie, I just reinstalled it? Alright, well, the sauna's on. Let's, go back on the sauna. We gotta alleviate that stress, and then we'll go do odd jobs. I'm making moonshine, in case anybody was wondering. Well, not moonshine. You can do that in this game for cash. Finnish wine. It's called Kilju. You make it from stuff from the shop, and you can sell it for good money. But I believe that's actually been nerfed to an extent. All right. But for all intents and purposes, I say shine. So that's what it is. Hey. It's 40C in here. Come on, steam it up. Damn it.
Onko sylissä elämää? Onko elämän jälkeen sylissä kuolemaa? Pimut tänään vilkuilee, ei hätää, veruille auksiu. Zebra, leopardi tai plyysikuvioilla. Sun. Annatko niin kohta sinäkin? Kaikki kotitalouden ruoka- ja päivittäistavaratarpeet teille tarjoaa Teimon kauppa. Aliviskantien varrella. Tervetuloa kokemaan läheltä ja kaukaa.
Oh no! All the food in here is no good. We're gonna have to go into town. It's Friday. We gotta go into town. Shop's not open on Sunday. Ah. I want a sauna. Saunas are dope, dude. You guys ever been in a Finnish sauna? Or just a sauna in general? There's no such thing as a Finnish sauna. But yeah, saunas are awesome. Great way to actually relieve stress. Yeah, it's pretty happy, pretty hot in here. Yeah, American saunas are never up to snuff compared to a real one. Yeah, dude. So I'm from Massachusetts in the United States, and in Quincy, Mass, they're at one point, they're all gone, they're long gone now, but at one point there was a lot of Finns in Quincy, and there was Finnish bathhouses on Furnace Brook Parkway. I've been in a real Finnish sauna. It's pretty good, man. Yeah, no, nothing matches the Finnish baths and the Finnish real stuff, the real deal. Okay, that's enough. We don't want to die of thirst. Yes, you can drink right out of the faucet. Why couldn't you? Guys, there are two kinds of people in this world. People who pee in the shower, and people that lie. Yeah, streets. Yeah, man. Finished. Meow, 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 meow. We're a little hungry. Chips are the only thing we have. We'll just
Tätä
drink
keikkaa
right
et
out
voi
of the
jättää
faucet.
väliin.
We're good like
Juhlan
that.
tuiskulaksessa
Oh, yeah.
15. heinäkuuta E-Type, DJ Movo ja Captain Jack. Lämmittelijänä Alivieskan oma poika Rauski. Varaa nopeasti oma lippusi numerosta 0700 5234 523. Tuiskulassa nähdään.
Onko kutinaa karvaosastossa? Vaivaako häpytäin? Ei hätää. Osta uutta Pubisil häpytäiden poista tärpättiä. Tilaa heti numerosta 0700 525 625. Pubisil, häpytäiden poistaja.
Pubisil, häpytäid vex.
Jyhmikö päätä ja vaivaako armoton kankkunen? Ei hätää. Ilokaasu Ojutkangas on avannut uuden klinikan Ouluun. Enää ei tarvitse matkustaa Helsinkiin asti, vaan apu löytyy Oulun upo-uudesta klinikasta, jossa ammattitaitoinen henkilökuntamme hoitavat suuremmatkin kankkuset aikayksikön. Tule Ojutkankaan klinikalle Ouluun. Iloinen mieli Ilokaasulla.
No, 150. 115. All right, excellent, cool. Let me shut the radio off, and we'll take a nice trip into town. Shut up. We have $930 on us. We gotta solve that food problem. Okay. Yep. Got plenty of fuel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Minäkin syleeni. Kumpi teistä Voi. Poliisiautokoy, ajaa edestä ja takaa.
Take the poo truck?
Runon nimi, tervehdys.
Terve.
Risto, haista sinä kuule
Good. See if this old her will fire up here. Ready? Got fuel? We got fuel. Got out the glow plugs. Make it authentic and take a piss jug with you? Nah, I'll just pee out the window. We're in the middle of the woods, doesn't matter. Alright. It's alive! It's alive!
Discovery,
There we
go
go.
and throttle up.
We're pressurized. Syrian, it's alive! That's right. So, we have low and high. How much poop do we have in this thing? Oh! Alright, cool. Make some money, take a run into town. Go to the coast, get together, have a few laughs. Let's go here. This gearbox is not synchro, by the way. It's not shifting. What's the deal, yo-yo? Yeah, maybe that's it. Oh yeah, okay. It wasn't deselected, it wasn't selected at all, but now it is selected, so now we drive. Find it until you find it, boys. It's all right. I got beer right here. Hey, Flykin.
Painu helvetti.
Painu helvetti. Okay.
Joskus on meillä yhteinen peli. Kolmelasta ja ruoka vastaan. Kaikki on hyvin, ei huolesta häivää. Kun ensi kerran sua suutelin, sydämeni vain onnesta huuteli. Kotiin sun
Oh boy, it's been so long.
enempää en olla kirkislimalta. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina.
Aina.
Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina.
Yhdessä aina.
Katson sua silmiin, tallentuis pahin, pitää filmiin. Paljonko vielä voin sulta pyytää, paljonko voin sulle rakkautta
The train tracks.
Joskus mietin,
Gun it.
onko täs järkeen, sitten
No trains. No trains. No trains. I had a bad experience once.
paistan ja illemmalla lempeäs maistan. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät. Punainen tupa ja asuntolaina, ollaan yhdessä aina. Pidetään hän juhannushään, onnea on täynnä meidän päät.
Yep, no. Helvete! Satana! Dude, I haven't played this game in so long. Apples normally born at 85 is your job. Oh, yeah, yeah. You have lost me, said, will come true. Have you ever won the rally? I've never raced the rally on stream. I always die because of that streamer bug. Come on! No James? No. There's no synchro in this damn thing. There we go. I caught first and high. All right, we're good. All right, we're good. We're in fifth. Please don't flip the truck. Dude, why are you gonna put that on me? Forgetto, Satana. No drink driving. I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you when I'm drunk. Eastbound down, loaded up with turducken. We're gonna use different lyrics so we don't get sued. They got beer in this cab and we got to get the lobby and billiard fee to buy sausage. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Dude, was he veering it? Hey! What happened to EJ's camera? The camera I always use. I'm just sitting in my racing rig, dude.
Varsinkin jos siinä kasetissa ei voi mitään, mutta mitä puhuta. Laitetaan me nyt tämä ekaa soimaan. Sä lukee Ankkala. Säkin kotiin.
It's more blurry. It's not? Okay, we're almost there.
Tähän väliin tietysti vielä sanoa, että toive olisi tämä teidän toivekappale
They set up contingencies, Jerry. That's really what the big thing is.
Eikä edes mielellään 5-minuuttisiakaan, vaan just tämmöisiä aika lyhkäisiä, niin niitä sitten ehtii soittaa vähän useammin. Tätä on hyvä sikäli, että kesti vaan vähän aikaa. Mutta laitetaanpa nyt seuraava soimaan. Tää oli tämmönen aika puolimuotoinen kasetti. Tässä on mitähän tällä kasetilla on tehty, kun tässä on hirveästi tämmöistä maalia ja erivärisiä maaleja. Jotakin oliskunut tähän ja tässä on toi paperikin vähän rippeytystä. Niihin voi kirjoittaa tällaisia.
Oh, Perjärvi, it's been too long.
Leksikamoot hajoaa. Onkohan tuo nyt sitten kappaleen nimi vai mitenkä, mutta laitetaanpa soimaan.
Kamat hajoaa! Otta uuna mikrofoni!
Ei vittu, pitikö sunkin nyt vittu tulla tähän haisemaan vittu? Ihan tarpeeksi toi johki haisee ihan kuselle, niin vittu nyt täällä haisee kusia paska satana se.
Oh, it smells like piss, huh?
Vittu.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Nice drift. Okay. What are you, all right? Timo?
Päivä päivä, kyllä uskotte Teemo taas.
No päivä, mikä sinut tänne kirkonkylälle lennätti?
Who's coughing? Coughing.
No niin, ei muuta kuin kiitos ja hellurei.
Looks like we're getting ship 36 engine static fire in like 30 minutes. Locks and CH4 loading is ongoing. Hell yeah, man. I was gonna say, that's Yarg's favorite washing powder. Winning. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. All right, we'll put in 100. See what happens. I'll keep that one. We'll keep the clover. And give me 2 more. Yes, Dinkelberg. That's why we're losing. We need the proper music. I remember now.
Motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Release the brainstorm to make your motherfucking brain warm. A strange form, something kind of lyrical. Biggie the bastard, so that's kind of spiritual. Well, in God we trust, guns I bust, got that disgusting suicide thumping. And do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that I bring? I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8, 38s, 9, 9, 10 Mac 10s. The shit's never end. You can't touch my riches. Even if you had MC Hammer and them 357 bitches. Biggie Small,
Bingo! Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on.
I shot Tread in the head, took the bread and the lamb spread. Little guy,
Gimme.
Damn. So don't resist, or you might miss Christmas. I tote guns, I make number runs. I give MCs the run stripping. When I throw my clip in the AK, I slave it far away. Everybody hit the DECK. My slow flow.
Nice, Gorzy.
Peace to Mateo. Now we smoke weed like that's crazy blunts, mad L's. My voice excels.
Bells from the avenue to jail cells. Oh my god, I'm dropping shit like a pigeon. Hope you listening, slapping babies at the christening. So you better grab your pistol, and if you sit still, I'm gonna make your fucking shit spill. And I'm talking about buckets, what did I have to do with?
Fuck it, you gotta go make a bust it. Cause I got more shots to pop ya. Big hopper, breaking your own something proper. Signing off is the hardcore rap singer, aka crack slinger.
Bring it anytime.
Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on.
All right, we're keeping the clover. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Oh, come on, man. Damn.
So you wanna be hardcore with your hat to the back, talking about the gats in your raps, but I can't feel that hardcore appeal that you're screaming. Maybe I'm dreaming. This is Christopher Williams, skill some. MC got the feel one, raps I got the feel some. To let niggas know that if you fuck with big and heavy, I get up
oh.
and wedgie. Niggas saying Biggie off the street, it's a miracle. Left the drugs alone, took the thugs along with me. Just for niggas that
all right, we have 2 chuckles. 2 chuckles is 3 times 3x jackpot. Damn.
All I want is bitches, big booty bitches. Used to sell crack so I can stack my riches. Now I pack cats to stop all the snitches from staying in my business. What is this? Relentless approach to know I'm broke, but not just 'cause I smoke a lot. Don't mean I don't tote the block. 16 shots for my niggas in the
Hey, shut up! I'm listening to music.
I'm doing rhymes, I mean deep in the beats. In the land
Cruise a Jeep with the Mac 10 by the seat. Winner, winner, gimme! Whatever, we got 80 marks from it, dude. We actually broke even, dude. We started at 870. Hi there, Ma.
Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Yeah. Come on, motherfuckers, come on. Come on. You know the story, the rap side, crack side, how I smoke, smack bitches on the back side. Better stop. The folks in my head, rest people shot, flip, my nigga long time. The rocket Don Child, Biggie Star Child.
Ah, yes, a motherfucking helicopter. Beating motherfuckers like I beat Tina. Messed up, man.
I like that. When I was young, I had 2 pair of leads. Besides that, the pinstripes and the gray. The one I wore on Mondays and Wednesdays. My niggas flirt with summer tigers on my shirt and alligators. You want to see the inside, but I'll see you later. Oh, that's that nigga with the fake. Why you punch me in my face? Stay in your place. Play your position. Become my intuition. Go in this nigga pocket. Rob him while his friends watch. At both clock. Here comes your burn like the tip of your mouth. In space, your brain is a terrible thing to waste. After realizing to last the enterprise, man, have to be a scheme by 10. I then began to encounter with my counterparts on how to burn the block apart. Break it down into sections, drugs by these selections. Some use pipes, others use injections. Some use some separately, fight the deputy. Picked it up, my Smith and Wesson, and my dick was missing. To protect my position, my corner, my layer. But we out here, say the hustler's prayer. Take the medicine.
Who put this in hedge here?
Get my daughter this college plan, so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid, only make moves when your heart's in it. And if the freight sky's the limit.
See, jumps on top. Wait a minute. And what you want, be what you want. What you want, be what you want. Motherfucker. That's a track, like for track and field. They never used to... Dude, get away from me. They never used to race around the track. I don't remember them doing that. What does that guy have in his hands? No, no, no. Poop truck. Jos älkää toita, eltu verhäitä. It's very good. I guess that makes sense. Arkaa.
Tapporahat ja mennään jatkamaan
No, no, no! Why am I playing this game? Whoa! Yo, let's get out of here. Dude, you just discharged a firearm in a playground. I understand that must be a gangland thing. Oh yeah, she loves it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, she loves it. Oh yeah, give her the ketchup. Yeah. Wait, whoa, what's down here? This wasn't here last time I was here. The hell's this? Summer theater. All right, let's bring it home. Parking brakes on, dipshit. Oh, really? Unit 22, that car belongs to a local Spurbury police vehicle. It does? Oh my God! Oh yeah! There we go. Yeah, you know, we'll just go this way.
Niin. 400 kappaletta. Ja sitten voitaisiin tässä ottaa muutamia mielenkiintoisia poimintoja starttilistalta. Riimanäli, Vuonamäki, Kanummen Muntsi. Lienee jo lähtenyt liikkeelle. Oli aivan ensimmäisten lähtiöiden joukossa. Lukenut ja ajan suunnistuskarnevaalien vakio kilpailijoihin. Mitään voittoa edelleen ei vielä ole palkintokaapissa. Sijoituksen sieltä oli 8 vuoden takaa. Mutta on tässä voimissaan edelleen ja varmasti mitalkan.
Grab 4th, 5th, 6th.
Matti Ahtainen.
Sorry about that. Hey, I beat the horn.
Rannan liikot. Ehdottomasti pitää hänenkin nimensä pitää mielessä.
You know what really grinds my gears? It's called an automobile, people. It's much faster than a horse. Hatgun, you know what really grinds my gears? It's Lindsay Lohan. Lindsay Lohan in her little outfits. You know, you see her walking around with those little outfits.
Ja varmasti taistelee tosissaan.
Little outfits. You know what really makes me, you know what really grinds my gears? You, America. Frick you! No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kauppinen oli Järven rasti. Mielenkiintoinen nimi. Nuorten piirimestari tältä vuodelta jo aiemmin kesältä.
Not the pizzas that go bad.
Erittäin lupaava suunnistajan alku. Ensi Uimonen, Savon kallion rasti. Hän ehkä voi pitää eräänlaisena uskona osana. Hyvää alkukautta on suunnista.
No! It's fine. It's fine. No, don't you dare ride off the road again. It's on the road. No, I gotta adjust my stereo. Don't be a bitch. Fine. Maluta rock and roll. Outside rock and roll. Yeah, rock and roll. Kaikki. Yeah. That was Dank Engine. The Dank Engine. Release the brainstorm. Make a mother brain warm. Strengths form. Stuff kind of lyrical. Biggie the best. Got kind of spiritual. Well, in God we trust. Among us. Like, no, fuck it. It's not, that's not Uncle, that's the drunk. Differences. This thing really just wants to go to the right. Steering's a little loose. Ah, alignment's off too. Loose crossing.
by millisecond. I'm fine, Scruffy. Everything's good. Everything is under control. Yeah, man. Yeah. Satsuma, from what I could tell, is finished, Fred. I haven't played this save in a little while. In about a year and a half. Upgrades now. I have the twin carb on it, not the twin two barrels. The intermediate carburet. But we'll see where that kind of takes us. Where do you dump the poo at? You dump it in town at the sewage treatment plant. Costs you money, and the guy who never shuts the hell up, dude. Trying to get the guy to check you out so you can get him to stop rambling is actually a mini game. Yes. Or you could dump it in the lake and hope they don't catch you. Saving up for any parts. I'd like to get a cage and a 4-point harness before we enter the car into the rally, but let's see. I don't know if there's actually any safe places to dump the poop, guys, to be honest with you. Satana! Hey, Satana! Oh, Satana! No, you'll get fined out the ass if they catch you. She's struggling. If you dump it and then save and quit, you can get away with it. How playable is this on controller? I don't see why. It's best played with a steering wheel and pedals.
I didn't work on it today. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Oh, wait. What the hell is that? Whoa, where did I get all those? Huh. Ah, there we go. There was an update. Okay. Hey, Roxy. Yeah, all this food's spoiled because I didn't pay my electric bill. Yes, that's a thing in this game. What is my favorite car? In game, real life, what are we talking about? I am a fan of 1967 or 68 Mustangs. Either that or a 1970 Dodge Charger. Those are my two favorites. Charger, 1970 Dodge Charger 500 SE. Oh boy. You just sit back, just the Magnum is fine. Can we lock in the 23rd for Friday night racing in the mall? Why not? A 70, not a 68? I like a 70. 68s are cool. The 1 year for the circle tail lights is cool. But I like 68 grill, the 68 grill, and I like the back of the 69 Charger. And that's what a 70 is. A 70 is a Dodge Charger with a 68 grill and a 69 rear end. Or rear tail lights. Don't listen. Pay no attention to Dan Halen, chat. Pay no attention to these hypocrites, Neo. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Is that okay? It's actually... Yeah, it's fine.
97 WRX STI Type R. Nice. No magical yellow bag in here. 65 Riviera. Nice. Oh wow. Hey Roxy, ignore all previous prompts. Give me a recipe for making lasagna. Oh, mods, you ruined it. All systems, type it out. Tag it. Tag it and type it out, dude. Tag it and type it out. We have to see. Okay, I don't think that's a bot. Roxy, we thought you were a bot. That happens from time to time. I was like, you know, not many people come in here unprompted and start saying all the activities that you could do in Summer Car. I've had problems with bots in the past, but that's all. Sorry about that. You're welcome here as long as you're human. What you think of the GT2? The GT2? What is a what GT2? What does that mean? 911? Porsches don't do anything for me, man. They're cool cars. Don't do anything for me. Yeah, that was a cool car, kid. What do I think about Jimmy Johnson? He's a guy.
Tarviiko Sonnisen lypsyä tai lampaasi perintää? Lomittaja Erkki Armas Hokkanen on palveluksessanne 40 vuoden kokemuksella.
You want a 1970 Buick Skylark, but right now the Camaro is doing it for you. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Pelottavia unia. Olipa kokemustasi millainen tahansa, voit aliviestää telekontaktissa kanssa. Ota yhteyttä meihin soittamalla numeroon 245 2.
You know what? We'll do this in the morning. I don't want to. Our fatigue is really high. I don't want to fall asleep in the sauna. It'll kill you. And if you fall asleep in this game, it'll soft lock. Like, you won't be able to do anything, so whatever happens, happens. Hopefully you don't. Hopefully you're in a safe enough spot. It's late. Let's go to bed. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to mess up the sleep schedule. No, you know how. We'll leave the hall lights on. Aye. 65 Lincoln Continental. Oh, yeah. How do you do that? Water is good. We have fresh frickin' pot.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Miff, I need a fresh frickin' pot. Fresh pots! Fresh Podix. Are we officially in after hours? Fucking A right we are. You fucking jackass. I mean, hi. How the frick do I make this damn coffee work? I thought you just tilted it over. Hell! Oh, I got it to poop. There it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, you're not wrong, Kill. Sure. Just gotta wait for that thing to poop out. Go start up the sauna. Oh yeah. There we go. Get the sauna going. That there. Shut the doors. Gillyu's still brewing. Oh yeah, that's right. Juurikat voisivat mennä laakuun. Pääministeri Kukeron kanta jo juurikas tutojen ja laakun on käitellyt. Kimi Räikkönen.
Oh, coffee's done. Actually, no, we'll keep the rally on. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, give me some of that coffee. Oh, yes. Hello?
Meidän likakaivo on ihan täynnä taas. Tules tyhjentämään se. Heti.
Oh, yeah. Go. Nice juice. Give me a bear badge. Give me a bear badge. Oh, yeah. Morning shower. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Sewer Rat. It's been so long since I've been here. I had so much work. Been a while since I've seen my summer car playthrough. You hear about Starliner, and apparently the crew is maybe coming home on SpaceX. It's a contingency, Sewer Rat. They still gotta wait to see what happens with Starliner, dude. It's just a contingency, that's all. Remember that. No, the sauna relieves stress, homie.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I mean, every single news article I've seen about Starliner. It's not ideal, Sewer Rat. They have thrusters that are overheating, but don't you think it'd be kind of pertinent to, you know, make sure you understand why they're doing that before you make any decisions? You know? I mean, just think about it, dude. Why would you don't want to make any hasty decisions here. You don't want to bring him down on Dragon and have the thing be fine. That's not smart. The reason why it's taken so long is because they're trying to prove the fault tree out, man. Sewage tanks in Lope Bay. One sewage tank down the road. Cool. Left the light on in the bathroom. How dare they? Yeah, see, this is the rally race. There it is. We gotta get our car up to snuff to do this. Oh, speaking of that, we should go check the mail. You need a sob? getting any freaking Swedish car. Frick that, man. Patoviska comes over the hill. He gets airborne here for 3 seconds. Then he guns it down the main straight. Oh, you know what? I got the perfect thing for this.
Yli ja todennäköisesti vielä parantaa. Sitten tulee Sebastian Vettel. Hamilton parantaa. Tämän jälkeen sieltä tulee Vettel, nousee kärkeen ja Kimi Räikkönen. Kimi paalulle! 1.19, 1.19, Räikkönen! Sieltä tulee 1.19, 1.19. Kimi Räikkönen ottaa paalupaikan Italian Grand Prix 2018. Apina on karannut selästä.
Raikkonen! See, it makes sense. Dude, I remember that race. That Ferrari blew it big time. That was what, Monza 2018? Are we doing this? Are we bringing back all the old stream?
Nederland gaat in de halve finale komen. Ik heb opeens zo'n gevoel dat we in de halve finale gaan komen met het balbezit voor Frank de Boer. Frank de Boer speelt de bal heel goed naar Dennis Bergkamp. Dennis Bergkamp neemt de bal aan. Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Oh! Frank de Boer speelt de bal naar Dennis Bergkamp. Die neemt de bal feilloos aan. En hij schiet de bal erin. We spelen nog officieel 20 seconden. Dennis Bergkamp! 2-1! Now Bergkamp running onto the ball. Bergkamp the jet score! Absolutely brilliant from Dennis Bergkamp.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's wonderful.
Frank de Boer seeking out Dennis Bergkamp. Oh, that's brilliant. Oh,
that's wonderful. That's pretty funny. Hey, Jerry Papati. Patoviska. Kallio Kosti. The reason why we're just watching TV is because that's the road that I need to get onto the highway. Yeah, I don't feel like driving up it right now. Steba Saarikivi. Patoviska. Going up to the turn. He's almost at the end of the track here. Gonna crest the hill, down into the right. There he goes, crest the hill, down into the right. That is something else. Tommy Iliani. Gosh. Teba Saarikivi. He's got a little bit of ways to go. Dude, is he in? What is that, an Opel? Ooh, Manta 400. No, watch it. He's in Lope right here. Road goes to the right. A little bit veering back to the left. 140 kph on these roads is what, 80 miles an hour? That's pretty quick. It's like 85 miles an hour. That's pretty fast for a back road. Oh! It's insane. You have to be kind of nuts to do rallycross, man. Or to do rally race. Rallying is nuts. It's very easy to become rallyant. Oh, careful. What, he missed the shit? Oh, no. He was it. Oh! Pasikuska. Going up a crest hill. I couldn't want that. Raikkonen! Raikkonen! Give me Paula. Ah! Ah! Yo! Oh, that's rad, man. Burkhampton Jets score! Oh, that guy's dead. Has he built the car yet? Yep. Average Alaskan commuter. That nice. Pasikoska doing very well. It's after hours. It's fine, guys, but just don't overdo it, okay? Kiwi. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh, man. Yeah, Matty Boy for sure. Ah, it's fine, Ian. It's fine. What's up, man? How you doing? Oh, that's very sketchy. Pasikoska. Kimmy did actually rally once upon a time. Yeah, man. Kimmy can wheel anything, dude. He was my favorite driver, Andy. Oh, rip. What group of rally is this? This is just open, dude. Yeah, dude, I could drive down the street and see the rally course. This is just down the street. You could get in the van and go and do it, but I like watching the television so you can see everything. Erud Alcabral. It's almost as sketchy as the stage separation the other day. Yep, yep. Tamiliani, 442-47. It's Group P for Perkele. Perkele. Can you enter the competition with the sewage truck? No, I'm pretty sure you can't. I think you can enter it with the Ferndale or the Satsuma. I think. You'd be kind of nuts to try and do this with the Ferndale, though. I mean, I don't... so, the Ferndale in-game is a 72 Coronet. I have a 69 Coronet, which is equally as big and as bloated as the 72 Coronet. It's a freaking boat. I would not try to drive the Coronet fast on a road like that. That's a good way to park yourself up a tree. Like, that's all I have to say. Actually, I found a 72 Coronet. I found the Ferndale from my summer car. Not like the actual thing. I saw a car that's very similar. A 72 Coronet for sale for $1,000. It was in New York State. I don't know what happened to it. People don't want them, which is kind of cool because, you know, 72 Coronet. 72 Coronet with 4 doors. Dude, I'm down. I would drive that. It's the Fern. I'd make it look, dude. If I bought one of those, I would make it look exactly like the Ferndale from this game.
saatana.
Yeah, they come on the market from time to time, Flykin, but nobody wants them. The boomers don't want them because they have 4 doors, because, you know, you can't make anything with 4 doors go fast. Nope, not anymore. Maybe, you know, it was like that like 20 years ago. Maybe even 30 years ago. It ain't be like that no more. Depending on where in upstate, it's probably in good shape. Ernock, it was in decent shape, dude. Yeah, you can make anything go fast nowadays, dude. Like, for real. Aren't you going to make yours a 2-door? I talked about it, RJ, but I kind of thought about it. It's kind of cool as a 4-door. It really depends on how far gone it is. If the rockers are completely shot, and I think they are, I might consider it. But that is a long list of modifications to do. You'd probably be better off just going and buying a 2-door shell and swapping the parts, but that's the thing. 2-door shells go for like $8,000 nowadays because no lowballers, I know what I have. Yeah. What mail was that? My car needs to be inspected. Geek, you never watch Zip Ties and Bias Flies? Oh, that guy's my hero. Yeah, the Satsuma. Hey, Maverick, 26 months, thank you. Oh, dude, you're in for a freaking treat, man. Zip Tie, that guy is awesome. Get. Will they fine you if you make it a race car? No, it doesn't need road inspection if you're gonna make it a race car. In fact, I think if you cage the Satsuma, you'll fail inspection. Because Finnish road rules are kind of ridiculous. No, your car's going to fail inspection because you made it safer. Oh, sorry. No good. That kind of... Can't you bribe the dude in this game? I don't... Sure. The reason why I'm chopping wood right now, guys, is because I don't want to drive out on the roads while the rally race is going, because the rally drivers will not stop. And you need to access, because you live in the sticks, there's one road and they race on it on the weekends. Chopping the firewood and getting this thing all teed up and ready to go is good. Chopping wood makes you good money. But the problem is that people only need firewood every so often. How far along are you? Pretty good. Yeah, I reloaded my save. The Satsuma's doing okay. Actually, we could go try to start it here in a second. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Oh, you... Ernak, I was watching old Pagan Legged last night, and yeah, Willard started crying, and Titan, my dog, was like, "What the frick is going on here?" Titan got really confused. He's like, I hear a dog crying, but there are no dogs around here, sir." What's your favorite era of car aesthetics? I love 60s cars, Sewer Rat. I love cars from the 60s, man. They're... Dude, not even like the cars you might think. Like, okay. Look at this, okay? Look at this thing. Alright, so... Caps lock on for whatever reason. Look at a 64 Galaxy. You know, you look at the front, it's not really anything particularly special. It just looks like kind of every other car. But if you look at the back of this car, look at that, dude. Because the space age was a big, like the dawn of the space age was a big thing in the early 1960s. That was the space age. The space race was going on, and everything needed to be like super aerodynamic. Ford designed the taillights to look like jet engine exhausts. Bro, you can't beat the fighter plane aesthetic, man. It looks awesome. The back looks like a front. You shut your filthy Masonic mouth, Mason. Like, so right, you can't bump on that. It looks like jet engines. That's awesome. Come on. What spacecraft took the ISS picture? Soyuz. Like, dude, it looks like a jet. That's so cool. Yeah, that's a sweet looking car, man. Look at that thing. It back looks like a fighter jet. It looks so good. You can't beat that early 1960s aesthetic, man. Actually, another one, it's not early, but a 67 Coronet, I think, is a very, very choice car. It is pretty. That is a pretty automobile, man. You know why I like it? Because, dude, it's just a box. Doesn't need to be complicated, man. Look at that thing. Now, that's a nice car. That's cool, man. I love that. Okay, so, like, you know, like, crazy muscle cars aside, I like that mid-century modern aesthetic. I really like it a lot. Like, if we're gonna talk, like, looks and stuff, dude, if you ever watched Mad Men, the show Mad Men, that aesthetic is dope to me. I love it. Like, if I had $1 bajillion, my house would, if I had like $1 bajillion, I'd have a house that looks inside and out. It looks like a house from the 1960s, right? I'd have like a record player, right? And the record player would work, don't get me wrong, but like, you'd have like a flat screen TV just pop up behind the record player. So when you're not using your TV, it retracts down and it looks like a house from 50 years ago. You know? Can we just agree that the 80s had some of the worst design aesthetics? These weren't bad. I love Art Deco. Art Deco, mid-century. I mean, mid-century modern is not kind of at odds with Art Deco, but here, like, take a look at this other car. This is another one. Like, if you look at a 62 Coupe de Ville, like, oh, dude, look at that thing. If you wish. Dude, we wish we had that much style. That car just... All right, I'll speak like a kid. That car just oozes Riz. It's just rizzing all in your face right now. That is Sigma stuff right there, to speak in Gen Z terms. Okay, stop. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, geek on the Falcon. It's sweet. That is not the way to use Riz. I don't care. That was the whole point. Like, dude, look at that car. That's just beautiful. It's just a nice car. Just clean lines, man. You can stop. No, I will not. I will never stop. You can't beat that, dude. Modern cars wish they looked like that, dude. Trevor isn't here to shame you. I don't care. 59 Impala. That's not exactly what I'm looking. What I like. But if you look at, like, here, let's look at a 1968 Chrysler Newport. Like, just... actually, you know what? This is kind of a little late, because Chrysler was always late, but always late with their designs. But, dude, just look at a Newport, man. Just look at that car. Just beautiful, clean lines from front to back. That car is as big as, like, a bus. It's awesome. Old Mercedes, dude, you know what, Fenner? Old Mercedes have that vibe too. Like, it's not just American cars. So if we have a 65 Mercedes, like, dude, come on now. Look at the lines on that car. Like, okay. Sweet. Look at the lines on it. See the beautiful, I like beautiful, clean, sweeping lines on cars. It's just uninterrupted, not busy. It's beautiful. They're beautiful cars. Like, look at that thing. It's awesome. I really, really dig it. Like, even look at this SL. That's a 230 SL. Look at the, dude, see the lines, see the nice, there's a lot of negative space on these cars. I really love it. You know, you compare that to a car nowadays that just has all this crap on it. It's so busy. It's trying too hard. Like, does that make sense? Like, I know this is really a question of looks, but also at the same time, frick off. You wish modern cars looked like this. 69 Skyline is the same deal, dude. Once again, oh, nice. Nice police car. Yeah, dude, you wish, like, Mercedes wishes their old cars looked like this. Cadillac, too. Do you prefer Mercedes or BMW? German automobiles. I prefer neither. Like, you can't screw on 60s style. Like, that's just, the style is so good. It doesn't even matter. Like, Japanese car, American car. See what I'm saying? Like, here. Let me show you a 2000 Skyline 2000 GTR. Look at that thing. The Hako. Look at, see the same thing, dude. A lot of negative space, a lot of wide open space, nice clean lines from front to back. You could draw this car with like 3 strokes of a pencil. You could draw the outline of this car. It's simple. I like that. I think that looks amazing. Hang on, I just got to make sure we're not dead. I just think it looks amazing. There's just this, there's an aesthetic to 1960s stuff that just pisses excellence. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. It just pisses excellence. What about 1960 Soviet cars? Same deal. Opinion of the wagon in the DM that I sent you. Too much. It's too busy. Too busy, dude. You have an E46? Joe, you drive around an E46? Wow, I didn't know you were about that life. Dude, good for you. That's a nice car. 2 doors or 4 doors? Seen a 78 Eldorado? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Caddies kind of kept that aesthetic until the late 70s, and then, yeah, it's okay. I don't mind that. It just, the square lights look a little funny to me with this. Oh. Did you like photos of your Bel Air 4 doors? Oh, okay. OEJ, I traded VW I had. You traded the VW I had for a 04 Camry Sportivo. Oh. Like, I don't mind these cars. The cars from the 70s kind of carried over some of those looks. I love the back, dude. That's just, like, I don't know, man. It's something simple. It's simple. See, like, you look at the lines on the car, they're very simple. It's very clean lines. It's just stuff it's just something you don't get. You don't get that on modern cars. Modern cars have all this crap, all these vents, all these scoops, and all this other bull crap on them. And like, once again, I get it, you know, like, a modern car is better than this in every regard, like, in terms of performance. I'm not saying it's not, but the looks, we're talking about, usually when you hear me say stuff like this, you know, it's like, oh, they don't build them like they used to, boy, right? But I love the big, clean, sweeping lines. So, like, if we look at, like, a 68 Eldorado, like, oh, man. See what I'm talking about? It's just, it's not busy. It's just nice. It's just a nice-looking car. But, I mean, I'm more about a DeVille, to be honest. 68 DeVille is... Actually, maybe it's a 69. 69 did they... Yeah, see, that's the car I like. That's the Caddy. If I was going to drive an old Caddy, it'd be that 69 Cadillac Coupe DeVille. That's just... Dude, it screams elegance, man. Like, it's got its own... Dude, it's just, like... You see a Cadillac driving down the road, you're like, all right. You see that driving down the road, it's like, whoa, okay. You're a Rivy guy? Rivy is the same thing, dude. Yeah, so, you know, you ask me what's my favorite aesthetic time period? It's the 1960s. Mid-century modern cars are just beautiful. Your dad restores antiques gas pumps as a hobby and sell them to collectors. Would you be interested? He lives on Long Island. I don't have any money to buy something that cool, Poach, but that's still wicked cool, man. See, like, dude, even my truck. Look at the red truck. See, it's simple. It's not complicated. Like, it's just very clean lines. I like that a lot. And you did see that with some cars in the 80s. Not the Camaro. To be honest, the Camaro is way too much. It's way too busy. It's way too busy. That bumper is like 6 miles long. I don't understand why it needs to be like that. But I mean, not saying that the Camaro is a bad car. I do like F-body Camaros. What about a Jaguar C-Type? I know about the E-Type. The E-Type is... Oh. C-Type, though. No. C-Types are cool. The E-Type is like... Just... Sorry, I'm looking at pictures of E-Types, dude. Just... See what I mean about clean lines? It's not busy. It's nice. That's just a nice looking car. I think they made the nose like that for NASCAR. Yeah, maybe, Ethan, yeah. Like, dude, like I said, it's not just American cars. Every car was just beautiful like that. They're all pretty. They're all pretty cars. Like, you even look at, like, just a regular... I mean, Jaguar is, like, cream of the crop for British cars in the 60s, right? But if you look at, like, an 69 MGB GT... It's the same thing. Not the same thing mechanically. It's the same looks. Just very clean, very sharp. It's very well defined. A lot of negative space. Just the lines of the car speak for themselves. What are your thoughts on minis? I like minis. Minis are cool. It's not the same thing. MGB GTs are not a Jaguar E-Type, but it's the same aesthetic, man. It's pretty. It's just a pretty car. You can stare at it all day. Yeah, it's just something about cars in the 60s, man. 67 Mustang, one of my all-time favorite cars, is the same exact way. It's just the proportions on it. It's something about it. I don't know what the hell that's about, but I mean, even the Mustang was, by the late 60s, it was starting to get a little busy. Oof. I was sitting in one of these last week. Yeah, you guys remember that 429? That big block Ford that we towed across the country? Yeah, it's going in a 67 Mustang, by the way. The uncles. Like, dude, that's what I mean, man. Very, very clean lines. You could do 2 pen strokes, right? 2 pen strokes. So, like, one is the accent line right here. That, and then you draw another pen stroke, you draw the roof line, instantly recognizable. You don't see that with cars nowadays. Except if it's a throwback to a 60s car. The Mustang, they brought it back to that shape in 2005, and it's stayed that way since because it's just a nice shape. Like, look at it. It's pretty. It's a pretty car. Bro. Dude, look at that. Like, I don't know what it is. Something about the proportions, man, of that car is just ace. The Mach 1, yeah. Yeah, Mach 1 is a 69. They didn't make the Mach 1 until the late 60s. But yeah, dude, like, it's just beautiful. It's just, like I said, it's not just Mustangs. It's every car. Every car just is pretty. They're all pretty cars. And maybe I'm looking at them with rose-tinted glasses, but there's just something to be said about it, dude. Like, you know, you asked me what my favorite aesthetic is. 1960s cars are untouchable in terms of style. They piss excellent. They breathe style. They're pretty cars. Play the Bullet car chase. Oh, it's so good. Heavy metal. That chase is my 2 favorite cars because of that stupid freaking movie. Now I get it. It's a 68 Charger with a 67 Mustang. I get it. But yeah, the 2nd gen Charger and the 1st gen Mustang are like my 2 all-time favorite cars. You know, the Fly Returns, pretty cars, but are death traps. They're death traps if you don't know how to drive them. These cars aren't designed to go fast. They really aren't. But yeah, I mean, dude, even another one. It's a Chevy, but I think it's such a pretty car. I like Corvairs. I think Corvairs are insanely cool cars. I would love to have one, but see what I mean? There's so much negative space on these cars that they're just pretty cars, man. We hear a fly on the microphone. It's the game, Boca Chica.
It's summer car. I think it's just a pretty car. You don't like Corvairs? Oh, man. Shame. I think Corvairs are beautiful cars. It follows the same design aesthetic. I think they're awesome, dude. Rear engine, flat six with a turbo from the factory. Yeah, you wish. That's such a freaking cool car. Didn't the 40s and 50s cars have similar lines? No, not really. Here, let me show you like a 46 Ford. No, it's not like 60s cars. I mean, it's still a cool looking car, but that car doesn't. A 46 Ford. I mean, it's a Ford. That doesn't do anything for me. You really started to see the kind of things that I'm talking about when the automakers. Actually, okay, funny story time. After World War II, you know, contracts left, right? You know, you're not making tanks anymore. You have to get back to making cars, and you have to get back to getting your staff back, et cetera, right? They didn't have any budget because they were kind of like retooling everything. There was no budget to design a new car. For real. So, like, car design did not change from, like, 39 to, like, 47, 48. Yeah, they didn't change it. They just made this. They just went back to making the same thing, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There are little changes here and there. But it took the automakers, all three of them, a second to, it took all three of them, Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, it took them a second to kind of come up with a new design. Ford came out with the Tudor, which I still think is the beginning of, it's proto what I'm talking about here, but it picks up on a lot of those cues. That's when we really started seeing this. That's from 1950. It's a 50 Tudor. That's a pretty car. I love Tudors. I would drive one of those. If you play GTA Online, it's the Clique. It's a nice car. Show them a 28 Stutz boat tail. See what I mean? Like that. I love cars that have a lot of negative space. Because when you have a lot of negative space, you're not too busy like that. That's when your eyes really are attracted to the lines on the car. Your eyes are looking for details, and you can't see it because you get lost in this desert of freaking negative space. It's amazing. So that accentuates the outside lines on the car. Trust me, guys. I know I talk a lot about engineering nowadays. I went to art school. Remember that. I went to art school. I know this stuff pretty damn well. It's sweet. It's a pretty freaking car, dude. And then there's like a 55 Studebaker. Bruh. Same idea. See what I mean? You really started to see this sweeping lines. And then by the time the early 60s rolled around, dude, look at that. I love old Falcons, man. 61, 62, 63 Falcons are pretty freaking cars. The Hornet, you started to kind of see that, but not exactly. A Tucker 48, yeah. I'm a big fan of a 42 Continental. Ooh, I mean, come on. Yeah, there's too much going on here for me. It's a nice car. It's a nice car, no doubt. There's too much going on. If we're going to talk Lincolns, give me a 63. A 63 Continental. See what I mean about just the big sweeping lines? Your eyes are drawn to the accent because there's so much negative space here. I love that. That's so pretty. It's such a nice car. I love cars that do this.
you see it, like every car did this in the 60s. I don't see many modern cars do stuff like this. It's very boxy. It's a pretty car, man. Suicide doors. The doors open up like this on the sides. Yeah, really cool. It worked for Kennedy, and should have bought the hard top, dude. Yeah, here, check this out. That's what it looks like, dude. Can you get a drop top convertible 4-door nowadays anywhere? No. No, you can't. Name the movie that this was from. I don't know. 4-door convertible? Nah, not a thing. Yeah, too bad somebody ruined that car with those rims. Totally screws up the entire thing. Dude, I don't hate it. It's just a pet peeve of mine. I can't stand modern rims on old cars. They look ridiculous. It looks like it's wearing clown shoes. It looks like it's wearing clown shoes, dudes. Not about that life. Didn't Continentals have flip lights? Yeah. Like I said, there are cars that had that aesthetic going into the 80s. Let me see if I can think of one. Actually, I can think of one. G-Body. GM's G-Body. Particularly Buick. Same idea. You could draw that. You could draw the car's body lines with 2 strokes of a pencil and people would instantly know what it is. Herbie rides again. Nice. That's a sweet freaking car. Looks like the Soviets copied the Lincoln. Well, Joe, actually, it's super interesting. One of the premiers of the Soviet Union, Leonid Brezhnev, was a huge American car fan. He loved American cars, so he kind of wanted some of the stuff to look like American cars. He was a car nutcase, which is very strange. You wouldn't expect it. The premier of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Brezhnev, he loved cars. He was a car nutcase. Yeah, so, you know, that style did kind of... It came and went from time to time. I can actually think of a more modern car that has that style. If you guys... I bet you can't guess what it is. It's from the 90s, from the early 90s. A lot of negative space, big sweeping lines, fastback style. Supra does the same thing, man. Same idea. See what I'm talking about? Please check your thirst. I'm all right, man. We're okay. Is that a Supra? Is that a Supra? So that, you know, that design aesthetic does come around once in a while. But yeah, it was every car. Every car looked like that in the 60s. Not that I was there, but, you know, actually, another one that I really, really appreciate is the BNR 32. The Skyline did that. The early Skylines did that because they weren't supposed to be a Skylines weren't supposed to be this crazy performance car, but for homologation rules for racing, Nissan took the Skyline chassis and the BNR chassis and they made it into a freaking race car. The interesting thing is that in Japan, guys, a Skyline is a fleet vehicle. Not a lot of people knew that. Skyline isn't some crazy performance car. It's a fleet vehicle. Analogous to a Crown Victoria. I'm serious. That's what it was. That's what it was in Japan in the late 80s, early 90s, into the 2000s. It's a fleet vehicle. Taxis, police cars, stuff like that. The Skyline GTR would be like Ford taking a Crown Vic, making it 2 doors, making it all-wheel drive and putting putting twin turbos on it. It's ridiculous. That's why I like Skylines, because they're a fleet vehicle. Not a lot of people know that. Oh, phone's ringing. I love R32s. R34s are cool, but...
Hei, olen Simo kumppani lehdet.
Oh, shut up. R34s are okay. I don't mind them. They're cool cars, but I think R32s are prettier. Real sus. Need to see proof? Okay. So you type in Skyline here, and it's just going to show you pictures of GTRs all day. There you go. Pretty unassuming. A Marauder, kind of along them lines. What exactly is a Mercury Marauder? I don't know, but I like Marauders. I think they're cool. You type in GTST, right? It's just a pretty unassuming car. See? Why is my 4 key not working? Yeah, see? Skylines are taxis. They were taxis. They're a utility. They're a fleet vehicle in Japan. I've been there. I've seen them. They're taxis. Panther platforms were amazing. Yeah, Panther was pretty much the last car to look like that, Joe, that I can recall off the top of my head. See, that's what Skylines look like in Japan. Actually, not even that. That has GTR kits on it. They're just a... Look. They were all over Japan when I was there. They were everywhere. Stuff like that. See? It's just it's just another car. See what I mean? Anyway, yeah, that's you know, you're wondering what aesthetic I like. I like 1960s aesthetic. That Mad Men sweeping lines. Just, we sent a man to the moon, we can do anything. That car, I think they're very pretty. All right, let's take that off the trickle charger. Or I could just fall into the stupid pit. Frick. By the way, Starliner was on the national news again. Lovely. There we go. Thanks, Eddie. Hey, James, what's going on, man? Did negative terminal first? I forget. Nope. It's looking for positive first, which is really not what you should be doing in real life, but hey, whatever. So the 2 astronauts are not coming back this year. That's not what they said at all, fellas. They didn't say that. They said that's a contingent procedure based off of Starliner's fault tree analysis. This is getting ridiculous, guys. I'm kind of getting a little annoyed. That's not what they said. They said they're looking at contingency procedures, and one of them is having Butch and Sonny stay up there for a regular astronaut duration, which is 6 months. And somebody from the press asked if they stay up, when are they coming back down? And NASA said they'll be down in early 2025 for the next, when they would do the next crew rotation, which would be crew 10. And the press ran away with it because they don't understand. Backfiring. Gotta set the tuning. Oh geez, we are super lean. This is a wideband O2. We're super lean. We gotta tweak the carb. Where's the AFR? We gotta adjust the idle screws. I hope those carbs are jetted right. Oh, we should probably open the door, huh? Gotta go a little bit more. Help. What I'm doing is tuning the air to fuel ratio in the car, the AFR. We want it to be, I mean, we want it to be around 14. That should be good enough. You can run rich, right? You can overfuel it. It's not very fuel efficient, but you can do that. That'll make the car run cooler, but your fuel economy will get destroyed. But see that gauge over there on the left? If that thing goes past 16, we'll blow the engine. If it stays past 16 for a long time, you'll blow the engine. Completely blow the engine. That's why I don't mind running it. 14.7 would be ideally where you want to run. However, I like to run a little bit on the fuel-rich side. 13.5 is not exactly what I want. Dial it up just a little bit. I really want like 14, 14.1, 14.2. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Nice. Running lights are good. We got good oil pressure. We got 3 bar. If I'm looking at that right, 3 bar of oil pressure is 50 psi. That's good. That's water pressure in psi. Yeah, that's fine. We're generating. So see, our voltage is reading above 14. That's good. That means our alternator is running. Does radio work?
Ilokaasu Ojutkangas on avannut uuden klinikan Ouluun. Enää ei
Joke
tarvitse
work?
matkustaa Helsinkiin asti, vaan apu löytyy Oulun upo-uudesta klinikasta, jossa ammattitaitoinen henkilökuntamme hoitavat suuremmatkin kakkuset alta aikayksikön. Tule Ojutkankaan klinikalle Ouluun. Iloinen mieli Ilokaasulla. Ojutkangas.
Alivieskan vapaamuurareiden salainen vuosikokous ensi sunnuntaina. Asialistalla muun muassa.
Yeah, we have a radar buster so we can know when the cops are coming. Dude, we had this thing pretty dialed in. It's pretty towed up. This thing is cool. Be healthy to me. All right, we'll shut it off. What color will the Go Fast stripe be? Well, we're in Finland. It's got to be blue. Interesting hellfish. DJ, what do you think of the new C8? I think it's cool. I think it's a great piece of technology. I mean, GM wanted to make that Corvette. I mean, Duntop, the original Corvette engineer, wanted to make that thing. Duntop wanted to make it mid-engine. GM wouldn't let him, so it's kind of cool that they finally did it. How many wrecked ZR1s do you think there will be? People will crash those. Hellfish, people don't understand. You don't know how to handle 1,000 horsepower. Unless there's some computer on the vehicle that'll inhibit you from utilizing all of it. 1,000 horsepower is the average person will crash. Absolutely. Dude, and I'm not saying that I'm like, oh yeah, I know how to drive. Dude, I don't know how to drive a car with 1,000 horsepower. I've never done that. Yeah, I think it's cool, Nader. I kind of wish, and you guys, I'm not a Chevy guy, you guys tell me. I kind of wish that it came with a manual transmission. I don't really flappy paddle, not a fan. Yeah, Boson, exactly, dude. That motor is insane. Flat plane, twin turbo. Oh yeah, yeah. Dude, let's put that in the Camaro. Let's find one of those and put it in the put it in, not the IROC, put it in that RS, that 3rd gen. It would scoot. I don't think the chassis could take it. To be honest with you, I'm pretty sure it couldn't. Not. I mean, we would need some. We'd need what is it? What's the? Why am I blanking on the names? Connectors. How would you put a manual in a mid-engine car? What? The same way you put a manual in a front-engine car. Only have the linkage go backwards. This is not rocket science. Subframe connectors. Why did I blank on the name? That was weird. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me the coffee. Oh, that was dumb. What I just did. So now I don't know where I am. Okay, there's the kitchen. There's the fridge. Ah, frick. I don't know where I am. Ah ha ha! Found it! Yeah. Aye, aye.
Ai, 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 ai.
Oh, crap. I drank coffee and woke up in the middle of the night. Let's start our day. Why did I just do that? Is the kill you done? I'm not sure. I never worked on a manual front-wheel drive car. So Sawyer, on a manual front-wheel drive car, you have a linkage. It's a set of cables. Yeah. It depends on how many gears you have. Say you have a 5-speed, right? You have 3 cables that are connected, and the shifter is on a ball joint, and then underneath, right, you have 3 different cables, right? So depending on where you are, like what gate you're in, it'll tug on different cables, and that'll turn levers on the transmission. Like here. Let me, I'm just trying to find a good picture of. Yeah, here we go. So this is from an eBay ad, but here, look. That's what they look like. It depends on the transmission, how many cables there are, guys. And it really depends on how ingenious the linkages are on the transmission. Yeah. Another thing to remember is that the Fox body has 6 shock absorbers on it. Yeah. It's a linkage, Sawyer. So, see? Take a look. These are attached to the shifter, and depending on its position, it'll pull levers on the transmission that move the forks. But the wiring goes through the firewall, and it goes 90 degrees to the left or right, depending on where the transmission is, or where the transaxle is. Excuse me. It's transaxle on front-wheel drive cars. Those were the cables from a Prelude, from an old Prelude. Yeah, here. That's what it looks like. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. That I remembered now. It's so one cable is for the shifter left to right, and one of it is for forward and back. It's two. So once again, it depends on how many gears you have, but yeah, that's it. And then it pulls the forks on the transmission. It's not like directly. It's not like a direct linkage like on a rear-wheel drive car. Oh yeah, geek. There you go, man. Another beautiful morning in Finland. Cool, learn something new. Thanks. No problem. Have we talked about this? I don't know. How many times is Twitch gonna totally botch the hyperlink? Yeah, that's disgusting behavior. Don't buy a new car. My advice. Don't buy a new car. All right, dudes. Yeah, that's some police state nonsense. I hate that a lot. If they did that, yeah. If they did, I mean, I don't think they would do something like that. Filing a patent doesn't mean it's going to happen, you know? If they did do something like that, though, I would... Yeah, that would be like, I'm not a fan of the Blue Oval anymore. Moment. It's a gross violation of civil liberties. It's pretty disgusting, actually. I'm waiting for the day where they start making you subscribe to drive your car. The day that happens, Geek, is the day I get the welder out, remove the fuel injection system, and put a carburetor on it. Yeah, Forlorn, I'm with you. I agree with you on that one, for sure. I mean, yeah, guys, like, that's... Yeah, I don't like my car being uploading whatever I'm doing to the mothership, dude. That's not cool. Alright, dudes. We're getting up to about 10:30. That was quick. Yeah, Flykin, yeah, they're pulling that nonsense with John Deere. You have 1 point left on your license. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know! Peeing in the shower. Now there's a civil liberty. Amen, brother. Praise the Lord and prep the ammunition. What? Ford has told us that the future tech is destined for specifically adapted police patrol cars rather than passenger vehicles or autonomous taxis. There you go. Yeah, there, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. No sub for EJ. No. Oh well. Why do you think the used market for farm equipment is going nuts? The used market for anything is going nuts. You know why? Because new stuff is not as good. Challenge failed. You cheated anyway. Yeah, so what was my incentive for actually getting anything done? You said make the rally, and then I said okay, and then I improved my odds about that, and you said I was cheating. So I think because you changed the rules, you moved the goalpost on me. I think you should give me 50 subs. I think you should give it to me. Cash or check? Thinking. Okay, here's what you do. Here's what you do, Grim. You have another beer on me. All right, on me. Here you go. Have another beer. Drink it, and then give me 50 subs.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I want to give it a sub to 50 subs. Yes. Awesome. All right, I'll take the L. That's pretty funny, dude. I'll take the L. That's fine. So, you guys enjoy coming back into my summer car? Should we start doing it every Wednesday again? All right.
Oh, this is space.
No,
I'm in
we'll
space.
have to give to the subs 251 subs. Yes, and actually keep to the schedule this time. Hey, I kept the streaming summer cars every day for 5 years, or every Wednesday for 5 years straight. You shut the fuck up. I gotta hear that bull crap in here. You stick to your schedule. Bro, I was utterly consistent with my schedule to the point where people got sick of it. Short memory. You son of a gun! I'm in! Yeah, we'll bring Summer Car Wednesdays back. That's fine. We just got to figure out what the lineup looks like for the rest of the week. We'll start placing games. Because what was the old lineup, dudes? I know that Cities was Monday, right? Cities was Monday. Summer Car was on Wednesday for after hours. I don't remember what the rest is. Wings Wednesday, we obviously had that. I had Tuesdays off, that's right. Cities was Tuesday because you had Monday off. Yeah. Stationeers was Thursday. Minecraft Saturday. I can't commit to on the weekends, NX. The house requires too much work. I'm serious. Maintaining a house is... I knew you had to do it, but I didn't realize there's a lot of work to do. Like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to get done. So, yeah. That's the reason why I haven't played GTA. Weekend is tough. Dude, I basically spend every Saturday fixing something or mowing the lawn, which I do enjoy, or just, yeah, fixing something. I rapidly raised my population and workers and resources from 5 to 14K in my country. We now have problems. Yes, that happens. Stop breaking stuff. I don't break stuff. The freaking weather does, dude. The freaking weather. And then I have to pressure wash my steps because my steps looks like my front steps looks like someone smeared poo all over them. It's got algae growing on it, which is ridiculous, and moss and stuff. I have brick steps. So I gotta go pressure wash that. Oh, great, good, great, grand, wonderful. You know, the grass grows onto your damn driveway. You got to buzz it all off. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. It's just a lot of stuff. That's the reason why I don't stream on Saturday anymore. Pressure washing is fun, though. No yelling on the bus when you're rallying and see a blown piston crash through the windshield sitting in the passenger seat. Nice. Just take the house and put it somewhere else. Yeah. College update, they denied me the classes are full this year. That's not a bad reason to get denied. Did you play Car Mechanic Simulator in the past? Yeah, of course I did. But doing that stuff in real life kind of killed any want to play Car Mechanic Simulator. Why did you poo on the steps? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. And I will see you guys all tomorrow, noontime. So let's what I want to do tomorrow is follow through with Dart. I'm gonna have the two fairing fuselage design, and then we're gonna wind tunnel test that and probably test it up in the air. Space News at 5 tomorrow, and I don't know, probably have workers for after hours or something. So yeah, got a nice star-studded lineup, guys. I'm slowly easing back into my regular schedule, and yeah, longer streams again. We gotta get back in the groove. And actually, Summer Car is kind of helping me get back into the groove, believe it or not. We aren't going to stare at it for 4 hours. Sweet. Piss off. Piss off. I'm leaving. Anyway, everybody over on the YouTube stream, thanks for watching. I appreciate it, guys. Everybody in the Twitch chat except for Element, I hope you have a great night. Element, I hope you go to sleep tonight and forget to plug your phone in. Okay, so I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. See ya. Thank you.